Muy buenos días a todos. Espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana y no los esté despertando el tío Salo con su voz como a mi mujer y también a su amiga que está quedándose aquí en la casa. Así que lo siento mucho para todos los invitados de la casa, pero tenemos un casino, tenemos muchas cosas de qué platicar antes de empezar todo esto. Bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Por supuesto que vamos a analizar el mercado, pero de la A a la Z con todos ustedes y también con Alex y con Parhan para que no solamente este imbécil que no sabe nada de nada les diga qué hacer. Pero les tengo que contar varias cosas antes de empezar. Como siempre, tenemos 10, 15 minutos de estos en vivos para platicar. Uno, anoche vi mi primer drone acá, en donde vivo. Justamente la amiga de Belén me estaba contando de que arriba de su casa ella vive en Malibu, que hay muchísimos, que literalmente es una ridiculez la cantidad que hay, y está junto a las oficinas de Raytheon, que también es interesante. Bueno, donde ella tiene su oficina, también las oficinas de Raytheon están, y también están ahí todo el tiempo. Entonces, no es como que los militares están haciendo algo, literalmente están, parece que es como parte de. La otra cosa que se me hizo rarísima viéndolo ya en persona fue, güey, tíos, tíos son enormes. Las luces que tienen, que son verdes y rojas, ¿no? Que hacen esto. Ves un avión es súper fácil de identificar, ¿no? Tienen las dos en el ala y la de adelante. Entonces van rotando entre el ala y la de adelante. Estos tienen como en la parte de abajo las luces para que los veas bien. Y aparte ilumina cabrón y están haciendo. Son enormes y suenan durísimo. Es de. Puedes literalmente comprar un mejor drone que esos si vas a DJI.com, que por cierto fueron mis inquilinos a cierto punto. Yo abrí sus primeras oficinas en Estados Unidos. ¿Quién lo fuera a pensar? Entonces, los drones están aquí para decirte a todos y decirnos a todos, Dios, aquí estamos, véanos, pero no nos vean. Hay un misterio gigantesco. Este es un palo gigantesco que deberíamos todos estar honestamente bastante molestos con nuestros políticos por hacer esto, porque esto es claramente una operación nuestra para poder hacer que todo el mundo se esté volviendo loquito y ponga atención ahí en vez de las mamadas que estén haciendo, sea cual sea la excusa, ¿no? Eso es uno. Solamente quería compartir que por fin me tocó ver un dron y están en todos lados entonces en Estados Unidos, que es bastante interesante. Mucha gente dice, son chinos. No son chinos, tíos. Estamos buscando cualquier excusa para explotar China, ¿no? Eso es lo que decimos todo el tiempo. O imagínate tener drones chinos acá, ¿por qué no vamos a explotar China de una vez, güey? O sea, agarra tu boleto, súbete al tren, que aquí vamos, ¿no? Sería parte del plan, pero misteriosamente no funciona así. Güey, son de Irán. Güey, a Irán le hemos hasta matado al presidente y puesto uno nuevo. Bueno, fue un accidente, el helicóptero se cayó de la nada. Perdón, ¿no? Perdón por esta misinformación que les estoy dando. Mala información o desinformación. Eh, entonces yo creo que a Irán, si Irán está mandando esos dronecitos, también lo volaríamos de la fase de la Tierra. Entonces, no sé, tal vez sean rusos, como si no estuviéramos buscando poder crear más conflicto con Rusia, ¿no? Imagínate la excusa, güey, Rusia mandó drones a Estados Unidos, hay que volarlos. No, son nuestros viejitos de mierda creando esta euforia por esa noticia. Entonces, por el amor de Dios, no caigan en estupideces de esto, no hay ninguna razón que tenga sentido. Más allá de lo que habíamos platicado, de todas las teorías de conspiración del planeta que odio porque todas se vuelven realidad con lo de Project Bluebeam, pero si no es eso, no tenemos que preocuparnos. Ahora, vamos a entrar a lo sabroso. Había hecho un video antes de que empezaran todas estas caídas en una de las mañanas del casino del tío Salo, me parece que fue el lunes, no creo, o tal vez fue el miércoles. Y les dije, güey, honestamente estoy fuera del mercado, estas son las razones por las que estoy fuera del mercado y ahorita estoy muy contento de estar fuera del mercado. Estoy viendo todas las correcciones y quiero apuntar. Tenemos la pregunta, ¿estamos en el tope o esto solamente es una corrección? Obviamente puedes analizar esto simplemente esperando a ver qué estructuras se rompan o simplemente continúen a la alza. Personalmente, con toda mi estrategia de trading y de inversiones, les dije, estoy fuera del mercado, no me quiero meter en este último. Cuando estás en el final del ciclo, la volatilidad es una locura y vuelve a toda la gente loca. Y sé que estamos en una zona de peligro cuando veo a que todo el mundo en X se pone loco. Y ahorita les voy a contar cómo y por qué. Entonces, me encanta estar fuera, no estar preocupado, tener mis puntos técnicos donde voy a agarrar un rebote, donde voy a abrir un short, Todo esto me fascina. Eso sigue en juego completo para el tío Salo. No quiere decir que esté fuera del mercado en ese sentido, pero estoy fuera del mercado en cualquier cosa que sea a largo plazo y me salí perfecto. La única que corrió más allá de lo que vendí fue Tesla. Todo lo demás está por debajo de eso, lo que me hace sentir bastante bien de haberme salido, sobre todo en estos momentos. Ahora, la pregunta de todo el mundo, ¿no? ¿Esto es el final o no? Yo les voy a decir, voy a tomar honestamente y solamente, de nuevo, no les estoy diciendo que hagan absolutamente nada, solo les estoy diciendo lo que yo estoy haciendo, ¿no? Como el imbécil que soy. Recuerden, nada de lo que digo debería ser tomado en serio. Solamente soy un idiota que hace videos de coches y no sé nada de nada. Así que, por favor, no vayan a decirme, güey, yo compré no sé qué y perdí todo mi dinero. No tengo idea, yo no sé nada. Entonces, ahí les va lo que no sé. He estado poniendo bastante atención. Ahora, este es el pico. Me cuesta mucho trabajo entender que este fue el tope porque hay mucha gente en el campo de que puede ser. Y cuando veo a mucha gente del mismo lado de un trade, eso instantáneamente lo cancela. Pero del otro lado, y lo que a mí me hizo salirme del mercado, es que va a haber un cambio, o mínimo parece que nos están prometiendo que va a haber un cambio en el gasto de gobierno. Si hay un cambio en el gasto de gobierno, y eso quiere decir que la masa monetaria se va a encoger, o mínimo no expandirse al mismo tiempo, a la misma velocidad y con la misma fuerza que lo hizo en el periodo que Biden estuvo de presidente, deberíamos de tener una contracción en todo, porque la gente cree que la liquidez es parte del mercado. La liquidez es el mercado. Es así de sencillo. Entonces, si ellos van a eliminar liquidez del mercado, ¿qué creen que va a pasar? Ahora, esto lo vimos en Argentina, lo hemos platicado con la táctica de Milei, etcétera. Bastante interesante y cómo está funcionando. Y sobre todo, y esto es algo donde la gente se clava muchísimo y creen que estoy intentando adivinar el futuro, y no es así. Estoy viendo lo que nadie quiere ver por alguna razón hoy. Y eso eventualmente se vuelve muy obvio para todo el mundo después, como lo de los inmigrantes, ¿no? ¿Por qué están trayendo tantos inmigrantes? Y es a propósito. Y la gente, obviamente la retórica era que era un accidente, que nadie podía controlarlo, etcétera. Y era obvia la respuesta. Necesitamos trabajadores, necesitamos también más gente en ciertas demográficas. También necesitamos que voten por ciertas cosas, necesitamos imprimir dinero para regalarles. Tiene muchísimas funciones esto. Pero al principio, cuando dije, están trayendo a estos tíos a propósito, sonaba loquísimo. Cuando les dije, los están volando a todos a propósito a diferentes lugares, sonaba loquísimo. Y ya después la gente lo aceptó. Pero de nuevo, no estaba adivinando el futuro. Estoy viendo lo que están haciendo hoy. Y esto es parte de lo que quiero decir, porque hoy, el día antier, Elon Musk, el gobierno intentó hacer la misma mamada de siempre. Vamos a cerrar el gobierno. ¡Ah! Y por cierto, ay no nos vayamos a perder de algo con nuestros funcionarios que son tan eficientes. ¡Uy, qué locura! Por cierto, amo la retórica que está ocurriendo en este momento. La adoro y ahorita les voy a contar de eso. Pero hace 2 días hicieron la mamada de vamos a cerrar el gobierno, va a haber un shutdown del gobierno. Y si no, van a tener que pasar esta propuesta que tiene 1,500 páginas, que incluye obviamente más apoyo a censura y también con el Congreso subirse el salario, todas estas cosas, ¿no? Como siempre lo hacen. Esto no cambia nunca, siempre es el mismo juego, espantan a todo el mundo y después todo vuelve a subir. Jim Cramer hoy dijo eso y él de cierta forma tiene razón. Normalmente cuando te están espantando de que hoy el gobierno va a cerrar, porque nunca pasa y además no pasa nada después, tienes que comprar esa oportunidad. Entonces, en ese mundo, todo el mundo que está pensando así está junto con Jim Cramer en esta jugada. Interesante. Personalmente, no lo voy a hacer. ¿Por qué? Porque instantáneamente cuando llegó la carta, la propuesta, Elon Musk y Vivek leyeron absolutamente todo y además lo pusieron a través de inteligencia artificial para poder resumirle a todo el mundo y fueron y explicaron a todo el mundo, muy al estilo de Nayib Bukele, lo que estaban intentando poner en este documento, qué significaba, cuáles son las repercusiones, qué es lo que ellos recomiendan y qué no, y le dijeron a todo el mundo, y si estás de acuerdo, llámale a tu congresista y diles que no quieres pasar esta propuesta. Ahora, entiendan esto. Los políticos en este momento, todo el Congreso, el Senado, todos están espantadísimos porque los van a correr. La idea es reducir la cantidad de personas que trabajan en el gobierno, reducir la cantidad de dinero que se están chingando en el gobierno, reducir todas esas comisiones gigantescas que se están llevando al crear mamadas. Esa es la idea de Elon Musk y Vivek junto con Donald Trump, ¿no? ¿Estamos de acuerdo? Entonces, viene Elon, hace esto, todo el mundo le marca a su congresista local, que es brutal, y cancelan la propuesta y la vuelven a rehacer y ya es mucho más chica, más al punto. Y obviamente todo el gobierno junto con mainstream media sale con su campaña de desinformación. ¿Se acuerdan? Han visto de los creadores de nuestra democracia está en peligro. Han visto todos esos clips, ¿no? Que cortan a todos los noticieros hablando de democracia al mismo tiempo, ¿ok? También se acuerdan de Joey, Sharpest Attack. Sharpest Attack era como el slogan aquí. También usaron el de su campaña es de Joy, el de Kamala Harris, ¿no? Entonces están haciendo lo mismo otra vez y son patéticos, honestamente. Y ahora están saliendo a decir que, wow, solamente piensen en esta estupidez, por el amor de Dios. Y si ustedes son parte de esto, tienen que poder un poco agregarle pensamiento crítico a este pedo, ¿ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? Lo que están saliendo a decir es que Elon Musk es el presidente y que ningún presidente debería de sucumbir a billonarios. ¿Quién era el que mandaba cuando Biden era presidente o es presidente ahorita? ¿Quién manda? ¿Quién manda? ¿Los políticos o la gente que le dio todo el dinero a Biden? Y normalmente, y ahora voy a aventarme una completa teoría de conspiración, normalmente esa gente son billonarios. Están literalmente solamente enojados de que ellos no están de este lado y de que les van a quitar cosas. Y lo estamos viendo y es patética su respuesta, pero les va a tocar. Ahora, regresando a la pregunta, ¿el mercado se va a ir al culo o no? Ya de aquí. Yo personalmente veo muchísimas cosas que me dicen tope, por lo que no importa si el tope está más arriba, un poco más arriba, o si el mercado continúa bien, voy entonces a cambiar mi punto de vista. Pero por ahora, yo lo que he visto son varias cosas. La vida es un meme gigantesco, es una simulación de meme, lo he dicho 1000 veces. Y voy a empezar diciendo esto. Donald Trump tocando la campana en el New York Stock Exchange para abrir el mercado y de ahí que todo haya caído, personalmente se me hace una gran línea de comedia en la vida real, que el presidente, al que más le importa la bolsa de valores, vaya a tocar la campana y todo esté cayendo. También todo el mundo preguntándonos de Bitcoin y de si compro esta criptomoneda, si compro esta otra. Esos son señales de tope muy cabronas, muy cabronas. También los meme coins como lo de que hizo Hacktua y todas estas cosas, esa es otra señal de tope para mí. Pero hablando ya de cosas serias, más allá de solamente especulación de tope, y la otra es también, estoy hablando del dólar. Voy y me pongo en X y les digo a todos, güey, ve, el dólar tiene cara de que quiere venir a arrasar como tsunami, cabrón, pero como tsunami. Y todo el mundo instantáneamente viene a atacarme de que, puta madre, yo decía que Bitcoin se iba a $100,000 hace 3 años. Y lo entiendo, lo entiendo. Entonces, una vez que veo eso, algo que no está relacionado con Bitcoin hace 3 años, y veo que toda la gente está eufórica y ahora están viniendo a decir, está equivocado una vez más, estoy seguro que todos esos cracks están en lo correcto y yo no. Entonces, esa es otra señal para mí de que, ¿sabes qué? Voy a seguir haciendo lo que estoy haciendo, voy a seguir con mis trades en cortas temporalidades, no voy a tener ninguna posición a largo plazo, mediano plazo, nada, y voy a seguir jugando esto tal cual. La reducción de gasto de gobierno es brutal y eso probablemente porque yo les había dicho antes y les dije también que me equivoqué. Yo creí que iban a bajar los intereses muy cabrón y no han bajado. Mientras más los baja Powell, más están subiendo en la vida real. Si vas a pedir un préstamo para comprar un coche, te lo van a dar, pero va a costar muchísimo más. ¿Qué nos dice eso cuando estoy viendo a los bonos yéndose a zonas que no habíamos visto en 1980? ¿Qué hago cuando estoy viendo al dólar llegando a zonas del 2022? ¿Quién se acuerda? Les pregunté ayer, ¿quién se acuerda de lo que pasó en el 2022? Nadie. Fue cuando todo el mercado cayó por un año entero. Eso fue el 2022, cuando el dólar se formó y se fue hasta 114, no sé si fueron 114, 112 o 118, lo que haya sido. Esto estamos a punto de romper la última resistencia en 108, 750 más o menos del dólar, del DXY. Si rompemos eso a la alza, vamos a ir a buscar ese otro tope y de nuevo, la última vez que eso pasó fue el mercado bajista, ¿no? Eso también, añádele, el retorno de los bonos está buscando esos altos de 1980, se quieren ir al 6% de acuerdo a mis tablas. Todo esto no es normal. No es normal que el mercado haya estado en verde mientras el dólar estaba subiendo y no es normal, sobre todo, que los bonos estén subiendo tanto el rendimiento. ¿Por qué? Y mucha gente se pierde en esto y creen que es porque el dólar está fuerte. Es al revés. Es una estupidez. Si el dólar está fuerte y la gente quiere estar en el dólar, que lo prueba el DXY, la fuerza del dólar relativa a las demás monedas, eso quiere decir que la gente está comprando dólares. Para comprar dólares tienes que comprar bonos. Y si los bonos están subiendo su rendimiento, eso quiere decir que le están desesperadamente pidiendo a más gente que confíe en los bonos de Estados Unidos. Y eso literalmente no es una relación que tiene sentido en este momento saludable. Uno va a tener que caer y el otro va a tener que subir, o los dos pueden continuar subiendo. Si es que vamos a cortar gasto de gobierno, vamos a traer inversión de otros lados, que también esto es algo de lo que habíamos platicado, que mucha gente se pierde y no están poniendo atención a lo. Y esto no es una predicción del futuro, se los juro por mi vida. Y es así de sencillo. Le robamos todo. La manera de que un país puede prosperar es con energía barata. Energía barata, si eres un productor, puedes producir cosas a mucho mejores precios que con energía cara. Creo que es bastante sencillo entenderlo. Vivimos cuando el petróleo subió a ciento no sé cuántos dólares hace pocos años, pero yo sé, a mucha gente se le olvida todo eso. Entonces ya lo vivimos cómo afectó eso la inflación, vimos cómo pegó, etcétera. Estados Unidos fue y le convencimos de alguna manera u otra a todos los europeos a decir que la energía barata que tenían, sobre todo Alemania, no era buena. Necesitaban moralmente despedirse de ellos y nosotros les íbamos a vender todo. Y ahora la energía en Alemania vale el triple de lo que valía antes, lo que hace que el costo de producción de todo aumente y que tus márgenes se reduzcan potentemente. Entonces, hemos visto cómo toda Europa se está yendo al Chile. Además de eso, creamos incentivos donde estamos diciéndole a todas las compañías de Europa que crean chips, oigan, vénganse, les vamos a dar miles de millones de dólares si vienen para acá, incentivos y les vamos a dejar hacer lo que quieran. ¿Vale? Le robamos toda esa industria. Y ahora la que toca y la que estamos haciendo ahorita es, estamos ofreciendo dinero a las armadoras de coches por traer su negocio de vehículos eléctricos a Estados Unidos. Esto ya está pasando. Esto no es a ver qué va a pasar y si lo vamos a ver. Esto está pasando. Y lo que parece que tiene cara es, ya le robamos los chips a Alemania y a todos ellos, también les vamos a robar a las armadoras y les vamos a traer a Estados Unidos. Y mucha gente dice, pero güey, ¿cómo van a poder traer a las armadoras? ¿Quién va a trabajar? Nadie quiere trabajar en Estados Unidos. ¿Por qué creen que fuimos a dejar que 11 millones de cabrones pasaran por la frontera? ¿Alguien tiene una idea? Es simplemente para cerrar ese gap y lo vamos a hacer. Y si esto es lo que se está dando en verdad, que estamos viendo que el gobierno está incentivando otras empresas, el dólar se va a volver muy fuerte. Vamos a vivir lo que México vivió en el 2020 hasta ahora, donde el presidente AMLO cortó el gasto de gobierno. Obviamente México no tiene el crecimiento que Estados Unidos porque no crea tecnología, crea productos y tecnología es lo que da crecimiento exponencial. Pero México ha visto crecimiento, pero también vieron inflación, porque el crecimiento viene de la mano con inflación y es lo que vamos a ver acá también. Y yo por eso creo que la política monetaria restrictiva que los están diciendo a todos que van a seguir bajando, tal vez no. Y sobre todo porque estamos viendo que están bajando tipos y están los tipos subiendo. Cuando Powell había comentado solamente que iban a subir los tipos, los bancos subieron los tipos instantáneamente. Y ahora que está comentando que van a bajar, están subiendo. ¿Pueden ver la discrepancia de todo esto? Por ende, voy a preguntarle a estos güeyes, también viendo, Solana fue el primero en correr, en mi opinión, en este mercado, lo vi, fui parte de, y ahora Solana es el primero tal vez en caer. Tal vez estamos llegando a un punto donde el mercado está exhausto y ahora este recorte en gasto nos venga a afectar. Por ende, su tío Salo está fuera del mercado en cualquier posición a largo plazo. Estoy adentro haciendo trades, buscando niveles, rebotes, corto plazo. Esa es la jugada ahora y lo más emocionante es, por primera vez en un mercado, si es que llega a ser un mercado bajista, no estoy diciendo que sea, técnicamente tenemos que romper Bitcoin 90,000 para abajo, en mi opinión. Y si no estamos en un mercado bajista y esto va a continuar, pues qué chido. Y ahí podemos reajustar entradas y ver qué es lo que está pasando. Pero por ahora me voy a llevar la tranquilidad de no tener que estresarme de estas cosas, que se siente delicioso. Voy a seguir como degenerado, divirtiéndome. Si esto es una bajada, mi primer mercado bajista, sabiendo tradear como se debe. Y es gracias a estos perros, a Farhan y Alex. Así que estoy muy contento de tenerlos acá, de poder traerlos a ustedes para que tengan toda la información relevante del día de hoy y puedan hacer un mejor análisis de todo lo que están buscando. Para todos los miembros de elitetradingacademy.us, Gracias por todas sus preguntas. Obviamente estoy casi seguro que el gran Brian Martínez fue exactamente el primero en llegar. Vamos a analizar Bitcoin, vamos a platicar rápidamente de todo. Siempre lo hacemos en inglés y yo se los traduzco a español. En la página, para todos ustedes que sepan, el curso lo escribimos juntos, pero ellos dan toda la información. Yo solamente lo traduje y estructuré un poco todo esto. Entonces no tienen que preocuparse, no están aprendiendo de un pendejo, están aprendiendo de estos tíos que saben lo que están haciendo. Yo solamente estoy traduciendo y poniéndolo simple para todos ustedes. Y eso es lo que hacemos. Lo tenemos en inglés, en español, para todos ustedes que si quieren aprender esto y tomar ventaja de esos mercados aburridos cuando todo está yendo para abajo y que dices, pues no puedo comprar porque todo va a bajar. Es mentira, puedes comprar y apostarle que va para abajo. Así que disfrutemos de esto. Farhan, Alex, my boys. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning, sirs. How you guys doing?
Sorry, I had to go off. There's so many things. I saw my first drone last night. Have you guys seen the drones?
No, I haven't. I'm in Mexico, so.
So by the way, Belen has a friend right now at the house, and she was telling me last night she lives in Malibu and she has an office by Raytheon's office here in LA, and she was saying that, dude, they fly over her house like all the time to the point where it's annoying because they're hovering over it and they're so fucking huge and loud. And I was like, get the fuck out of here, dude. That's impossible. We literally walked outside and she goes, you've never seen a drone? I'm like, no, dude, there's nothing. And there's literally one right there. And you can tell the difference between a plane and the drones. So the planes have like the lights on the wings and then the one up front, and they kind of seem thin. The drones have like, look at me lights, like red and green, and they're like this. They're huge and they make this sound. So they're not discreet. What I want to get at is, there are better civilian drones right now that anyone can purchase that are way more quiet and also don't have those insane lights like those. So what I'm getting at is, I feel like they're putting it in our face, like, look at these. Because if they were really doing an operation or something discreet, they wouldn't be so obvious. And there's way better technology, again, just for the public, not even like.
But also those public drones are like $2,000 a piece, and the government has to make tens of thousands of them, so cost cutting.
No, of course, 100%. But there seems to be a lot, and I've been like listening to a lot of people that say the same thing, especially the comment on her house. Because I follow this one guy that was saying he lives in Florida, and he was saying, dude, these drones are over my house. They're fucking driving me crazy, and they won't go away. And all night I have to hear them. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. And when she told me the same story, I was like, what? That's. And by the way, they're using our tax dollars to do this bullshit to us.
I was just saying, like, I don't know.
In Texas, somebody would shoot them down.
Yeah, and they're not going to Texas.
You were saying, Alex? I feel like, the U.S. government definitely doesn't cost cut. Like, they like to spend money. So I don't know why they wouldn't have something good. But, who knows how many drones these are. On top of that, I had a friend. You remember Farhan, that guy who in Thailand owned that boat we were going to rent? Remember his friend? Yeah, he actually posted. He was on his boat in the middle of Thailand in the water. And he just saw like two of these things hovering right under his boat. So I don't think it's just like only
all the way in Thailand.
All the way in Thailand. Yeah, I thought it was a scam. I was like, well, yeah, this isn't just bullshit. But then he posted like a video of it, and it looks exactly and sounds exactly like what you were describing in Thailand in the water. So I was like, well, that's weird. Yeah, I thought that was strange. And then apparently there is some like Blue Project operation or something.
It's called Blue Beam. Do you not know that one?
Is it where they can like, make it look like there's an invasion, so that mass hysteria comes and they can take
through holograms?
Yeah. So like, I don't know, maybe.
If they're going to use the alien bullshit, by the way, if they use the alien invasion and I see you guys get scared, I'm going to be very disappointed, okay? I'm going to be very disappointed.
Hey, I have a 75 IQ. You saw that ChatGPT response.
By the way, so let's get into this bullshit. Boys, are we topping? Well, the first thing we're going to analyze is Bitcoin. But I want to ask you, are we topping? What are you looking at these days?
I don't think so. I still think that this is like a pretty violent shakeout, because usually what happens in these situations, if we have topped, we don't get those massive, like huge nukes. It's usually a slow bleed into like the low that we would have got now, and then we'd get a violent bounce to get everybody back into longs, and then it slow bleeded on them again. Usually whenever we get the violent nukes, it's to freak people out before they end up running it back turbo.
Yeah.
I'm on the camp. I just want to wait and see. We need more data. I mean, if we are going to top, we're definitely going to put in some lower high on the daily. But it's still until then though, the daily uptrend's still up. We're still holding above all the key metrics, my meme line, everything. And this is why, like on the Discord last night, it was very fruitful because when analyzing with Farhan, we really did determine like this could actually just be an opportunity, which is a dirty, flush out. It was, very like out of the blue. Jerome Powell comes in, cuts rates. The 2025 forecast wasn't, very clear, or at least just more rocky than what markets were expecting. We dump, and then now it's like the question is, how much of a dump are we going to get, and where could we actually find some kind of local bottom?
And do you guys? Yeah,
And
go ahead.
have mentioned a couple of times on these live streams that worst case scenario, if we are still bullish, is 87K.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying, Alex?
Yeah, so I mean that's basically we just basically want to see. There are things though that are really starting to look slightly concerning, like Dixie and Euro, and the fact that Tether dominance held to 3.79%, an area we've been talking about over and over and over. So I mean there are things for bears definitely, but until at least the daily trend breaks on Bitcoin, I don't think it's wise to be even looking for shorts down here rather than just watching for a long.
Yeah. I would agree with what you're saying. I myself think, and I'm going to stick to my guns on this one because I have nothing at stake. I will continue to trade, obviously, all the opportunities and all the moves, just like what we're doing. But I'm going to stick to this idea that we've topped. And just simply, I haven't seen the dollar do what it's doing with the yields, dude. That's freaking me the fuck out to a level that it's hard to comprehend or explain to anyone. Because we are hunting for levels that we haven't seen in decades on the bond yields, and on the dollar, basically just we are aiming towards retesting simply what happened in 2022, the 114s, 112s, whatever the fuck it is. And 2022 was terrible for all stocks in crypto. So I'm seeing those things. I'm seeing Solana was like I said, was the way I see Solana is it was the first one to run, might be the first one to fall. And the alts within Solana are telling me that, yes, that's still a trend and it's still ahead. Now, is it going to stop and it's going to revert? Probably. I'm not going to say no. And the only reason why I would say there's more upside is because there's a lot of people coming out right now saying that was the top. And that normally is not right. But I also see, and this is why I think we're very close. So I'm calling it a top right now. Even if we go up like 10%, I mean, wow, you missed the top by 10%, right? I'm not playing this. And the reason why is there is a higher chance of like all the topping signals playing out, like in a meme, kind of like the Donald Trump, like with the bell, the Haktua girl, like family members calling you about Bitcoin and all that stuff. And then when I post something about the dollar, people attacking me saying, you didn't know what you were talking about Bitcoin 3 years ago, which is very important for today. And when I see the euphoria on the market, that's also like a big sign. But indeed, it is indeed like like the Japan trade, like those fucking nukes to the bottom, and then it does look like that. So again, I got out of the market at a great point. I'm still way above everything except Tesla on everything that I got out. So I'm happy for now. I want to see what the fuck Trump and Elon Musk are going to do, because they are cutting spending. They really are. So let's see what the fuck happens. Want to start with Bitcoin? Brian Martinez is the one fucking hitting us up already.
Yeah, let's do it.
Get
some corns. Get some corn.
Yeah.
The esquites that I had yesterday.
You got
that again?
That's like the esquites that I had yesterday. Some corn.
Oof.
Okay. So actually, there's something to note here. We actually did break the uptrend on Bitcoin on the daily. I was kind of holding my bias for at least, why this could be more an opportunity. And now we need to just sit and wait and watch, because right now we have steady higher lows and higher highs. It's very obvious. Bitcoin's uptrend has been very clean. Higher low, higher high. We made a higher low here before a higher high. And now this is looking like it's breaking, similar to what we saw with Bitcoin dominance here, where this was the last higher low. And we ended up falling through that before actually really getting that exasperated move down. That's something we want to be really mindful of because the trend is your friend. And if the daily flips down now, that doesn't necessarily mean we're in a bear market. That just probably actually gives us the indication that when going to the weekly here, we're probably going to tap the weekly EMA 9, which lines up right around where Farn was saying, the low 90s. That to me seems like an interesting point because, right, there's no reason to get too bearish yet. Even if the daily downtrend it's now in a downtrend, the daily. Even if we're starting to slightly deviate this meme line here at 95,000, we still just want to keep it in check, especially with what we know the correlation with that weekly 9. And every time after we break on through and then really bust away from the EMA 9, it always is aggressive to come back and test it. But even here on this chop scenario that we had where we topped at 73,000, we came down, we had to come all the way to the 21. But then there, I mean, we did end up finding still, testing the highs before coming more down. This was, not the strongest overall weekly downtrend, but it still was. You were able to trade it. It was it was a tradable downtrend. Lower highs here. We had a lower low, another lower high, lower low, and so that's why for us now, this isn't the spot to be, in my opinion, positioning for shorts. What do we have right now? Well, we're at the crucial spot of that 95,600 level. That also is correlating nicely with the EMA 34 in the daily. And we know that EMA 34 is kind of like the last stand for bulls. We want to get the bounce. Now that the daily trend is broken, in my opinion, because I'm using essentially early December lows right at 94,256. That's an area I really just wanted to hold on the daily. As I was representing here on the Discord town hall yesterday, make a lot of sense to consolidate above this meme line, maybe hit the EMA 34. Let me just get rid of these LARP lines. And that way, then that could give us an easy play to just have a stop around here. You can see now on this daily, we just fell through that. We are getting a bounce now, but for me, it makes a lot of sense to get some kind of bounce. The question just will be now, where's the lower high going to be? And where most go wrong, and when we get these aggressive pullbacks, and remember, it makes sense. We did make a higher high on Bitcoin. Not only that, if we go to the monthly here, when we go back to the index chart, you can see, well, yeah, we did perfectly reject that monthly median. An area me and Fine were talking about that usually doesn't get hit a lot of times, and that usually does give us some kind of reaction. Even like right here, we can see that we rejected it, and then we came all the way up, tapped it again, and then fell all the way back down, closed as a doji, and then busted through. The difference between here is, the daily trend still was holding, or it was intact. This is now starting to slightly look concerning, and we want to just be really cognizant of the idea that, what bulls don't want is for this monthly candle to actually lose that 90K. Losing 90K would be bad. It would also mean that we're now forming some kind of like monthly shooting star, which we know just any kind of like monthly reversal candles usually do lead actually to big moves down on Bitcoin. Because right, it's a monthly, it's a higher time frame. It's way different than like a daily shooting star, even when you get it on a monthly like that. And so it's going to be really important for bulls to kind of defend this $91,000 level, a 91.1 to like 90,000. You're really going to want to see that get defended. But this pullback really shouldn't have surprised people who have been watching closely just because of where we were. That 100,000, 108, I guess, level was pretty strong. We kept seeing that on all different time frames, on that at least being an area of interest for a pullback. And so currently, we probably are going to get some kind of bounce around here. Wouldn't surprise me. It could just play into what I'm saying, which is, I think we should all just be gauging now where this lower high is going to be. And it easily could come anywhere around here. What we see for sure is we see that that daily 9 is now coming in right around the bottom of the 382. We also see that we're now below the daily median, and that's currently at 102,500. So for me now, it would make a lot of sense to see some kind of rally back up to that 99K, maybe even all the way up to that $102,000 level on like a wick basis. But at that point, I'm looking for some rejection here. And it makes sense. What was support? We held this support, expansion, made a new high, came down, fell through. Now we're getting some bounce. It'd make a lot of sense to actually gauge the reaction around this zone here. You know, we're simply using this wick high here that formed this new range that we didn't end up breaking out, which was resistance. And now we've kind of SFP'd it. So now, you know, what generally I like to see is just like seeing where this bearish retest / lower high could come. You know, most people go wrong because they start shorting into here and here and here, when you really should just be waiting to see, okay, is the trend shifted? Okay, it has. At least in my book, it has. Okay, great. So now what we know is now we're now officially in a downtrend. And I know that the most amount of money we can make is when we catch these trend shifts early, not when we are all the way at the daily EMA 100 at 82,000. Everyone now wants to start shorting. No, the short is when you do get these shifts in trend. And so the daily now is in a downtrend. You want to really gauge to see where that lower high is going to be. And going to the weekly, though, it just plays into what I was saying. The weekly here is still looking okay. And it's still overall holding the area it needs to hold. Right, the daily can be in a downtrend, but the weekly and the monthly can still hold the overall trend, which does have more precedent because it is a higher time frame. But on the weekly,
a horrendous candle, though. That's a bearish engulfing on the right.
Yeah, it's not a good candle, but
so far,
you know, just like this one wasn't a good candle either.
Mm-hmm.
This was a hangman, but we know hangman often does give us continuation. We held the support line, and then we did make a new high. You know, for me now, this is bad. This isn't good, and this isn't something, you know, we want to just totally ignore. But on the flip side, we do see here why that $90,000 level is very important for bulls. What's nice for us now is we have that EMA 9 all the way on the weekly, right around the meme line, which has been acting as solid support on every weekly dump we got into this $90,000 level. So if we start really losing the weekly 9 on a weekly, like we just start losing this, yeah, this will honestly, in my opinion, start solidifying that, yeah, whatever happened here was some kind of either local top, if not macro top, depending on if we do lose that EMA 9. Because what we see here is not only the meme line, we have the EMA 9, but then we also have the 382. Falling back into the blue zone inherently takes us to the median, which is right around that $73,800 level, which is right around that EMA 34 on the weekly. I do find that interesting. So maybe this dump does, you know, keep happening. This is just more the start of it. And maybe Bitcoin does find its way back to that $73,000 level. I'm still on the camp that that's not going to happen as long as we do hold this EMA not 5. But if we go to the EMA 5 now, I mean the EMA 9, if we go to the EMA 5 now, we can see we are losing that now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that could be kind of our front runnable event that, okay, well, we just closed the weekly under the 5. We know that's basically been holding since, you know, 69Ks, 60,000s essentially. So that would be an area that would be slightly concerning while also deviating the 99,000. That probably could mean then, yeah, we are going to actually test that EMA 9 because so far we are just front running it. And that's fine. You know, makes sense. We're getting some kind of reaction around here. But we really just ideally want bulls to just step up and keep holding that weekly 9. That way, then we can argue, okay, well, yeah, the daily did trend shift, you know, but we still held where we needed to. We're still kind of consolidating. And that's where I can get my theory where, you know, on this whole dump, the best case scenario right now would just literally be like consolidation. If we got a consolidation but still held the EMA 9 on the weekly, that'd be a great sign, and that could be more a trap for shorts. But until then, we're just in the midst of a breakdown. You really want to be, you know, just careful about that because what we don't want to be is in this mode where longing has been rewarding us, blindly longing at that has been rewarding, and that won't always work. And there will be shifts in markets. And most of those shifts do occur with economic policy, you know, with new policy, even with just the presidency and things like that. So, and plus end of year, people want to rotate. They want to start selling some stuff, you know, they maybe don't want to hold things into 2025. End of year usually does give us those profit takings. You know, it was an amazing year across the board for stocks and crypto and commodities. And so, I mean, am I surprised that we're getting some kind of pullback, you know, like 10, 11 days before the end of the month? Definitely not. But the question now I just have is, you know, how deep of a pullback is this going to be? And where can we actually start potentially looking for a bounce? And I do believe the bounce zone is going to be right around that 91,400. As long as that keeps holding, then to me that seems like a solid place to at least just be looking for a reaction, even if it's a mean reversion bounce. But if we start losing that, like I said, then yeah, I do think we're going to end up coming all the way back down to the 72,000s. At that point, I don't see why we wouldn't just fully retest the 2021 market cycle high. And we also know that we have a massive CME gap right around that zone. So you know that's still at current price action.
Every time we talk about that fucking gap, I think about that meme that Farhan said on the chat with the bear going like, "Look at the gap."
Yeah, and it's true. I mean, ever since it got populated, all just nonstop crypto Twitter has brought this gap up every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, beware, it's a gap. These will get filled. These will get filled. There's some gaps that still are at like $2,000 Bitcoin, so it doesn't need to get filled. But you know, when we have a gap at like right around that 2021 market cycle high, I don't think that's absurd to say this will eventually get filled. You know, people saying, "Oh, all gaps will get filled." Well, I mean, there's still gaps like I don't even know, very low that never got filled. I'm not going to do the time to look at that, but you know, so for us now, I mean, we just really want to be careful and just aware of kind of what's going on because you know this is well, I'm seeing a lot of people get bearish, and it is rightfully so. I mean, we're now on a downtrend on the daily, but we just want to keep our bearishness in check as long as we are above that weekly 9. And then if we go to the monthly here, you can see just kind of where this all kind of starts tying back. Because, you know, just like what I was representing on the weekly and the 2-week, I do think that there's a good chance that if we end up losing that weekly EMA 9, you're going to get that gap fill. And that gap fill is going to come in right around where the monthly EMA 9 is, which is going to also come in right around the 2021 cycle high, which is very important because that is kind of like the line in the sand for me. If we start losing this 2021 cycle high, I'll actually then really start considering this to be in a bear market again. And remember, you know, anytime we've lost this, which we haven't really reclaimed it on a monthly, so let me just show it on like a 5-day. Anytime we just like reject or lose the 2021 cycle high, generally speaking, that just leads to big moves down. Here as well, this didn't even fully hit 69K because we know what happened around this top here. Came down and then came up, broke the highs, topped around 69K, and that was it. That was the bear market.
Wait, it didn't go to $100,000?
That's
crazy. Oh man, what a shame. I guess I was wrong.
You know, here we
Plan B promised me.
I know. Yeah. I'm gonna sue that motherfucker.
Now it's plan McDonald's, sir.
It's looking like it.
So I mean, even here we can see deviating around this consolidation form here. When we would do that, would lead to bigger moves down. I mean, just very clearly, 5-day reclaimed it. We lost it. And then after that, we shot all the way down to 56,000. Here, we rejected it. Here, we lost it. Came all the way down, shot down to 53,000. And so that's gonna be my gauge. Is okay. If the weekly EMA 9 gets lost, then we're probably gonna get a bigger dump. To me, that bigger dump is probably gonna lead to the monthly 9. This is something also we were talking about, which is we just don't want this monthly to turn red, which it is now, because that's not a good sign. That's a terrible candle. And the fact that it's on the monthly here,
yeah,
really just kind of solidifies the fact that, yeah, this could really be topped. I mean, I'm not going to like bullshit. It could be topped legitimately. That's why I think waiting for the data on this, because it's still 11 days, and that's a long time. Waiting on that will be really important. Because if we do end up getting like some kind of shooting star here, then now we have an easy play. We now know that this high shouldn't get taken anymore. We now know that any rally up to this point could just be looked at as like a lower high in the making, if we view it like on a daily. And then, you know, at that point, then we can target closer to that monthly 9, which is right around that 2021 cycle high. And remember, we really haven't flirted with it since we broke out from it. If we go to the index here, we can see we just closed a monthly on it. We came down. So it is support. We held it. This acted like a spring, and then that slingshotted us up. You know, when you get a $26,000 candle to the upside, it does make sense to kind of, you know, get some kind of consolidation, if not pullback. But yeah, this monthly candle is really not looking too good, and that's why, you know, it's just going to be really important for us to really gauge and see just where these closing bases are going to come in, because you can even see the bottom of the 382 is right around the 2021 cycle high, which is coming in right around the monthly 9. And that's still a pretty massive drop down. I mean, even if the monthly came all the way back down and tapped it, it's still, we're talking 23-24% down.
Quick
If not
question.
more. Yeah.
Are those taps on the green candle before and now this one, both at the medium and rejections, giving us any little bit of an edge, or not really? Because those are
No.
rejections, right?
Yeah. Right here you're talking about?
Yeah. And then the right one.
Right here?
No. You're like the top. Yeah. The big green candle rejected.
Yeah.
And then the red one, right?
The edge would have been kind of what we were talking about before we rallied up to it, which is just simply like, this is a monthly median. We are kind of at like the highs. We're at 108,000. We definitely want to see this break, so that way we can start getting those degenerate numbers. But until then, we have to really start gauging that 108 as resistance first. If not, we're going to get some long form consolidation, because yeah, you're right. And now we're rejecting this now. And so that's not a good sign, in my opinion, as hard as it did reject, because, we didn't full on reject here. We didn't revert this entire candle after we hit it. We did this time. And that's not a promising sign for me, but it's not something that, you like. It's more, anytime you get rallies into the monthly medians, it's always just something like you want to mentally say, okay, well, we're probably going to get some kind of rejection around here, the first tap, which we did. And then the second tap, ideally, it's kind of where you'd want it to get reclaimed. The fact that it shot back up and then we were still under it was still kind of guiding the bearishness of that median. Kind of, well, we're below it. We rejected it here. That's kind of why I was mentioning, that 107 to 108 being resistance, just solely based on this chart. And so we can see it did actually held nicely and rejected us down. And so now for me, I think it's wise to just kind of, take it day by day and see what we have. If we start going now to the weekly again, this is it. We kind of want to see bulls really hold this, and this is closing in 2 days. So you'll really know that we're going to get a bigger pullback if we start losing this weekly EMA 9. If we start holding it, okay, great. Bulls aren't out of the woods yet at all. They need to actually get some consolidation here. Consolidation then can start actually, resetting the weekly. It can actually then start, ideally rolling over the daily, which is something I talked about, because we are at the 50% on the daily. There's not much opium here, because this is still a volatility setup that is brewing, and it fired off, and now it's expanding and it's looking strong. But the one little opium I have is that we are at that 50%. So if we did get some kind of long form consolidation as represented, I guess I deleted the lark line, but just right around here, what that could do is then start rolling over this BBWP and maybe start resetting it again. But again, that's solely just hopium, and this thing still looks like we're getting volatility expansion on the daily to the downside now, while breaking the overall uptrend. Now we're getting a bounce after bears did that. This bounce is probably going to trap bulls, unless we can break the high here. If we can break the high, then great. This all is just negated. It was a bear trap, whatever. But until then, yeah, we have to really start gauging the lower highs on the daily. And then, when saying that, then I do think that we then just need to watch carefully where this EMA 9 is, because, granted, that's still $6,000 away from current price action right now, and we haven't actually hit it. We're just kind of like, I guess, chopping around here if you just focus solely on that weekly. So that's kind of Bitcoin. It's not looking good. It's definitely it's news to me that the daily trend broke, because that was something we were, at least guiding my bias on. Well, as long as that daily trend holds with the EMA 34, then you could take some longs here with stops here, but that didn't work, and we fell through it. And I break trend on wick bases. I know people like using closing bases, but I've always found it with Bitcoin safer to use it on a wick basis.
Do you have any thoughts on the yearly candle closing on 11 days, or not really, not putting any weight on it?
Well, the nice part about this is we also have a 6 month, a 3 month. Oh, you said yearly. Yeah, let me
yearly.
Check. Yeah. Let me check that.
11 days.
Yeah, I mean, this is still looking very good.
Yeah.
It's looking strong, of course, and you can even just see how kind of minute this pullback has been if you really just look at it on a yearly. But again, it can just play into what I'm saying. If we can't reclaim this 95, if we can't hold essentially 96K on a yearly candle, then I'd be looking for us actually to come back down, maybe back to that 73,000. If not, solidifying what I'm saying, where that 2021 cycle high. Let me just get this off.
Mhm.
Let me attack right here. Solidifying what I'm saying, where okay, well, we get the candle close now. We're kind of in no man's land. It would make a lot of sense to me then to open up possibly into this new yearly candle, actually solidifying that this is support. As you can see here, it solidified it here. This was mega resistance, came down, broke down. Okay, we busted through. Great, never really, we claimed back above 40K. Then here was insane. This is a $54,000 yearly candle. And so really it wouldn't surprise me to see this open. And then on this open, we kind of do just like back test this, 2021 cycle high here. Flip this into support. This gets everyone thinking that we're uber bearish. What this does is gives us a very nice bull market flush out from this high all the way down. It's very on par to what we've seen before, a nice 30 to 40% flush out. I know a lot of people haven't, been here for multiple cycles, but that is what we get usually in bull markets.
Mhm.
And then at that point we could maybe get a spring from there on that new yearly. That's all I can interpret though on this yearly from this point is, yeah, it just kind of solidifies more on like why I do think we could, on a worst case scenario, really, back test at 69K, which is a perfect number. It lines up with the 2021 cycle high. In super bullish markets, you do want to start getting those like SR flips on all time frames. So now a monthly candles closing would make sense over time, maybe in the next few months, 2 months, if that, just start really coming down and testing that. And then that again will just kind of be the big determination. If we lose that, we start losing this on like a monthly, on a weekly, then yeah, it's really not going to start looking good because of what I showed here on this monthly candle. If the monthly starts losing this zone, then yeah, what we're now doing is we're losing that EMA 9 on the monthly, which has never happened this entire bull market ever. And that's kind of my bear market indication there. Then once we start losing this, so until then, I mean, the macro is still okay. The lower time frames are concerning, but we just kind of want to wait and watch and see the reaction around that weekly EMA 9, because that to me is a determination of a lot of things. If we lose this weekly 9, then yeah, we're probably going to end up going back down to 69K, if not all the way to 72,000, maybe a wick below. And then at that point, yeah, you really just want that monthly 9 to hold, because as long as the monthly 9 holds, we still should be in a bull market. But as soon as we start losing those monthly 9s, then it doesn't mean we're just going to dump through it. It probably means, okay, now we'll constitute some chop. We lost it here, we chopped, we came up. This is a bad example because we made the high here, we lost it, we came down, we came back up, we kind of like broke a little above it, and that wasn't, we formed a lower high here on this monthly on April, not breaking the last high of March, and then coming down pretty aggressively for the next 3 months. Before then slow bleeding, chopping all the way back down to that 15K. Granted, in this environment, we had FTX collapsing, we had Luna, we had 3AC going down, like all the FUD, but that doesn't necessarily mean things won't happen around here. But that is kind of the explanation for this bear market, I guess. But I just think it's wise for us to stick to trend. And if the daily trend is down now, I don't think it's wise to be longing here. I think it's actually wiser to be kind of using this high as your gauge of a stop loss. And then any kind of move up to this point should just be looked at as maybe a lower high. Bitcoin likes to put in those divergences, where we always squeeze back up. We always do. But then, we are bearish. We're going to then put in some kind of lower high. And that's where you want to position, because now the play's easy. You short the lower high, you have your stop at the high. And then at that point, then you can target possibly even all the way back down first to the EMA 100 on the daily, which is at $82,700.
Can I also ask you to look at the 4-hour with all of your EMAs and SMAs, and we're getting a silver cross to the downside right now. And just going back, it seems like that doesn't happen that often, really. It might be just a little, like, if it happens, it is indeed just a fake out for the most part, but it seems like a bigger
Right,
deal.
interrupt. Before
Yeah.
that, check the daily candle on October 10th.
Sure.
Daily candle October 10th.
Let's see. October.
Broke it on a wick, but not a closing basis.
The
That one right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's true. That is true because we had the. Is it true though? Yeah, I mean that was predatory, because you had this massive shooting star here, and it kind of did look like a lower high, and you did make that lower low, but
it always does that bullshit before blowing up. This is why it's so dangerous for people that don't really can set up like a proper trading strategy, because it literally does this for a living.
Yeah,
it that's does. Why the boomers say crypto's a scam.
Bitcoin, it dirty dances. It loves the dirty dance. It really does.
Like Patrick Swayze.
Exactly. Like Julian.
That wasn't a happy ending, though. So let's hope that Bitcoin doesn't have the same dirty dancing abilities and happy ending as Patrick did.
I haven't seen the movie, so.
Well, Patrick Swayze died of cancer, sadly. I'm sorry for bringing the mood down right here.
Damn. But then also there's something to note here, though, about this price action. I generally get cautious whenever we start losing that SMA 200 on a daily. And then when you start losing the EMA 100 on a daily, it's just not a good sign. It's just not a good sign. Even here, you can see it. Then we rallied up, formed that lower high, rejected, came all the way down. Remember, this was like the 4th of, or no, what was it? Here was I don't even know. I thought in July 4th, we really dumped a lot. I can't remember now, but it doesn't matter. And so for now, I mean, we still are above all those levels. What you can see here, though, is it is looking grim, because if I turn off the 55 now, we really need bulls to start holding that EMA 34. And yeah, and I'll go back to what Farn was trying to mention there, is he's 100% right, though. Like, not everything is going to be just cutthroat clear as day with Bitcoin. And so I like using for trend it on a wick basis. He likes it on a closing basis, and that's perfectly okay. For me, though, here, this still is very choppy, because we still had that like lower high to a massive shooting star to then make technically another lower low after breaking this, but then at that point it bottomed, and this kind of we would have been at least identifying this once we got back above either the EMA 100, and then you can see we almost back tested it perfectly here, or just simply the SMA 200 getting back above the meme line, and then you would have taken a position close to the meme line, which is right around that daily EMA 9 before we, actually went up. And so that's why it's not also too hard to identify, kind of trend shifts. And now we see, okay, the higher low, higher high, higher low, and then we come all the way here. So, I mean, this breaking its daily uptrend doesn't necessarily mean now we're going to nuke. It just really does open the probabilities of that. And any pump up to here needs to be looked at as a lower high. And again, wrong if we break these highs here. If we end up breaking these highs, and yeah, this was just a bear trap. The weekly EMA 9 held like every single time it has, and that was it. And everyone kind of got bearish at support, but also that bearishness is constituted. We are in a weird environment right now, where the trend has shifted. Economic policy, 2025 economic policy outlook's not very clear, and markets are looking shaky. And so for me now, I mean, let me just go to the lower time frames, because maybe that'll be a little more clear to me.
Yeah, did you see the NASDAQ had the largest drop in one day ever since that Japan trade?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and the longest amount of days in red since 1978. But then again,
that was Paul Volcker, right?
Yeah, it seems now that no matter what happens, like the rebounds seem to be quicker, but also like the bounce is back. But the problem is, once you get into a bear market like 2022, Nobody realized that until March. Like at March, people in March, crypto started falling in November, like late November, and until March, people like finally started going like, no, this might be a downtrend. It was like fucking wild.
Yeah,
it takes a while.
Yeah, okay, so the 12-hour here, it makes a lot of sense. We're getting that bounce right at the EMA 100 on the 12-hour. I do think we can easily come back up to that 100 and like 99,700 to maybe even 100,700. At that point, though, we do want to start looking at that as potentially a rejection zone. We're going to the 4-hour here. Once the load, you can see we do have that silver cross now, as Alejandro mentioned. We see here also that the 9 is right around 97,900. So if the 4-hour starts reclaiming the 9 here, then it probably means we're going to go back up to that 100,300 level, which would be an EMA 100 retest, while also EMA 21 silver cross retest. We now know that EMA 100 does like to hold on the 4-hour. When we quickly do SFP it, that's usually what fuels us higher. And so that's kind of, you could be using that as like a gauge of like, okay, well, we definitely want bulls to reclaim that if you're bullish. Then ideally you'd want the 4-hour to get back above that 101,500 level. If it can do that, then you have to focus on breaking these highs at 102,700. And if we can break these highs, then this is going to look like it's trend shifting again, because this to me is the last lower high on the 4-hour. Let's just go to the hourly. Why not? And the hourly here is looking constructive. We are now kind of basing on the EMA 9, which is good. We see volatility is resetting though on the hourly, which is telling me that we were getting that expansion when we were going down. So a pump up would actually start kind of cooling off volatility. And again, we're seeing that 100,700 level kind of being talked about. But I mean, the last point here is that 34, because you see on the hourly, we've just been kind of rejecting that. It's kind of been like the point. We come up, we reject a 34. We come up, we reject a 34. Here, rejected a 34. And then even here, couldn't even reach the 34. Rejected the 21, which just shows weakness. And so we are approaching, that 34 again at 97,700. You can use that 34 as a gauge. And if we start reclaiming that on an hourly and holding it, then yeah, I do think we can go back up to that $100,000 level, which again just lines up with right around where the daily 9 is, which makes sense. That could literally be where we potentially do put in that lower high on the daily, which again lines up with what I was saying, right around the median as well. Maybe we get a rally up to the 9 on the daily, if not all the way up to the median, which is 102,000. But then remember, at that point, you really do just want to start looking for weakness, because if this is going to be the last lower high, then if we get a rally up, you could potentially short this like right around here and have your stop closer, to entry, giving you at least a low risk short. And you're not shorting at the bottom here, shorting after we got, closer to a $9,000 move up, which to me that's a lot less risky. So that's Bitcoin. I do think we're in a very interesting point. We need to start really being cautious here, maybe being on short watch on the daily. But we don't want to be too crazy on our bearish bias as long as the weekly holding. That quickly could change in 2 days. We literally could fall through this. And then now we're actually getting some more confirmation on why this could be a major top. But until then, you don't want to start shorting into 90Ks. That's support. Even if we get a trend shift, you often do form those lower highs. People go wrong thinking, oh, the daily trend just shifted down. I need to short this now. No. A patient man waits, and he waits for the lower high, and he waits for it to confirm it's a lower high, by rolling over, losing those important levels, rejecting the important levels, which for me, it's going to be on the daily and the weekly. So, if you're bullish here, then yeah, you just want to get back above that call it $102,000. If we can get back above $102,000, 102, call it this wick high. That'll be even easier. December 19th wick high. If we can get back above there and hold it, okay, great. It's going to start looking like we're going to actually test these all-time highs again, right around 106, 107,000. And then at that point, that really could give an easy short, as long as we know this, last high here shouldn't get broken. It gets a little harder when you're trying to identify a lower high, based on like kind of in the middle here, but it still can be done. We go to Tether dominance now. we can see here just how clean this is, you know. And this has been a big point of my analysis for a long time on why, you know, I want to say I want the $120,000 level to get hit on Bitcoin. I want the degenerate levels, but you know, I was a pretty strong pretty adamant about, you know, this 3.79% on Tether dominance. It being an area of major support has just always occurred. Even on this major dump down, we bottomed here at the 3.79%, and from that point, we went all the way up to 6.7% here as well. We broke out, we came all the way down, this held, we came up, we, you know, rejected again, came down. 3.79 never got lost. And at that point, that's what sparked kind of the entry point to the bear market. When Tether dominance went from 3.79 all the way up to close to 10%.
God damn.
And then here we can see, okay, cool. You know, we kept rejecting. It's not until we start actually losing 3.79% where we start getting those really nice moves up on Bitcoin, like in 2021. That's when it made its 2021 cycle high. And then here as well, you know, lost 3.79%, and it came all the way back down to 1.9%. You know, we can just keep doing this. Like, okay, rejected here, the 3.79% came all the way back down to the 2%, kept rejecting, coming all the way down. And that's why, to me, this was a really important spot for bulls to kind of defend and bears to really get lost. Because I think on stream, we talked about even the potential of this divergence here, you know, where Tether dominance was coming back into this area of 3.79. But, you know, if it doesn't break this low, then this is actually going to start looking like more of like a bullish setup here, forming a higher low before a higher high break. That is what we got. And so I have this circled here because I talked about, I do believe 4.69%, a nice number, is going to act as some kind of resistance here, which is what we almost did get. We went to 4.61%. You would have been watching this based on that daily EMA 100, which is very important for Tether dominance. It's an area where we have been steadily rejecting through and through. We'd have these big pump ups. We go to the daily EMA 100, massive rejection. And also when we start reclaiming that EMA 100 on the daily, that's kind of your indication of a bigger move on Tether dominance. In this case, that bigger move will probably take us to the 5.8%, which is right on the SMA 200. If Tether dominance gets back above something we were saying, you know, that 5.23%, then what we have is we have a reclaim of the EMA 100, the SMA 200, and then this is really going to start looking like it's going to go back up to that 5.5%. You know, and that wouldn't be good for Bitcoin because we're only at 4.3% now. Going to the weekly here, you can see it. We almost hit the EMA 21 on the weekly. We are now back under the EMA 9, which is welcoming. But now, just like on Bitcoin, you know, this I do believe is now starting to get back into an uptrend posturing form. If we go to the 3-day here, we can see, you know, this broke. This candle here essentially broke the last low here. We also never made a lower low here. So now this is looking like a certified higher low with a higher high. And so now it makes sense to get some kind of pullback here, let Bitcoin get a little bounce. But now we can start kind of putting the pieces together, right? Because where Bitcoin or Tether dominance might actually get some pullback here, you know, all this could do is form another higher low, while then Bitcoin can just go and actually get that lower high, you know, formation that we're talking about on the daily here. You know, and that could come in right around that 100,500 level before breaking down closer to that EMA 100 on the daily. So, you know, that's what I have on Tether dominance. I do think we can come down. I do think that can play into Bitcoin bouncing, which it is. I do believe that we now need to gauge essentially that the 4% psychological point could be the area where, you know, Tether dominance forms that next higher low. If not, just, you know, very simply put, to the daily EMA 9, right at 4.08%. Curious to see how the HBDR is looking now. When we go here, you can see we are now losing the blue zone on the daily. It makes sense to actually go and retest that 382, which again just could line up right around where the daily 9 is. We also see the daily EMA 9 and the 21 are crossing. That's more bullish. It's usually what you see. That is what you could see before a silver cross to the upside, which we don't have yet. We start going now to the 12-hour. you can start seeing that we're really close for the 12-hour to actually silver cross. We are getting that back test in the 12-hour EMA 100. So this is kind of like your first point you want to kind of hold here. If this doesn't hold, then I do think we can come all the way back down closer to that EMA 9. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't wick below here. We just, ideally, if you're bullish on Tether, you don't want this EMA 100 to get lost, because then they'll start looking like an SFP, and that could play into maybe a bigger, deeper pullback to the meme line, which is right around 4%. But that still wouldn't be bad news, because that could just overall keep, right, this divergence, and we extend it. And then now, it's simply just going in that uptrend posturing where we're, making higher lows and higher highs, higher low to a higher high. And remember, if this is bullish, that's not good for Bitcoin as a whole. Bitcoin dominance here is getting that pullback. I'm still on the camp that this is topped, and that this is going to be just another lower high. Granted, this lower high is more evident if we go to a higher time frame. I do think here we broke the 5-day trend. We made the lower low. We're now rallying quite aggressively from that EMA 100. That's why I like using the EMA 100. It usually gives us those bigger moves up. We can see here, just like what I said on last stream, generally when you reclaim a level, you hold it, and then you SFP it. You generally do get those massive moves back up to it. And then if it is a bearish retest, you'd want to see some kind of rollover. And so that's kind of what we're in the midst of doing now. And this is why alts got hurt or hit so hard, because Bitcoin dominance did put in, I was on the camp that we were going to put in some lower high, more around that 57.5%. But, then I did say if we break that, we're probably going to end up going to that 59.7%, which is what we did. And that's why alts got pretty hit. Alts got destroyed. We can see here, that 366 on ETH BTC again was just like a major level, just like Tether dominance that we were talking about. And as long as we are under 366, you don't want to touch alts. That's not the play. Inherently that 366 level has just been very weak for alts. Anytime we get under there, we just dump on alts. We were talking about the scenario here in 2017 where we wanted to pump up, we wanted an aggressive move down, we wanted this to be catching us as support before making that big break for alt season. We didn't get that, and so now we're not holding support anymore. So that thesis is dead. The daily potentially today could be losing the EMA 9 now, which then would on the 5-day, which to me then could tell me, then I do think we could easily get a little pump up before coming back down and actually solidifying this EMA 9 into resistance before making a move down too. And I believe we're going to go back down to that 2-3 level as long as we are under that 366 level on ETH BTC, which is pretty detrimental. You can see here in the weekly, lost the 9, rejecting the 9. And so now you can just see it's just really nothing but air. Curious to see what the HBDR is telling us here. You can see we're now approaching the bottom of the 382. We know big moves occur once we lose that blue zone, especially for ETH BTC. We saw that last here. You can just track the blue zone with your eyes. You can see, okay, we lost it here. And then once we lost it, that kind of just led to a bigger move down. I do think that we can easily go to the 88.3% on the weekly, which is lining up nicely with my meme line. And I do believe then that's when potentially ETH BTC can get a bigger bounce. And that is still on as long as we are under 366. You don't want to be in alts anymore. That's not the play. Alt season seems like it's not going to happen right now, and you want to definitely be on the side of caution, especially if Bitcoin is at the midst of possibly breaking down a lot more, even going to maybe even just going back to 90,000. That could really be detrimental for alts as long as we are under this 366.
So alt season is starting right now.
Yeah, basically. We were hoping, but it also was just super important for us to hold the 366 level. We didn't get that. We tried, and it looked promising, but we fell through it. And so now it's like it makes sense we're getting a bounce here, but now we have to be really aware that now that could just be another flip of resistance. What was supposed to be massive support for us now might just be resistance. And so now what you really want to do is gauge that. And you also want to just see, okay, well, if we start reclaiming, especially on like a 2-day or 3-day or 5-day back above the 366, and holding it, then okay, that could be the trigger to maybe start scaling into alts. But as long as we're below it, this is kind of my no alt. I don't touch alts unless you're shorting them. It definitely won't be longing any alts as long as we're below 366. And that's just me, because I know alts do very bad when we're under that 366 level on ETH BTC. While everyone's trying to, be a hero, catch an altcoin trade, get that insane 20% move. I'm just more of like, I don't think that's going to happen as long as ETH BTC is looking weak, because then that's just going to be, more momentum for bears to be pressing ETH and alts down. Something to know, which I haven't talked about in a while, which I do think it's important now, is Dixie. We're now starting to get I guess, balance back in the forces, I call it. Because really, we haven't really been watching Dixie in correlation to risk on, which I know it seems, like that hasn't been working, but I'm always on the camp that balance always does come back eventually. It always does. It always does. And I do think we're now in that environment where a bullish Dixie actually is not going to be good for stocks or crypto as a whole. You can see here, if we extend this line, we can see this last rejection high here is going to be important for bulls to flip. Excuse me. You're going to want to see that actually hold. That's at 107,035. And that could actually come in closer to where that 2-day 9 is going. Overall, though, Dixie is looking pretty massive in terms of just the moves it's giving us right now. Why? Well, because for once we do for starters, I guess we are starting to see a monthly volatility move occur. Now, granted, it's not as big as what occurred in 2020, which is interesting to actually see this. Like, wow. I mean, I think right before, COVID, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Because there was what's it called? There was a dollar shortage, right? At that point, there was no liquidity, so that's what we did, and that's why you see that.
And then now we have a monthly, volatility again, expanding, firing off. This is to the upside. We're bullish. We see the monthly 9 and the 21 have crossed, where we're steadily holding the monthly 9 and we're above it. And so this is really looking like overall Dixie wants to make its way close to that 215, maybe all the way down up to 213 to 215.
That was 222. I'm sorry. Just go. Do you mind, since you're already there? Because it seems like obviously the next target should be those those highs, right? Like it should be aiming towards those highs. At least that should be what we think. But if you just go back a little bit in the chart, and see when was the last time that we went above that.
So the last time we went above that was right around here in 2002.
Oh, the .com bubble. Excellent. Fucking perfect.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, that's interesting to me. So, first though, we want to gauge this high. And if we can actually break this high, then I don't see why we wouldn't come back up and reclaim this. And that would be pretty massive. I mean, a 250, even seeing a 210 Dixie would be pretty big to me, honestly. Let alone 115. Let's see how the HBDR is looking, because there's enough data on this to see it. Let me just delete some of this shit. Okay, so now we're losing the blue zone on the monthly. We are at the 50%. I again just see good confluence about actually going back up to that 137.86 level. That would make a lot of sense. The issue is, though, with this volatility where it's at now, I mean, this is very fresh and it's expanding. It's this kind of guide or bias on why I do think this rally is just beginning. A move all the way up there is 5%. That could, that's okay. Closer to that to 115 is 6.98%, and then 8%, which is pretty big for Dixie, going up 8 to 10%, in my opinion. Let's see how the 2-month looks. I had an interesting chart on Dixie. I don't know if it's on this. No, whatever. It was just like a massive channel on Dixie, like a multi-decade channel I had on it. You can just, that doesn't matter. I'll show it on Euro though, because that is more relevant. And so what we see here too is we're actually getting a 6-month silver cross on Dixie. And like this is the point I want to really nail into our heads. no matter what time frame you look on Dixie, it being like the higher the time frame you look on Dixie, the worse it becomes. Like we have a 6-month here. We have a volatility setup on the 6-month, the lowest volatility read we've ever had on this 6-month chart ever in the history of Dixie, since the 60s, the lowest ever. We're now looking like we're now firing off, which we are. We're above 15% in the moving average. On top of that, we see here that we have a silver cross to the upside on the 6-month. Now, I don't know if I've ever in my life seen a silver cross on a 6-month chart, but here we have it now. So that's the first for me. We now also see we're holding very steadily the 6-month EMA 100, and we're even ever so slightly front running that. This is also putting in a massive hammerhead candle on the 6-month, and this is closing in 11
Bullish
days.
as fuck. Yeah.
So yeah, in summary, this
shit.
is bullish as fuck. Like actually, legitimately, no matter how you view it, bullish as fuck. We can see here that this EMA 9 on the 6-month is right around 102. This will keep going up, so that is telling me that any move down to that EMA 9 is a major opportunity. We then go to the 12-month here. The 12-month here is looking good. We see the 9 has crossed the 21. We're now basing on these lows here at 101, and we're even breaking out, and this is closing in 11 days. But we also see here volatility is still resetting, and it'll be interesting to see if it actually breaks back under 28.9%, because then that would mean that we're putting the monthly, or no, the yearly, my apologies, at the lowest volatility read we've ever had, which again just kind of solidifies that we really could be in the midst of seeing a major move on Dixie.
I think all the people that have been buying gold are going to be trapped, because if we go and really Dixie plays out, the dollar becomes strong as fuck. That means America's economy is fucking strong as shit. Going into that, the dollar becomes more of a powerful tool. What's the point of being in gold? And no one right now in gold is at a loss, unless you're a complete moron. Everyone right now is in profits in gold.
And then BRICS takes it up the booty pipe.
I just think that narrative was bullshit, dude. Like that was created by us. It's not like Russia is telling, like, they're not calling MSNBC and going like, hey guys, we're planning on doing you know what I mean? Like that's something that's been fed by our own media. Like our own people were the ones saying, this is why when the dollar went to 100, I said, it's not going to break down. It's going to go up from here. When the DXY went to 100, because I said, everyone is telling me, like every fucking rebel capitalist and all these guys, right, that come out and fucking talk about the economy and it's always going to go into a recession and all that stuff. All those guys were convincing me that the dollar was cooked. And I'm sorry, it's obviously not.
Yeah. Hey, but in their defense, they've called 2 out of the last 97 economic collapses.
No, they've called 97 out of the last 2. No?
Oh, no, my bad. Yeah, they've called 97 out of the last 2.
That's funny.
I'm sorry, I'm retarded.
I just think this is so crazy to see the dollar being that strong. And that would make sense with a gigantic narrative of selling everyone on get away from the dollar, buy gold, and then it's the fucking.
One of the biggest mistakes people make in this situation is that when they hate the president, they just be like, it's going to collapse, it's going to collapse. No matter what the data says, they just hate the president. It's like, for example, people on the left are like, oh, Trump's president, we're going to collapse. Or people on the right are like, oh, Biden's president, we're going to collapse.
By the way, people on the left are going to be so annoying because I think just looking at the dollar too and everything that's going on, like we're going to have a collapse again. This is why I did the research on Argentina and all that stuff. And Bruno helped me out too, understanding what the situation was like. So I think they're going to be right for like 6 months or like hopefully less. But I think they're going to be right. And they're going to be so obnoxious because they don't understand anything. Like they don't know how money works.
You know, I put my tinfoil hat on a few months ago. I was telling my mom, like, how funny would it be if Trump gets in and then that's just when we start going into a recession. Then they're going to blame him for all the downside moves, all the, stocks going down. They're going to say, oh, Biden was, see how the economy and stocks were going up all-time highs. And under Trump, we were just dumping.
Which is funny because it was common knowledge that all the numbers that came out while Biden was president were just bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. But I agree with you, Alejandro, on that. Something here to note too is we're literally losing the blue zone on the 12-month chart. You know, last time we lost the blue zone here, was here, right? Let me see. Let me double check that. We lost it here. We came down, and then we just kept going up. So, I mean, it depends how you look at it. But losing the blue zone here, at least at minimum, gave us a 16% move. If you're taking it from all the way up, yeah, 37% move. Let's try to find another losing the blue zone scenario. Here we lost it. Let's take it to the high. That was 15%. And now I know we're all degenerate here. We all like Bitcoin, but 15% on Dixie is massive. That is massive. And then here, I don't even think, I don't know. This doesn't count because we didn't lose it.
Yeah, it's a start.
Yeah, that doesn't count. We are losing it now to the upside. So we are breaking out. And so we know big moves occur. I don't see why we're not going to go up to 115 over time. You know, even viewing this, I could change it to here.
What's a 15% move from there?
Yeah, let's check. So we could do, we'll take
from
it
the blue zone or
Yeah.
wherever you want.
Yeah, let's do it to the blue zone. Let's be
Yeah.
really
Let's
back.
yeah. Let's not go crazy.
Yeah, let's not go crazy.
Oh,
Oh, look at that.
there you go.
Yeah, perfect. To 120, which is pretty massive. Yeah, that's funny.
Euro to 85 cents.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to get into that right now because euro is looking like death. I've had this. Let me turn the rainbow chart off real quick before I tell the Europeans how bad their currency looks right now.
Oh, and it's going to get way worse. They have no idea how fucked they are.
We have
Euro
this,
poors are about to get even more Euro poor.
they're about to go to Project 8 poor, bro. Like really poor. We have this multi-decade channel. We came down during Paul Volcker. We held. We came down during what was this 9/11 .com. Yeah, .com. Thank you. Yeah, it held. We came down here 2022.
That's when we convinced Europe that it was a smart idea to get rid of their cheap energy and instead use ours for moral principles, and they fell for it, and that's what it shows.
Okay, perfect. So then here's that. We're now losing this potentially.
Yes, because now we're stealing their companies.
This channel's getting lost. Yeah, so it's looking like a major breakdown. While also here we see the 12-month actually volatility is starting to bust on through to the moving average. Fine, that's okay, whatever. We start going to the 6-month now. We're now at the lowest volatility rate on the 6-month ever on euro, ever. We now see here that this candle is looking absolutely disgusting. And it's literally hanging on to a cliff. We see here we have a 6-month silver cross as well to the downside. And we can see just how strong the silver cross is. Look at the reaction of that EMA 9. We just fully rejected it. Yes, we went a little above it, but this is an ugly candle. We going through the HBDR on. We're losing the blue zone to the downside. We're holding the 50%, but I mean, losing that's going to give us a target to 95 cents, 95.881 cents, basically filling this wick here that occurred in 2022 bear market. You know, if we end up coming down here and going to this wick, I don't think that's going to hold, personally speaking. I do think that there's a lot of liquidity here, a lot of people that took generational long, so they thought right around here, and it printed it. It did well for them. Do you think if euro comes all the way back down to 95 cents, we're going to break down harder? And at that point, we could be seeing a 90 to maybe even 80 cent euro per dollar, which is kind of crazy to think about. That'll be the lowest it's ever been, you know, since 2001, which is pretty bad. On top of that, though, here we go to the quarterly. Can see the quarterly is giving us a volatility setup. What I like about this quarterly too is we see the bottom of the 382 is right around where the bottom of this meme channel
I have
is.
a little conspiracy theory type of tinfoil hat thing going on right now. Can you go back to the chart we were on before?
Yeah.
Can you see that bottom of 2001? Go to 2001.
Yep.
9/11.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, yes, they always come. They always come with something, but the reality is 9/11 is a result of that. It's not that the graph after 9/11 did this. Always, like I said, and this is my view, obviously. We do things to fix things. Like when isn't it a crazy coincidence that we're having a liquidity crisis right before COVID and that we printed all that money and that just just in time, nature decided that a guy was going to eat a chimpanzee's fucking pussy out. And then he was going to get COVID and send it to the entire rest of the world, and everyone was going to get COVID. I'm sure that's what happened.
A guy actually fucked a pangolin.
The pangolin, all right? So he was eating his ass, and then he got the COVID, and then he passed it to everyone just in time to save the liquidity crisis. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is all bullshit.
Yeah, and you were right. This is like the .com bubble too, though. Because I was thinking, 9/11, but no, it was the .com bubble, I think.
Yeah, because usually with wars is when dollar goes up.
That's right.
And at that point, everyone's thinking the U.S. was going to war with everybody.
Yeah, and I do, so 6 month too, we're under the median, so we are bearish. We go to the 3 month here. We're really, really close to losing the quarterly bottom of the 382, which I don't find it a coincidence. It's right around this meme line here, this channel. I do find it interesting, and we were talking about this far in this on Euro. Remember in Tokyo? Like, I think we came down. I don't even know where. It was so long ago. We were starting to come down. Like, it was really looking bad. I was really wondering why Euro looks like it's about to do like a multi-decade breakdown, but it held, and then we came up. Now it's really looking like that again. Like, it just wants to put in a multi-decade breakdown. The 2 month here, like, again, no matter where we go, it just starts really looking grim. Look at that. We have even a zero volatility read on the 2 month on Euro. And to me, this is still of the chance of it's going to break down, especially when this 2 month closes. Assuming it closes under this channel, that would just be the nail in the coffin. Let's say it holds it. Okay, we could get an easy rally back up on Euro. But even here, you can see where now it's just really freshly losing this median here on the 2 month. It's not a good sign. The monthly, lastly, I'll go and we can see this is and last time this occurred was in 2020.
Again, coincidence that the pangolin just fucking
exactly. Literally,
damn it, Randy.
That was the funniest South Park episode I have ever watched in my entire life.
Yeah. And Mickey Mouse and all that stuff was insane.
It was
and I'm gonna keep it real with you. In every one of those situations, I still fuck the pangolin.
He's so panicking. Good. He's like, oh my god, I need to watch that again. I just thought that was the funniest episode. Anyways, so like no matter how you look at it, this is looking bad. And so what can this, as traders, what can we decipher from a Euro, bad Euro, good Dixie? This is really going to start giving us some good Forex plays. So if you're in the academy, I do like trading Forex and I do like watching Forex, but when it's fun, and right now we're getting into an environment it's about to be really fun, right? Because I mean, even if you look here, this could be giving us a setup potentially soon, USD JPY. But for me, I love the Euro pair versus the Dixie.
Can I be annoying? You know who told us this was going to happen? The peso dollar, baby.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, no, I agree.
That was the first one. That was like the one that said, hey, shit's fucked. And it's a USD MXN.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, because we looked at that on the town hall. And to me, it still looks like, this wants to go to $22.
Yep, 22 pesos per dollar.
And it looks like the monthly is close to silver crossing. It hasn't yet, but it could. If we start going here on the weekly, 2 week first, it's losing the blue zone. It makes sense to come back down, test the EMA 9 on the 2 week. But overall, I think this is going to go to $22 over time. We can even see here on the quarterly here, we're really close to actually breaking above the 382. This is like in the midst of a breakout. We can see here too that the quarterly median actually held perfectly on this dump. And so this is like really bullish. If we get any quarterly close back above $20.37, this is what's going to be the spark of a breakout for the peso, which to me, I mean, I'm saying 22.12, but we could easily go to 23.24, if not maybe 24.50, which then would just be filling some of
all-time highs.
Yeah. So that's not good either. So, I know I'm going on like tangents now, but I just thought that was interesting. I think Euro is really, really, really going to give us a fun trade soon, very soon. I think Dixie also is, if that's bullish, and now we can just start trading the pairs where that'll just make them weak. I do think that has implications for risk on, though. I do believe Bitcoin is at a very precarious spot. you really want the weekly 9 to hold. If that weekly 9 gets lost, which remember, if the weekly 9 holds, but the weekly EMA 5 gets lost, that could be your kind of front runnable event that, okay, well, wait, there's something weird happening because, this whole time that EMA 5 on the weekly has been holding. So once that weekly 9 gets lost, that's going to be my confirmation that, yeah, we're probably going to end up going back down closer to the, 73,000, if not to 69K, which from here, I mean, we're still close to 100K. If we go all the way back down to, 69,000, that's going to be a pretty aggressive dump. It's a over 30% move, but it's still on par to, we still are bullish as long as that monthly 9 holds, which is right around that $73,000 level. So I could see it, we aggressively dump, we get a, bull market pullback, everyone gets bearish, and then just for that monthly 9 to actually hold. But, until then, that's still very far and we can still trade that. Still very tradable events happening. I just think we want to be patient and wait.
Not me. I'm going to front run it right now. Nah.
Max short, full court.
Fuck everything that I've learned. Brian, throw your chart, son.
Before I start, I got to point out, somebody offered you a very insane offer, the best offer I've ever seen. I don't see how you can turn it down. He wants to trade your account, and he promises you up to 20% on your money.
No way. No way. That's pretty good.
Check the comments. Such an insane offer.
Who is this stranger? Let me do it. By the way, I'm not going to read the comments. I'm sorry. There's no way. Unless they're from Elite Trading Academy US, I'm not reading the fucking comments.
Guy says, I'll make you 20% on your money.
Damn,
pretty good. Wow. I've always wanted to give my money to a stranger I've never met.
Oh yeah, me too.
Right.
Especially whenever they send you those emails saying, I have a great idea, but I need you to sign an NDA before I tell you.
Dude, you didn't see it, but someone sent me a message, and the guy goes like, "Hey man, I'm a nurse, and I'm not doing so well. Being a nurse doesn't pay that well. I want to start a family. I want to find a wife. I want to have a house. Can you give me $3 million? Oh, wow. That'll help me." Yeah. I posted it on Twitter. People were like, "What?" I'm like, "You haven't seen anything, guys. I got people that ask me for $10 million. Like, I don't understand how much money.
If anyone is getting $3 million, I'm first in line."
Get
out. So I'm gonna start also with the daily, and I'm leaning bearish. I'm not like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we're bullish, but the reason why I look at it from wicks and from closes instead of wicks, and either one works depending on which one you use, but because I use wicks for a swing failure pattern basis, to where if you were to go below a previous wick and then not close below it, it goes by like liquidity, where you would have taken that liquidity in that area and closed above. So I'm not saying that we're going to reverse from here. And also I'm going to throw on top of that we have bearish divergence on the daily, where you see that this high right here on momentum was up here at about $102,000 on a close, and then this high over here was at 106,500. But we made a lower high. So now we have bearish divergence on the daily as well, along with expanding volatility. And we have the jewel starting to flip over, losing the bearish control zone with a dark blue sell. So the daily is in a bearish posture. What I'm guessing is going to happen, I'm throw this out there, a little bit of a LARP line suggestion. I think we're probably going to bounce from here towards this median around like 102,000, reject that, then come back down and tap this 55 EMA somewhere around like $87,000. And switch towards the monthly. And the monthly right now, just like on spot where we rejected the rejected the median, on CME, we're rejecting the 38.2% on the top. And this is usually like, if you were to reject this area, you almost always come down towards the median. We have 11 days and 6 hours to go. So after that, the median is going to rise. But right now, the median is sitting at $84,222. When this rises, it's very likely going to be somewhere around $87,000 to $90,000. That's probably going to be our very high probability bounce area. And what goes along with that is that we're rejecting the bullish control zone on the monthly momentum, while volatility is starting to reset as well. And we still have not gotten that light blue buy signal yet on the jewel. So what's likely going to happen is on this next monthly open, when the median rises, the jewel is probably going to start flipping back around into that light blue buy. But since it's a monthly, it doesn't mean you go straight up from there. You're very likely going to come back down and retest that median, and then use that median as a spring upwards to wherever the next 38.2% range goes. but it's likely going to step up. And if you go down to spot, right now spot is at rejecting the median at $107,000. But like you see right here, whenever we kind of slightly rejected it, slightly closed over it, it ended up going down from about 114,000 down to about $98,000. So it went down by about $16,000.
Isn't that bearish or is that bullish?
It's slightly bearish if you keep rejecting it. So right now, if it moves down again, we want to see our next monthly open above the median. If we open above the median on spot on the monthly, then that'd be more bullish. If we open below it, that's going to be bearish as fuck, because then we're going to be more likely to reject it again, and then at the very least come back down and reconnect with this red 5 EMA. And that's also going to rise again. Right now it's at 82,500. Would be very interesting to see it go to $87,000. Right now the quarterly is also kind of rejecting the median. We didn't exactly tap it, but we don't really have to, and we're rejecting that one as well. The quarterly, not 5 EMA, is sitting at 69,164, which was 65, which is our 2021 cycle highs, which comes back down to the idea that that's going to be basically the line in the sand, where if you lose this area, this market is completely fucked, and we're probably going to drop way lower. At the very least, we're going to come down to this 21 EMA, which scary number to say, but right now it's at $42,000.
I actually agree. Just looking at the yearly candles, if you look at what they do, which is normally seems to be the pattern, like two green, one red, two green, one red. Normally the red one goes back to the bottom of the green one, and the bottom of the green one is exactly at like 40 some thousands.
Yeah, the technical term for that is a backfill. It backfills the previous candle's open.
The more you know. It's like we're learning here.
The rainbow appears.
Yeah.
And then on Tether, we also did a swing failure pattern to where it's likely to continue bouncing from here, where we went below all of these lows right here, and we went below this low, and then we ended up bouncing back. We don't have a close yet, but at this point, we're likely going to close above these lows. And if you get a close right here, you're very likely going to continue this bounce towards at least this 5 EMA, which right now is at like 4.68%, but more likely towards the 55, which is at 4.88%. And that would not be very pretty at all on Bitcoin. That would be like, let's do a little bit of quick maths, 14 to 15% towards the upside. And that would bring Bitcoin probably down at least 15% from here. And just for shits and giggles, let's see what 15% down would be.
$12,000 probably. Yep,
first take profit 12,000. Why so bullish? CME gap at 9,500.
No. I'm saying it's a $12,000 move for 15. No.
No, you were saying 12,000.
No, I was like, what? Yeah, no.
That brings us to about $81,000 to $83,000, which would be a very textbook type of move where we go down towards the median, go a little bit below it. And since 87,000, 4,000 is not a huge percentage off of $87,000, such a huge number, you could easily go back down to $83,000, $84,000 and then end up closing back above that median. But all of that is just LARP lines until it happens. And then we look at the quarterly. There is also a very, very, very high probability bounce here on the quarterly, because we went all the way down to the 100% on the HBDR. Right now, we're still at 95%. So if you're still bearish on Tether dominance, what you'd want to see is on the next quarterly open for these ranges to step down, because until then, it's unlikely that it's gonna break these lows. What's more likely is that it's gonna form a higher low right here and continue back and retest these highs around 6%. So we'd have to wait until the quarterly open, but right now it's not looking the best. Switch to the 2 week and go back to Bitcoin. And right now on CME, the low that we have as of this moment was a reconnect with this 5 EMA, which if you lose this 5 EMA, that's what will basically activate that move down to $87,000 in my opinion. If you because this whole way through we haven't even really tapped the 5 EMA. The only comparables time to before was in the early 2023, 2024, late 2023, early 2024 rally off of the Hamas setup, where we would go back every single time we'd reconnect with the 5 EMA, and that would give us a spring towards the upside. Right now, it's not looking like that's going to happen because our momentum is starting to shift down, whereas on this move up, momentum was going up the whole time, and now volatility is shifting down too. So as of this moment, this is still a corrective move, but it's no longer going to be corrective if you lose this 9 EMA, which is going to move up. It's going to be somewhere around $87,000. That's going to be like basically my bull market line, to where like if you lose this area, I'm no longer thinking it's a bull market. I'm not in bear market territory yet, but I don't think it's a bull market anymore.
You can go neutral.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in more of a chop solidation market until we confirm the bear market. And if we lose that area, for me, it's gonna be if you lose $70,000, all right, we're in a full on down only bear market. And the way to invalidate that is gonna be closing back above. It's gonna be like a huge range. It's gonna be $109,000. So it's probabilities are gonna be significantly more towards the bear side. So spot. And now spot is breaking back into the bottom, the top 38 too, losing it in currently below it. We're still bouncing off of this 5 EMA, but it doesn't really matter as long as we're losing this 38 too. What this setup would usually give you is if you lose this 38 too, you come back down to either the 9 EMA or the median. And this median is going to rise with this next monthly open. It will be very, very nice to see it right around this 9 EMA. That's going to be the ultimate confluence to where you're going to have two areas of a significant bounce on. And right now, that 9 EMA is also going to rise. It's going to be right now it's at $84,000. Also, would be very interesting to see it somewhere around $87,000. Weekly is putting in some nice bearish engulfing right now. I'd want to see it close below $94,200 to be like the perfect bearish engulfing, but it is still a little bit of bearish engulfing because we wicked below, and that would set us back down towards this top 38.2. Right now, that level is sitting at $88,000. Also, right next to that $87,000 number. Switch to Bitcoin dominance. And right now on Bitcoin dominance, another reason why I think this is a lower high on Bitcoin dominance before it ends up continuing towards the downside is because right now we are still rejecting this 38.2, and now we're about to lose this 50%. And then if you switch towards the monthly, as you see, we're making higher highs on Bitcoin dominance, but the momentum is making lower highs. So there's many drives of bearish divergence on Bitcoin dominance on the monthly. And once that confirms, you would need to lose, on a closing basis, 57% on a closing basis to confirm that bearish divergence. And that would have a technical target of somewhere around this bottom 38.2%, which is about 52%. And that would give us a pretty nice move on altcoins. It's natural to see a bounce right here after we came all the way down towards the median, which is going to be a very strong support zone because we have not tested it ever since this was kind of a test, but it was kind of a fun one back in January of 2024 when Bitcoin had that $10,000 drop in like an hour, where we dropped from $48,000 to $38,000 and alt got absolutely wrecked. It's a very similar move right now where people went from being in pre-rich mode, spending all their unrealized gains, and then instantly they got that little email saying your liquidation notice has been activated.
Pre-rich mode. That's incredible.
That's what we like to call it, pre-rich.
Yeah. I'm not broke. I'm just pre-rich.
Maxing out all the credit cards, already spending it.
Still my favorite meme. He's not broke. He's just fully allocated.
He's pre-rich. 5-day right now is also putting in a pretty nasty candle. We're bouncing off the median, but since what takes precedent over that is how this candle looks, and this is a pretty nasty bearish engulfing. So even though we're bouncing off the median, it still makes it likely that we're going to come back down and test this bottom 38.2%, which also is going to rise on this next open. We only have 7 hours and 41 minutes to go. But if we were to come back down to right now, the 38.2% is sitting at right about $87,000. Also a very, very nice more confluence for that $87,000 number.
Yeah.
And now momentum is starting to fully reset after being within the bullish control. Volatility is fully resetting too. It's at 5%. So if we lose that $87,000 number though, then volatility is going to start expanding from basically almost 0%, where momentum is going to enter into the bearish control. Then you very likely go back down to $70,000 from there. And a lot of people are going to be trying to bid the low or bid the higher low on the CME gap, because once it touches $78,000, a lot of people are waiting for that. It would be very, very Bitcoin-like to dump another 10% from there, liquidate all of them, and then run it back. And even then, I would not be looking for a reversal. I would be on lower high watch. And also, what goes along with the view that we probably get a bounce here is that we're bouncing off of the bottom 38.2% on the 2-day, where we went down to the 21 EMA. We're bouncing at the 38.2%, which would give us a move back towards the median as long as we hold it. And what is the median at? Exactly at that 102 number that I'm looking at to be the next lower high before we end up coming back down to $87,000.
You know what? I love that Alex brought it up. I love that you're bringing it up. And I somehow, being the retard that I am, I have that on my chart too as being like the next opportunity on a short. So I love the confluence that we all have on this one. Seems like we have been learning.
Hey, all of the best type of retards think alike.
That's right.
Timmy! I can say it because I'm retarded myself. So
same. We have the right.
On the daily, we are getting like a pretty significant bounce, which I'm guessing that this is going to get a lot of people extremely bullish. It's going to make them think they caught the bottom, and then once it goes back up and breaks $100,000 again, I strongly feel like the euphoria is going to come back into the market before they get absolutely dunked on again. Because if you were to calculate the percentage drop from $102,000 down to $87,000, it's another 15% of the downside. That's going to be the type of stuff that gets what's the word? It makes people lose all type of hope. It makes people go into despair, like what happened during this summer chopsolidation, where people just started giving up. Alice can attest to this. Where how many people are pretty big crypto Twitter traders who just basically gave up trading futures, talking about this is not for me anymore. I've lost too much money and I'm just going to go back to trading spot. A lot of that is probably going to happen again, especially since the prevailing narrative at that point is going to be that the top is in, and we hit $100,000, and now we're in for the next 2-year bear market. It's never really that easy. It always gives you that little fuckery before it actually brings that in.
100%. I mean, I remember perfectly when we hit that cycle top on 69,000, whatever it was. Then we chopped a little bit, and then we dropped to 49,000, like suddenly, right? It was like a massive drop.
One candle.
And everybody was like, dude, just buy the dip. It's going to be amazing. And Bitcoin went back up to like, I think 62, 63, maybe. Now, this is from my memories. I could be totally wrong. And everyone was like, you bought the fucking bottom. And then he just fucking went down. And on that second down, people started to go like, what's going on?
Yeah, but then it did it once more, where it went down to like $34,000 in January. And over the next month or two, it bounced from 34 to 48.
Yeah.
It almost went to 50. And then everybody started getting euphoric again. And then it went from 50 down to 25.
Fun times.
Very fun. Very fun. Very sleepless nights. But fun.
I'd say so.
You ever seen that one tick chart on YouTube where it shows you like the 1 second chart, and then on the right side it shows all of the liquidations?
No.
And it has like a little ding 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 with every single liquidation.
Oh yeah, I used to see that. Yeah.
I have that shit ingrained into my head. Imagine having like a $75,000 or $80,000 long on Ethereum, which is severely underwater, and you're just staying up all night watching that liquidation chart. PTSD.
Oh, that sounds horrible. Yes. Look at that.
And now the 4-hour has lost the 200 SMA, tested it multiple times, rejected, got massive follow through. This next time around, if we do tap it, I think we're probably going to break it and go up towards somewhere around like maybe the top 38.2%, which is right below $102,000 at $101,993. Perfect area for our next lower high. before we continue to dump it again. And also another reason why we're bouncing here is because we went to the 95% on the HPDR. So these probabilities are very strong for either direction, to where you're going to get a very statistically likely move in that direction. And let's switch over back to the daily, and I'll put on the daily statistics. Wow, the daily is not green. This indicator right here, for people who don't know, it's called the crown range statistics. It gives you the stats, historical stats on each day for the percentage move to the upside and the downside. So right now we are on Friday. Friday is statistically a 58% chance of closing green, which right now we do see a green candle. And the probabilities are about, if we're bullish, about 1.92% to the upside and 1.76% to the downside. So if we calculate 1.92% to the upside, which is the average move, bring this right around, like, what is that? 98,000? No, about $99,000. So if we get above that, that'll take us towards this bottom 38.2%. If we can close over this bottom 38.2%, which lines up with this 21 EMA, that takes us to the median. Median's at $102,000. Very, very significant resistance area. Lines up with CME going towards that median and then coming back down towards this 55 EMA. We have now reconnected with this 55 EMA this entire way through. The last time we were at the 55 EMA was in October 11th, where we initially broke out and we went from about like $60,000 towards our 2021 cycle highs, reconnected with the 9 EMA, and then broke our March all-time highs. So this 55 EMA is going to be a very, very important zone. You lose this 55 EMA, then you're coming down towards the 100 EMA. That's going to be the gap fill on CME. And the reason why I don't think this is going to fill, or I don't think this is going to hold, is because of how many people are looking for a retest of this area to get back in towards new all-time highs. And Bitcoin is never usually that nice. Like if you were to take a line from the previous cycles, every single time that we significantly broke out and we left a major gap, or we left like an area to be tapped where everybody wanted to get back in, it never really taps that area until the bear market starts.
What a total fucking dick.
Yeah, Bitcoin is like Mickey Mouse from South Park. Get back to work, you little bitch. You remember SpaceX from South Park when they went to the rockets and there was all Mexicans working there?
Oh, yeah. Hello? See? You want to go to the moon? See, we can take you.
200?
200 million? $200? It's fucking amazing. I love their Mexican voice, too. It's so bad, but so good.
What's funny is you realize it's just those two same white dudes who are voicing everybody.
I love Matt and Trey. They're so fucking brilliant. Yes.
Quarterly, we still had that hidden bullish divergence active. It's basically most of our targets have been hit, and our next target is kind of out there, kind of ridiculous. Personally, I don't think this number is going to hit, also because we only have 11 days and 8 hours to go. So this number is only irrelevant if we go there this month. Next month is going to be more of a relevant number after it drops. So I'm just going to say it just because, for shits and giggles, nobody should take it seriously, but that number is $160,000. It's very likely not going to hit that. This number is probably going to drop down somewhere around like 120s to 130. And even then, I'm not so sure it's going to hit that either. And we're getting that same volatility expansion from the lowest levels we've ever been at. But I also want to see where volatility goes to after the next quarterly open. Because as you guys remember off of the Hamas setup, we were at 54% volatility for the longest time. Then the next candle opened and we went from 54 to the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Monthly right now, this is going to be a cause for some major concern. Where monthly, you see this high right here at $71,000. Next one is at $96,000. That's a $26,000 higher close, but RSI could not break the critical zone. So now we have pretty significant bearish divergence on the monthly. And this bearish divergence confirms. Right now, to confirm the bearish divergence is going to be pretty difficult. You would have to close below, what is this candle low? $66,824.
get out of here in 11
Pretty
days.
unlikely.
Yeah, right.
Pretty unlikely that's gonna happen. But after this month closes and the next monthly opens, it's gonna be much easier to confirm that bearish divergence, because then you would have to close below 91,180, which is not that hard because we're only about $6,000 away from that, which is a sneeze for Bitcoin. So until then, like, the divergence is there, something to watch, but it's not something that's really playable. And if you guys want to see an example of what happened in the last previous bearish divergences on Bitcoin on the monthly, here's the first one. We went from about $58,000 down to about $30,000, $29,000. The next bearish divergence we had on the monthly, we went from $61,000 to $15,500. So bearish divergence on the monthly, like, the easiest way to say it in a nutshell is that marks the bear market. And that would take us at a minimum to about what is that? The middle zone. And just like the on the quarterly where I said the number is going to drop, this number is going to rise. But right now, that number for the neutral zone on the RSI is at $34,660. I'm thinking it's going to go somewhere to the 40s.
Yeah, me too.
And then you look at the 2-week. Still got that little Hamas setup right now, but most of it has played out. We're at 62.7%. And then just like the monthly, we have many drives of bearish divergence right here, where the price kept going higher, but we kept making higher lows, lower highs on the RSI. Many drives of bearish divergence. To confirm it on the 2-week, we'd have to close below $91,180. Close below there, then we would have our first target of the middle zone on the RSI, 66,640, right below our 2021 cycle highs. And then the next one, not a relevant number, just like that 160,000, because it's too far away and we have many closes. That number right now is at 26,525. Imagine if Bitcoin were to go back down to $26,000 after hitting 108.
I mean, listen, if we go by the theory of the markets, what we're seeing right now in all, like, basically on Forex, right? Like, which is what we talk about. It's not that the event causes the problem. It's the event comes to solve the problem, really, that is caused, right? It seems like the euro collapsing, the Japanese yen collapsing, the Mexican peso about to fucking, after it goes, and I think it's going to go touch the 19.4 area. After that, it should spring to the upside, and it should basically collapse against the dollar. The dollar getting so strong, right, with what we're seeing. And the fact that we're going to cut spending, that should give us something we've never seen before. And the way to come out and, like, level it is going to be the interesting thing, because that seems to be what they do. They come out with whatever, or they come up with whatever fucking solution or whatever problem it is, and that turns out to be the solution, right? Like the excuse so that they can provide the solution to float the market. So I think there's a big opportunity in front of us brewing, but I don't know how, because Bitcoin is liquidity. That's the way I see Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a reflection, like a direct reflection of liquidity hitting the market. And if you eliminate that, Bitcoin's never been in any sort of situation like that. So I want to see what happens.
Yep, and now the markets are being very spooked by Powell saying that there's going to be less rate cuts in 2025. And the hopium is now out of the window because people are like, oh, Trump is just going to ask for his resignation. But Powell said he's not going to resign until his term is over.
Yeah, I guess. So but also it goes against monetary policy. I guess no one's really paying attention. Trump came in and people just labeled the same policies as that's what he's going to do right now. But instead, like, he's changing it. And everyone's just ignoring the government spending cut. Like, I know that everyone says that, and I know that it's been said before and it doesn't happen, but they literally started just doing it now. So I don't know. I'm just going to.
Plus, we've never had somebody like Elon Musk with that much power.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
1 second. Well, I'm getting a little cotton mouth. I'm going to grab my water bottle right next to me.
Do it up, son.
All right, got it.
Right.
All right, let me switch down towards a little bit of a lower time frame. And then on top of that, like, one thing I forgot to mention. Check out the weekly jewel. We're starting to get this God mode sell signal. It's starting to flip over. We don't have the dark blue sell yet, but we're on neutral. And whenever you're on neutral is the area where you should start looking. Like, you should start being more cautious. Just like how whenever the jewel is starting to flip around from the bearish control zone and you see it flip from a dark blue to white, that's when you should be on like long watch. And the same thing whenever you're all the way up here and it starts to flip over, that's when you should start being on short watch. Like you see, I'll put a vertical line whenever we started flipping back around in that same area. So here doesn't really look like we got much of a dump, but this is a logarithmic chart because this works. Bitcoin moves in many X's, so it's much easier to see it like that. That is still about what is that? 13% move to the downside, and then from here is where we got the real dump. Almost 31.38% to the downside. So even at the very least, when we got it, we were still in a very significant uptrend when we got it. We still dropped 13%. So if you were to do 13% from here, right down to $84,000, which is right around the area where I'm expecting to find our actual higher low if we are still going to be bullish. I mean, it's totally possible that we're not bullish anymore and we slice right through it and go straight to the 60s. Then I'm gonna get people telling me, "Oh, I thought you said we were gonna bounce at 87,000." Today also has confirmed bearish divergence. We've hit this the middle zone on the RSI, which is basically the reason why we're getting a bounce right now. You usually get a bounce in these significant zones on the RSI. Probably takes us back towards that $102,000 area, where it will be right above our bullish control zone. So we'll quickly pop back into the bullish control zone, probably deviate it, and then end up coming back down to the bearish control zone. And now we have another point of confluence for that number because the bearish control zone sits at $86,874. Daily has many drives of bearish divergence confirmed, where we've gotten to the neutral zone. The next target is going to be the bearish control zone because we're getting expansion on our volatility along with the bearish divergence. And the bearish control zone right now sits at $92,292.
Basically, the one area to hold.
Yep, because if you lose that, like, sure, you can wick to 87,000, but what I would like to see is a major wick in the $87,000 area and end up closing above 92 or 93.
Oh yeah.
This is one piece of hopium that I can give, but the most this would really do is give us the bounce to $102,000. Where we have lower lows on the price action, we have higher lows on the RSI. So we have bullish divergence forming on the 4-hour. The way to confirm this bullish divergence is that we would have to close above 98,116. If we close above that, that would take us back towards somewhere around this 55 EMA, which is just below that $102,000 area. It's at 101, like 2,101, 5,000. From 101, 500, my bad. And now the bullish divergence is starting to show on the RSI. That's cool. It wasn't showing before. The RSI target would also be somewhere around the middle zone, which is at $100,500. Most hopium that I can find right now is that bullish divergence. And now it's gone again. Let's go to momentum. Sheesh, ETH really is a shit coin. One candle from 4,000 to 3,000. I hate whenever I move these meme lines. All right, quarterly is still very, very strongly toward the upside in terms of momentum because we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $48,500 and like $48,600, and we're going to enter into the critical zone. So what I'm thinking is going to happen is that we're going to probably close above that $48,600 area. We've seen crazier. We've seen some pretty crazy things, but have we seen a $48,000 drop in 11 days? I personally haven't.
So that, by the way, that if that comes back and hunt you and bite you in the ass, that'll be fucking hysterical. You're not saying that it's not going to happen, and you're saying that
I would deserve it.
But it'd be fucking hilarious because we're all like, no, that's impossible. And that's like the fucking surprise, right? Like, nope, it was not impossible.
News comes out, Russia has detonated a nuclear device in Ukraine and we dumped $50,000.
Probably.
But as crazy as people try to make Putin seem, Buddy is not retarded.
Of course not. Dude, he's just playing the game. Come on.
So we get this close, which I'm guessing is going to be somewhere around the $95,000 to $98,000 area on the quarterly. What's also very possible is that if we don't hit that bounce off of that $87,000 area, we're going to go straight towards these 70s. And in these 70s is where I'm going to be on like lower high watch for a short into the bear market. Because if you lose $87,000, sure, it's possible. Anything is possible that it could bounce there and go back into the hundreds. I just think it's extremely unlikely just because of how many people are looking for that gap fill. And usually you don't really get it. Like, let me see if I can give you an example of every single time we've had a major breakout. So right here, we had a breakout right here of our previous highs from the 2018 cycle, where we just broke straight through them. People were looking for a retest of this area to get in. Never retested it. Let's see if we can find the 2014 cycle.
Until it literally went to shit. Yeah.
Same thing right here. We had these highs right here. People were looking for this area to get retested after it broke through. Never really retested. It just went straight up. Bitcoin doesn't like to give you those retests at major zones to get back in until when you get back in, then you get fucked.
Yeah. And right now, most people are like looking for the opportunity to get in, right?
Yeah. Same thing right here. Where we had these highs right here. We broke above it. We never retested them. We just went straight up. So if we were to come back down towards like the area to tap here, I would be on the position that we're going to keep going down, and this is not going to be a bounce area. This is going to be an area where you would want to short the lower high. And then we go down to the weekly. Weekly is now about to freshly turn down on our momentum, where we're within the critical zone. Volatility is starting to contract, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $104,800. Last time momentum flipped down in this area in the weekly was right about here. Right at our previous highs around $73,000. That's when we got our many months of consolidation. Many months of consolidation. And this is the type of stuff that makes Bitcoin makes you hate your life with, because you can't really trade it to the upside. You can't trade it to the downside. It's like watching paint dry. It's extremely boring because there's two forms of capitulation. There's price capitulation and time capitulation, where people get bored and they just don't want to trade it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's probably likely to happen right now, where if we flip down on our momentum, we're probably going to consolidate for a good amount of time, probably not going to nuke right away, even if we are bearish, get most people bored, and then the real move will happen.
Yeah, not giving you like the big short, not giving you a long, just fucking dicking you around.
Because every single long you take, like, you'll get a little bit of a bounce, you'll be in a profit for a little bit, you'll round trip it, you take a short, you'll be in profit, and then you'll round trip it, and it'll just keep going like that again and again and again. And most people probably won't have good entries. So then whenever it reverses, they end up losing money off of every single trade. And then you get what's death by 1,000 cuts. Eventually, when you're right, your account size is so small that you don't really make anything at all.
Story of my life.
That was me in 2021 when I blew up my entire account. By the time I was right on that bounce from 34,000 to 48,000, just made like, I think like $7,000 or $8,000 after taking a $75,000 loss.
You were the meme of the guy that sees like the small breakout towards the upside after falling 99% and goes like, "We're so back."
It's like that other meme you've seen where it shows a candle going all the way to the like super Nagasaki setup, and then it bounces back a little bit, and then there's a guy saying, "Haha, fuck you bears, I told you so." And
that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, then it shows at the top of the candle, says bought here.
Yeah.
5 days, same as the weekly, flipping down on momentum as long as we're below $103,500. 2 day as well, volatility contraction while we're flipping down on momentum. exiting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 104,000 or 104,400, let's say 50. Let me switch this. There we go. It's getting a little hot, so I'm turning the AC on.
Got it. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, that's my dildo, my vibrator.
Nice.
God damn.
That's a noisy one.
My Tesla vibrator.
That's a noisy one. That's like
as
a drone. That's a drone vibrator.
Cole would call it a Cybertruck. Daily with the volatility expansion, rejection of the critical zone, and we're getting this little red dot of bearish divergence on the momentum. Last time we had a red dot of bearish divergence in the stochastic momentum. It was right over here, back at about $66,000 before we dumped to 60, a little bit lower. What number is that? $58,000. That was like about an $8,000 drop. Not really that much, but in terms of percentage, that was about like
It was
12
20%.
to 15%. Oh,
Yeah,
I was wrong. I can't do the math. So. Remember, I failed calculus too.
Dude, I told my teacher I didn't need mathematics or calculus because I was going to be a writer or something. And she's like, you're still going to need it. I'm like, I'll never do an equation. I promise you. And now that's kind of like what I do for everything I do.
I mean, I was even more retarded. I was doing computer engineering, so I absolutely need calculus. On the 4 hour now, we're getting very extreme levels on our volatility after this dump. And we went up to somewhere around, what is that, 98% on our volatility. So this is also another reason why this is a very high probability bounce area. And now momentum is flipping back up, rejecting the critical zone, and flipping back around into the bearish control. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $93,900. And let's zoom on this. Nope, no divergence on this one. It's only on the RSI where we have that bullish divergence. And the 2 hour is now contracting from 100% volatility after this massive dump, and which is why another reason why we're getting the bounce. And momentum is flipped up, and it's going to stay to the upside as long as we're above $94,600. So if we go towards like the monthly and the quarterly, quarterly is still looking pretty good. 6 months is looking pretty good. Yearly is looking pretty good. Monthly is giving very, very much cause for concern because we're making a very ugly candle. We have possible bearish divergence, and the 2 week has many drives of bearish divergence. We just don't have the local top in yet because right now to form the local top, you'd have to close below $66,000, which is not very likely. But next month, you'd have to close below 91,800 and you'd have the local top and you'd have the bearish divergence. Then at that point, you have like a insanely high probability that you're in a bear market because you have to go with a trend. Like 3 makes a trend, and every single time we've had it before, bearish divergence on those time frames, we've been in the bear market. We had it in 2013, 2014 cycle, we had it in 2017 cycle, and then we had it in the 2021 cycle. So 3 is a trend. I personally would not go against a trend like that. I'd assume we were in a bear market as if that were to happen. We don't have it yet, but it's just something to watch. Then we go down towards like daily, where the daily on CME and a spot is breaking our previous wick lows. We haven't closed below them yet. So that's another reason why we probably get that bounce because we took a bunch of liquidity in that area. Go back towards the median on CME, around $102,000. And since we still have bearish divergence on the daily and momentum is still pointed heavily to the downside, that's a high probability area for a short. And from $102,000, I have high confidence that we're probably going to drop down to 87,000. Tap that 55 EMA on CME, and then from there, I strongly believe we're going to bounce from there and go towards like maybe 113 to 120 and tap the higher end of our HPDR levels on the monthly and the quarterly. And if you go down to the 4 hour, we're getting extreme level of volatility from this dump that we've had down to $91,000 or $90,000. We're getting bullish divergence appearing, and we're getting volatility contraction, which implies a mean reversion bounce. So that's why I'm thinking it goes along with going back towards the median on CME, which is about $102,000. Bullish divergence lines up with that. And then our momentum will volatility be fully reset. Momentum will get into bullish control areas where it's going to be much more difficult for the bulls to keep it up. They're going to need some Cialis to keep it up. And then it's very likely to go from there to $87,000. And if it doesn't bounce at $87,000, then this shit's probably fucked.
That's an incredible analysis. If it doesn't bounce from $87,000, shit's fucked. Thank you everyone for coming. See you guys next week. Let's go to home.
We'll be here same time next Monday.
Exactly. We have Cardano next and then Tesla. So you guys pick who's going to be the one on the
Either
chair.
one's cool with me. Oh no, I don't want to be on the chair.
I can be the man in the chair.
Oh, thank you, Alex. Someone had to do it.
Someone's taking it for the team.
Exactly. I'm glad to put my trust in your hands and in that chair. Ok. Nos aventamos un análisis de 2 horas 20 minutos. Se me hace bastante importante para todos nosotros. Creemos que estamos en un momento crítico en todo el mercado, en realidad. Estamos viendo la tabla de Bitcoin, fue lo primero que pidió Brian. Y básicamente me gustaría empezar con el dólar. El dólar, lo que está viendo el dólar literalmente en estos momentos es algo que no hemos visto muchas veces. Quiero llevarlos a un gráfico mensual para que puedan ver al delicioso dólar. El DXY, ¿no? Tan famoso este índice. Todas estas son velas mensuales. Pueden ver que venimos a la zona del 100. Justamente esto estábamos hablándolo en un en vivo con Delox y con Suriol, que no iba a perder los 100 y no los perdió y dio este rebote. Ahora, limpiamos todos estos máximos y estamos por encima de ellos, lo que nos hace poner nuestro siguiente objetivo a romper son los 108,790. Una vez que rompamos eso, hay aire limpio literalmente para irnos al tope de esto que está en los 114. Para todos los que no se acuerden qué pasó acá, esto fue septiembre del 2022, octubre del 2022. Esto fue el fondo del mercado. Este movimiento fue lo que llevó al mercado al fondo. Y es más o menos lo que estás viendo en este momento, pero no vienes de un punto tan bajo, vienes de acá. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante entender esto o ver esto? Vean la volatilidad. La volatilidad está expandiendo por encima, ¿dónde está el 15%? Déjenme les pongo una línea para que lo puedan ver. Ahí está. Estamos por encima del 15% que fue donde vino a rebotar y ahora estamos expandiendo, ¿ok? ¿Y qué está pasando? Es una línea, es una vela verde. Esto fue el setup de jamás que hubo en la pandemia, el de acá hasta acá, donde solamente llegó al 61%. Y aún así, esto fue suficiente para llevar al peso a 65 centavos por dólar. Wow, me la mamé. A 20, no, verga. A 25 dólares a 25 pesos por dólar. Por mínimo, no fue por mucho tiempo, pero lo hizo. Y, importante, el segundo movimiento, fue el que llevó al euro abajo de la paridad del dólar. El dólar está preparando otro de esos movimientos asquerosos. El peso fue el que nos dio la señal por adelantado, ¿ok? Que fue lo que habíamos platicado antes. Ahora, ¿por qué estamos viendo este gráfico? Porque quiero que entendamos que si borramos y llegamos a estos máximos, tenemos una gran probabilidad de ir a buscar estos otros. Y ahora quiero que entiendan, esto fue el .com bubble. Esto fue cuando mamó la burbuja del .com y por 5 años Estados Unidos estuvo en un sub y baja, en una recesión. Después, cuando llegamos a estos topes, fue el 2016, Europa se fue a la mierda, fue la primera probadita de eso a Europa. Aquí habíamos topado antes, justamente en el 2020, en marzo del 2020, antes de ajustar y volver a subir hasta el 2022. ¿Por qué topamos aquí en el 2020? Porque imprimimos un chingo de dinero, creamos un chingo de masa monetaria. Y esto fue cuando le quitamos a Europa todo su energía y se las vendimos nosotros por 3 veces más lo que pagan y ahora están completamente jodidos. Otro movimiento agresivo del dólar es el fin, básicamente, en un mercado alcista, no importa cómo lo veas. Entonces, vamos a estar pendientes, la zona de los 108,756 es muy importante. Los quiero llevar a un gráfico de 6 meses. Pueden ver que en el gráfico de 6 meses también estamos expandiendo volatilidad de niveles bastante bajos con esta subida justo. Y de nuevo, estamos encontrando todo este tipo de setups en este tipo de ocasiones. Podemos ver, no habíamos tenido un cierre tan fuerte como el que tuvimos acá en el 105,789 desde literalmente el 2002. O sea, este fue, wow, dude, we haven't had a 6-month close this high since 2020, since 2002 on the DXY. That's fucking wild. Loquísimo. Y ahora estamos por encima de ese número y vamos de nuevo a buscar estos deliciosos máximos o mínimo tal vez pelearnos con un 116 y no pasar esto. Pero de nuevo, esto negativo para el mercado, muy, muy negativo. Y eso es en un gráfico de 6 meses. No creo que tenga que acercarme más. También rápido, otra cosa que Alex estaba analizando también es el euro dólar. Y pueden ver que el euro dólar está corriendo a la paridad. Esto es, ponte tú, mientras más vaya subiendo esto, eso es que el dólar está subiendo de valor en contra del euro. Esto fue en el 2002, esto fue el 2016, que fue justamente lo que les habíamos platicado, y esto fue el 2022, donde el euro se fue a 95 centavos por dólar. Entonces, el que vaya a subir por acá y que vaya a romper esto, nos va a ir a hacer buscar la mismita cantidad de dinero acá en los 95 centavos por dólar en un euro. Y después, siguiente objetivo, van a ser casi por ahí de 80 centavos, entre 85 y 90 centavos por dólar. Eso es lo que pone el último clavo en el ataúd de Europa con todo lo que les está pasando y pues no pinta bien la cosa. Y estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo también con el yen. El yen carry trade se activó justamente acá arriba y estamos una vez más retesteando esta zona. Entonces, todo lo que nos dice Forex, y aquí es por eso que siempre es tan importante poder analizar. Estamos viendo los drones, estamos viendo que Donald Trump viene de presidente, estamos viendo todas estas cosas que son normalmente payasadas, pero aquí el gráfico nos está diciendo, algo están cocinando. Y yo no creo jamás que el gráfico, no, que las noticias son las que justifican el gráfico. Las noticias básicamente son solamente un resultado de lo que pasa. ¿A qué me refiero? Que justamente ¿en dónde fue la que estábamos poniendo por acá? Este es el dólar en el 2008, 2011. ¿Cuál fue la que quería encontrar en esto? Ah, la de la pandemia. Déjame lo pongo en la mensual. Ok. Y acá para que lo vean. Me estás diciendo que desde el 2019, mayo del 2019, se hizo todo este setup y al mismo tiempo que hubo este setup, en el 2019, ¿qué hubo? Una crisis de liquidez del dólar. No mucha gente sabe esto porque ¿qué es lo que saben? La pandemia. Cuando tienes una crisis de liquidez del dólar, ¿qué tienes que hacer? Inyectar dólares en todos lados. ¿Y qué fue lo que hicimos? Inyectar dólares en todos lados por la pandemia. Dijimos que fue por la pandemia, pero esto pasó antes de que la pandemia siquiera existiera. Entonces, para mí todos estos gráficos me dicen que algo está cocinándose, no sé por dónde venga, pero nos van a dar el problema que van a solucionar, que va a dar la solución a lo que esté pasando en este momento. No tengo idea de lo que sea, pero se ve del culo. Con eso advertido, puesto en la mesa, vamos al precio de Bitcoin. Ok, analizando y vamos a empezar como siempre. Voy a empezar con un gráfico limpio, 3 meses, acá. Y podemos ver volatilidad expandiendo de nuevo. Todo se ve bastante bien. Mínimo en la trimestral, estamos bastante por encima de nuestros últimos altos cierres en los 71,202. Estamos en 96,645. Nuestro promedio del 5 está en $69,000, casi por acá. Y nuestro 9 está en el 57. Esto nos dice que estamos en un mercado alcista a largo plazo. Bien, entendido. Vámonos a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver volatilidad contrayendo y yéndose de lado. No nos da ningún setup claro por acá. Pero estamos viendo, tenemos esta vela y ahora estamos formando una vela topera. Esta vela topera, atención, ¿por qué? Porque pueden ver que todos los fines de ciclo hay una vela topera y es justo en medio, es la que va después de las verdes, justo esa roja y luego tienes la continuación. Hasta que no perdamos el promedio del 5 en la mensual, esto va a cerrar en 11, 10 y 8 horas, por cierto. Hasta que no cerremos por debajo de esto, no podemos considerar que estemos en un mercado bajista, pero atención a esta vela. Hay que mantener un buen ojo a esta vela porque pues, a ver qué exactamente va a querer hacer. Otra cosa que estamos viendo es querer aguantar, bueno, lo que estamos buscando si somos alcistas es poder aguantar la zona de la media en los 95,926. Si podemos hacer eso en la mensual y no cerrar por debajo de ella, eso se va a ver bien. Pero si cerramos abajo y esto es un claro rechazo de la media, vamos probablemente a buscar la zona de aquí abajo. Lo primero que buscaríamos sería donde está el promedio del 5, que está en $81,000. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas estamos justamente tocando, bueno, agarramos el promedio del 5 para poder impulsarnos a la alza. Y este impulso nos llevó hasta los 108,000, que fue el máximo histórico, y de ahí perdimos la zona del 61% y estamos intentando cerrar por encima del 50%. Si cerramos por debajo del 50%, esto probablemente vaya a subir el promedio del 9 y aquí es donde pondríamos más o menos nuestra línea en la arena. Si perdemos este EMA 9 en la de 2 semanas o en la semanal, ahorita está en 84,000 dólares. Si perdemos eso, vamos a tener un viaje gratuito a los 70,000 y si eso llega a pasar, creemos que ya estamos oficialmente en un mercado bajista, aunque Bitcoin tenga correcciones extremas en sus ciclos. En la semanal, y es justo lo que estábamos diciendo, pueden ver que ya se cansó el movimiento, la volatilidad y setup de jamás se dieron por completo y ahora la volatilidad está revirtiendo y está por debajo del promedio. Sabemos que está por debajo del promedio, lo pueden ver aquí claramente, la caja de colores y la caja blanca es la de arriba, es el promedio. Entonces, estamos por debajo del promedio de volatilidad, no está expandiendo, está contrayendo. Por ahora, esta vela es horrenda. Esta vela es una vela envolvente bajista y esto sería bastante malo si cerramos esta vela tal cual como está, honestamente, o si cierra más abajo y después tienes un cierre debajo de 92,000. Si esto se llega a dar en 2 días y 7 horas, esto va a pintar pésimo, 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 pésimo. Nos vamos acercando un poco más. Voy a hacer la de 2 días. Y por cierto, te les vamos a dar ahorita exactamente los trades que estamos viendo que existen en esto. Podemos ver que tuvimos una vela de indecisión que tiene cara de topera, después tienes el follow through y luego tienes otra confirmación. Ahora, estamos perdiendo la zona azul a la baja, ¿no? Estamos entrando en la zona azul y ahora perdiendo la zona azul. La última vez que perdimos la zona azul a la baja fue acá y fue una corrección de tope de vela hasta el fondo de 11%. No nos molestaría eso para nada. Una corrección de 11% sería corrección de niños. Ahora, el promedio de la 55 está subiendo, está en 82,294. Esto va a cerrar en un día y 7 horas. Va a subir más. Aquí va a ser crítico el promedio de la 55. Si el EMA 55 lo perdemos en este tipo de movimientos a la baja, esto parece que ya se cocinó. Ahora, si eres alcista, definitivamente quieres romper el 101,817. Los voy a llevar a la diaria rápido. En la diaria voy a quitar el HPDR para enseñarles algo. Nuestra estructura alcista en la diaria está comprometida y se ha roto. Así que esto es el primer aviso, ¿no? Esto es primera llamada, cabrones. Primera llamada. No nada más eso. Estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9, el 5, el 21 y hay aire limpio hasta los 90,000. ¿Ok? Y eso no pinta nada bien. Podemos ver que venimos al 78% y el precio rebotó acá. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos si somos alcistas? Queremos definitivamente regresar a retestear esta media que se encuentra en los 102,237. Esta es la línea en la arena, cabrones. Los $102,000. Y les voy a poner el por qué. Vamos a poner el gráfico de 4 horas y quiero que vean lo que está pasando por adelantado en el de 4 horas. Voy a quitar mi Rainbow Chart para que lo puedan ver bien con los promedios. El morado, el de hasta abajo es el 200. Y ese no lo hemos perdido en la de 4 horas desde octubre. Y lo perdimos por nada. O sea, pero fue literalmente momentáneo, ¿no? Donde fuimos de 61,000 a visitar los 58,000. No fue nada. Antes de eso, cuando lo perdimos, fue una caída bastante choncha. De 50, encontrando un fondo por ahí de los 52,000 y lo perdió en los 61,000, casi un 20% de bajada. Ahora, estás aquí en la de 4 horas una vez más y lo estás perdiendo. No nada más lo estás perdiendo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, que por cierto, en el dólar tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la mensual, que es una estupidez y una locura. Aquí tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, estás por debajo del 55, el 21, del 100, que es el rojo, el 9, que es lo que estamos peleándonos. Literalmente aquí, este gráfico es lo que yo usaría para medir qué tan alcista o bajista voy a hacer en Bitcoin. Y déjenme, les pongo exactamente el mío, porque esto lo explica bastante bien. Aquí tengo esos niveles exactamente. Ok, tenemos nuestra línea meme por acá en los 101,650, es la línea verde. Lo que nosotros creemos va a pasar es esto va a encontrar un rebote, se va a ir a la zona de los 102,000. Aquí no va a crear un alto, pero te va a preparar como a pensar a que sí. Y ahí está la oportunidad del short y de ahí va a haber continuación a la baja. Eso es a lo que le estamos dando nosotros más probabilidades en ese escenario, considerando que tenemos el cruce plateado, tenemos divergencias bajistas y de continuación. Estamos viendo que la dominancia de Tether, por ejemplo, está encontrando un fondo en justo, es esto, sí, en justo la zona que dijimos y está empezando a formar estructura alcista, bajos, bajos más altos, altos, altos más bajos. Y aunque esta sea una vela topera y esto sea un rechazo, aquí hay que tener que poner atención. Si somos alcistas en Bitcoin o en cualquier cripto, queremos que esto baje por debajo del 4.5% y vaya a buscar un nuevo mínimo debajo del 3.78. Si no logramos crear un nuevo mínimo, y podemos ver que esta línea se respeta esta estructura y tenemos continuación de esto, esto quiere decir que este pavo ya se coció, está listo y está acabándose. Así que creemos que la línea es bastante sencilla en la arena. Una vez más, pondríamos nosotros nuestros huevos en la canasta de los $102,000 y decir que este alto no lo vamos a romper a la alza. Y eso es lo que haría que mucha gente que ahora compró esto, entró en long, diga, huevo, ya chingué, esto, vayas a romper los 100,000 y digas, puta madre, otra vez vamos a 108,000 y ahí los atrape y violentamente los lleve para abajo. ¿Cuál es nuestro todo valió madres? Pierdes los $90,000 en cierres y yo me empezaría a preocupar en cierres diarios. Farhan, Alex tienen la línea en la arena en los 87. Que también entiendo el por qué, porque estos son los cierres que tuvimos antes y puedo poner una línea de estas para que la vean y la tengan presente. Si no aguantamos esta zona y vamos a visitar esto, Bitcoin no le está dando una oportunidad a todo el mundo de decir, güey, voy a entrar, qué chido, entré súper barato y ahora me voy a ir a los 100,000 una vez más. Lo que está haciendo y lo que va a hacer es lo que hizo en el pasado, atrapar a todo el mundo que entró en la posibilidad del rebote otra vez a máximos históricos y fue bajando, 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 bajando. Por ahora, tenemos precaución. En temporalidad súper corta somos alcistas, pensando que nos vamos al 102. En la diaria somos bajistas. En la semanal empezamos a ponernos neutral. Y en la mensual sigue alcista y también la trimestral. Es importante poder contextualizar esto porque todo el mundo cree que solamente existe bajista o alcista. Y como ustedes saben, todos los que ustedes vieron ya el curso y que han estado con nosotros acá en Lead Trading Academy, o también si saben a trading, saben perfectamente lo que estoy diciendo y lo importante que es poder ser claro con esas ideas. Así que vamos a estar pendiente. Zona de los 90,000 primero, cierres abajo de eso, a preocuparnos si rompemos los 87. Una vez rotos y violados los 87, vamos a tener otro tipo de acercamiento a esto. Por ahora nosotros creemos que vamos a hacer un alto más bajo acá y esto nos va a llevar acá y pum, va a continuar esto. Tal vez no tan abajo, tal vez haga esto, pero mínimo lo que estamos esperando acá es justamente esto. Y una vez más, la invalidación va a ser por encima de esta vela, en los 102,730. Arriba de ese precio es donde yo podría mi invalidación del short y entraría lo más cerca posible a eso, si es que se llega a llenar tu orden. Eso es lo que nosotros estamos viendo, sobre todo contando que en la diaria, esta es una vela de tope fantástica. Después tuviste una, dos, y si esta vela cierra por debajo también de 105,436, son confirmaciones de que esto se cocinó. Así que atentos a todo esto junto. buen análisis de estos tíos. Honestamente, lo mejor, como siempre, haciéndome sentir tranquilo de lo que está pasando. Entendemos qué exactamente estamos viendo y simplemente el retesteo de esta media. La media está en los 102,294 y les digo, la invalidación está en los 102,730. Vamos con Cardano para que Alex pueda explicarnos cómo se ve el token de la gente que gusta disfrutar y compartir a sus esposas en frente de otros extraños y con otros extraños. Así que vamos a verlo. All right, sir. We're ready for some Cardano.
Cardupio. Yeah. So, I mean, when we were going through Cardano, let's note a few things here. So we were talking about first this 2-month closing. You know, we really wanted the 2-month to really close, in my opinion, above $1. Was it the 2-month? It was the monthly then. We were the monthly first. And we wanted basically the 618 to hold right at $1. Call it $1 and like one. We can see we're deviating that, and so now we're at the bottom of the 3-2. We talked about this 70 or this high essentially right around 79 cents to 80 cents being an area of interest that bulls definitely want to hold. What that'll mean is, with this really girthy red green dildo, it makes sense to come back and actually back test this. What we wanted though was it to hold above $1. That's not happening. That's okay. We can see here we've come a little below this meme line, right around 76 cents, but we are getting a bounce, I guess, technically. Going to the 2-month here, it's going to be really important for bulls to essentially get any kind of 2-month closing, which is happening in 11 days, back above this all-time, this wick high rejection, essentially. In doing so, then that'll mean we reclaim the 50%. Depending on where the 618 moves, that could be the next target. Cardano is still looking constructive to me, as long as we can actually get a 2-month close above this high, and that makes sense, right? It's like, we can come all the way up, we can come all the way down, but if we just get any closure back above this high, that could just be, what's known as like an SR flip, like flipping resistance into support. But then that would mean that we would need to actually hold that level moving forward and not actually deviate it. Deviating that 79-80 cent level would most likely mean we're going to come all the way back down to 48 to 50 cents, which would be pretty disastrous. At 80 cents, it's almost half a haircut. But it's still looking constructive. And we did draw these LARP lines here, talking about kind of where we were at Cardano. It makes sense to get some kind of pullback. Did I think that we just aggressively go there before the monthly close? No. And that's kind of what, caught us by a little surprise. But regardless, we still are aware of this scenario here. So, as long as it can hold, and depending on where this 2-month closes, this really could spark the next move on Cardano, depending on, right, if Bitcoin cooperates, Tether dominance, Bitcoin dominance, but it's still looking okay. And we can even see here that, the moving averages are clustering, and even the EMA 9 is now crossing above the EMA 21 on a 2-month, which is nice. We actually have never had that occur before, other than maybe on the downside move here, which did lead to a move to 40 cents all the way back down to 23 cents, just simply that cross. So bulls, there is still bullish momentum here on Cardano. Okay, see how the 3-month is looking. See, we're rejecting the 382. We are still holding above the median, so just more hopium on why really bulls really do want to hold this 80 cents. If not, it just will tie into what I'm saying, which is, then we definitely could easily go back to the median, depending on where this moves. It's currently at 61 cents, which still would be a pretty massive move down if we even went all the way to that point. But I'm still going to hold out hope that, we're just simply flipping. We're going to flip this into support. But you can just, really, if I delete this now, because we understand, if you just start really visualizing this, it's like, we're at a really tricky spot, because if this quarterly, which means then the 2-month and the monthly ends up losing this, it's just going to look like a simple, like a mega rejection, essentially, that didn't really do much to this range. And we are overall just popped back into this, which is a 40 cent support and a 80 cent resistance. Pretty big range, yes, but that's just how altcoins are. Let me see here. Let me take the rainbow chart off. Let's overall look at trend too. And so what we can see here is, on the quarterly, this was the last higher low. This broke the last lower high. And so this is a higher high. So it makes sense to be kind of more aware of, possibly where we could identify it. And this will be, mainly dependent on wherever this closes, but, where that next higher low could be on more the macro time frame. The 2-week here, we can see we just threw it all the way back to that 2-week EMA 9. We busted through that EMA 9, an area we've been steadily rejecting this whole time, busted through it, got the follow through, and now we're coming all the way back down and we're almost hitting it. So that's why, if this low doesn't hold here, then you generally would want to start seeing this 2-week EMA 9 really get the reaction back above that 80 cents. Because if not, and even if we hold the 2-week EMA 9, but then end up losing this meme line, it's still going to just be more, it's going to tell me that we're probably going to chop rather than break out. Because we could easily get a bounce, we move up, then we end up just rejecting that 80-cent level before coming more down. If not, just, again, finding support at the 9 and going back up to the meme line at 80 cents. That's why it's very, very, very important for bulls to just kind of defend this, because visually you can just see the SR flip, resistance. This area here also is a spot where, when we are above and we do hold it, just like here, we wicked a little low, like 69 cents, a nice number, came all the way back up. Holding back above that 80-cent level kind of does at least give Cardano more of an edge to move up. You can see it held that, that's kind of what sparked the move to $3. And then even just losing it, right? That 80 cents, is kind of what was the beginnings of us going all the way back to the bottom of this range. Rejecting it here, the beginnings of us going all the way at the bottom of this range here. So it's going to be really important for Cardano bulls to actually hold this. Volatility is now kind of at the extreme levels. We're not fully at extremes at 100%, but we are at the top, the 93% area of volatility is up there on the 2-week, and there's only been there's only been really only a few times like this was 4 readings of extreme closings, extreme volatility readings, I mean. And then this was 2 closings. So now we are at that kind of high point where, Cardano could definitely start resetting or trying to shut off some of that, extreme volatility. Even when viewing it on the weekly here, this was a quick Hamas setup, quick busted through it. And then now here we are falling now under the moving average. While the weekly here now, again, just ties into why we want to hold this 80-cent to maybe 79-cent level. Because if we don't, then we're losing the weekly EMA 9, we're losing the SMA 200, but then also where we're losing this last major rejection high, which we want to be flipped into support. So
yeah, big confluence right there, exactly with what you're saying, because that was the 2-week 9 where the SMA 200 is right here. So, and also you have like the meme line.
Exactly. And so when viewing this weekly a little more, we see here that this weekly SMA 200 has been steady resistance. I mean, even here it rejected us. This deviation of it, right? That's why we don't want, like when coins like this or anything really on a weekly starts deviating the SMA 200, which is, right, we busted through, we reclaimed it, we held it, we came up, rejected, and then on this next opening, we came all the way down and actually closed under it. Yes, the weekly 9 was holding, but this is always just a sign of concern when this happens, because this, often then just means like all the breakout longs here got trapped, and this is what could actually fuel us lower to the bottom of the range. In this case, it came all the way down to 30 cents. That's why it's going to be really, really important for Cardano to actually get a bounce here and not start rolling over, because then that could just start bleeding into then that monthly, actually losing this, turning into a really ugly, ugly reversal candle in the monthly, because this still has hopium to turn into a doji. I know that seems crazy, but it still could. And we are in like an altcoin, so the volatility here is pretty insane already. So, if bulls really did start pushing us up, getting that bounce in that weekly SMA 200, the 2-week EMA 9 gets slightly front ran, and we just start kind of grinding out a bottom here, then great. That scenario that we talked about, is playing out. And then we're going to really gauge to see where this 2-month kind of ends up closing. Because on the HBDR, it's still, giving us a nice move. Reclaiming that 50% is pretty important here for bulls, because that's what's going to be really like dependent on us possibly hitting back above the 618, But then also here, that's where we're getting that degenerate, juicy $4.70 number, which I do think is going to be really, really dependent on, if Cardano can actually hold above the 50%. Yeah, so I mean, it's not looking bad for sure, but it's just with what we know with Bitcoin being in such a precarious spot and markets as a whole, you definitely just want to be really keen to cutting this trade or idea if we end up breaking that criteria, which for me is really just we don't want to see any higher time frames back under 80 cents, because then that could just be kind of like an avalanche effect, where then the weekly loses the SMA 200, which causes the 2-week to lose the 9, which causes that 2-month to end up losing the 50%, and also causing the monthly here, like I said, to form some just nasty reversal candle plus top candle. But it's still looking okay, and the trend is still up, and we did break and we made a higher high. We talked about the scenario at this point when we were at like $1.20 that it wouldn't really surprise me to see Cardano go all the way back down to 80 cents. But now here we are, so we definitely want that to just keep holding. Let me go to the 5-day here. We can see here we have a 5-day silver cross, and we are ever so slightly losing the 5-day EMA 9, but unconfirmed, unless this actually closes below. So again, just ties into why bulls really kind of want to step in here. Ideally, we don't lose this 5-day EMA 9. We close back above, and we just can keep consolidating, maybe bouncing between that 80 cents, but never losing that 5-day 9. We see the 5-day median too. We're pretty healthily above it still. And we, on this dump, just found support at that, top of the blue zone here. So we kind of retested the top of the blue zone, tested these wick highs here, flipped that into support. So now convols just keep, consolidating us and holding the areas they need. That way we can start getting some of this volatility shut it off. Let's go to the 2-day here. 2-day, you see we're at the bottom of the 97.5%. So statistically speaking, this is a bounce zone. You also would have been watching that 2-day EMA 34 right around that 80-cent level. So no matter how you look at it, it just seems to me that 80 cents to 79-cent level is very, very, very important for Cardano.
I'd say on the 2-day and on the daily, dude, that looks like a head and shoulders breaking to the downside.
Is it here, here, and here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does. Yeah. And so, yeah, I don't.
I mean, this shit is looking cooked.
It's looking cooked. Yeah, it's looking cooked. I'm still holding up the opium, though, that we can still get a bounce. The 80 cents can hold. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if we start breaking the criteria I'm talking about, I definitely am not going to be playing Cardano at all. Because we can even see here that daily EMA 100, which, granted, yes, that 55 is holding. I don't trade off the 55. I know foreign does. There's nothing wrong with that. I just like using it more for crosses. And you can just see here, like, kind of just ties into what I always say. Like, we lose the 9, we go to the 21. You lose the 21, you go to the 34. You lose the 34, you often get a free move to the EMA 100. Now, with the alt, they're not always as clean as Bitcoin. And so we are front running this. This easily can start moving up and more matching where this bottom is. But, we really actually just need to start seeing this coin, Cardano, catch a bid here. And I would really love to start seeing it get daily closures back above $1. If it can get back above $1 on daily closures, we've now SFP'd to 34. We're back above that daily 9. And at that point, then we can just start waiting and hoping we can get some consolidation. That way, possibly that daily median can start actually coming more down, giving bulls more of a chance of breaking out. But, the way volatility is on most time frames, basically at extremes, I don't think it's wise to be talking about targets back to $1.20, $1 and even 15 cents. I think, really the hopium should be, let's just get back above $1 and then hold that, never really breaking this meme line here, which means that the weekly isn't losing the SMA 200, which should technically, by the book, be an opportunity here. Especially on a weekly, that's, you often want to bid the SMA 200 on the weekly. And you can see that is literally where people stepped in. Now, yes, it's not the biggest bounce. Let's see what we've gotten so far from it. Well, I guess that is pretty big, 14% from that. Wow. So how much was this dump down then? Because I believe I was like over 30%. God damn, 42%.
Yeah, and
Wow.
maybe not on the weekly, but on lower time frames, you do have a top candle playing out, and then just basically confirmations after.
Yeah, let me see.
Like right there, that green motherfucker all the way at top. And then,
Oh,
well, that's on a 5-day, and then you're at 100% volatility. Interesting on that. But for example, on my daily, my 2-day on Cardano, well, maybe 2-day is not as toppy, but then you have like the indecision one, which made all that top, and then it seems like it's putting a lower high. And this looks like the Bitcoin play that you and Farhan were saying too. Like get us to the 1169 and get us to the $1 right above the EMA 9 on the 2-day, or basically on the daily, get above the 9 and the 21, above 126, and then probably short opportunity and have your stop loss at 1.181. That's what it seems like more to me.
yeah, and there's nothing wrong thinking that because the trend is down.
Yeah.
So it is down 100%. What I'm saying though is we are now at the point though in the chart where we're at like the 97.5% down here. We have gotten a 15% bounce from the low. We just now really need to see bulls really start fixing this, because you're right, structure really did get messed up on Cardano. We're now in a downtrend. This looks like a steady lower low. So now you should be looking for some lower high, which should come in right around this EMA 9, EMA 21, just simply because of how it was holding here in this little range before breaking down. So we know that was support, should be flipped into resistance. The only thing that's just keeping my hopium alive just slightly is just the higher time frames. It's just like what I was saying on Bitcoin. The dailies, the 2 days, the 5 days, they all can be down. Okay, great. We got a big move down, 40-something% on Cardano, but now we should be watching for possibly a bounce. Is that saying to long this? No, especially here. There's no play. That's why it's really going to be keen and important to wait for these higher time frame closing bases like the weekly. Let's see where the weekly actually goes. Does it hold the 9? And then does it actually start to consolidate above the 9, only wicking ever to the SMA 200? Okay, that's great, because, and just like I mentioned too in the beginning, I do believe still that this is still an uptrend on the higher time frames. Now, the daily, the 2-day, the 5-day, they all can be shifted down, which again can bleed into the weekly and the 2-week and then the monthly. But even if we go throw on the 2-week here, we can see, okay, we came down, this right here acted as a low, and then we came up. This was a mega rejection, and we came all the way back down. We never really broke this low here on a 2-week, and so this to me is acting like the last higher low before breaking out and making that higher high. And now, yes, that is very, very far from where we're at now, using this to here. But the idea would be that around this zone, we would just form some kind of higher low after getting a mega dump down 40%. And then at that point, you would need for these highs to break. So, is the short around here wise? Maybe not, because what could happen is, we could easily go back up. It's an altcoin, get a bigger bounce. Maybe Bitcoin does go up to that $102,000 level I was talking about. We end up maybe getting a weekly back above this meme line. We then open down, we act as a spring. And then getting back here is going to be really important. Do we start rolling over here? And then that's really going to start looking like this. Is that possibly going to be turning into a next lower high? Or, do we actually come back up? I don't know why I changed that color, and break this. And then this was a higher low, and then this was the higher high. But it's only going to be confirmed if we break this high. And when you do get the lower time frame shifting down, that really is a sign of concern to me, because again, I'm just all about the lower time frames bleeding into the higher time frames, which definitely could happen. But on the flip side, we are still above the daily EMA 100. That's a pretty big point for all cryptos, in my opinion. As long as you're back above the EMA 100, which granted we never even tapped it yet, that is still a point for bulls that, okay, they are still slightly in control, just for the fact that we didn't lose this major moving average here. Whenever we lose this major moving average for Cardano, because even here, look at, the trend was down. We came all the way onto the EMA 100. We grinded it. We never lost it. Okay, great. We popped back. We broke the downtrend. And then this is what gave us that new high right at that EMA 100. It's not until we start losing the EMA 100 on the daily where we really get that exasperated move down. So I'm losing that. That gave us an extra 32% move down. So now what we have is, we haven't really back tested this ever. That's why for me, when we lose the 34, I like gauging the EMA 100 because, this is kind of like the last stand. I don't like using just dailies. I like, especially for alts, like 2-day or above is nice. You can even see the 2-day here is still holding the 34. If this ends up getting back above $1, it's not going to look the worst, in my opinion. It's just going to look like a typical altcoin thing where they took all the lows here. They did what we wanted, which was hitting our meme line, flipping this actual top, which led to, this was a pretty big dump. I mean, from hitting that led to a 65% correction over time into support. But again, it's just going to be really dependent on bulls like really actually taking control here and fixing this chart, because what we don't want is for this 2-day to reject the 21 and then we come all the way down, we start closing back under 80 cents, and then at that point this is going to take us all the way back down to that 58, if not lower, to like 51 cents, which still would be a pretty devastating move, and also would mean that the daily here is losing essentially that EMA 100 on the daily. And then the next target would be 49.50 cents. Still very far from price because we're at, almost at 90 cents again, or 89 cents, I guess I should say, to be more accurate. So it is looking grim. Like, I'm 100% on the camp on that. It is looking bad. But with this SFP here, you just generally now want this low to hold and just start to consolidate and move up. Why I don't think we're just going to like blast up like that is just because of where volatility's at. So it makes sense to reject the 9, come back here, form some structure, come back up, hit the 34, come down, form more structure before maybe hopefully consolidating above the 4-hour EMA 100. That would start looking really good. And remember, that's all around $1. That's why it's going to be really important for Cardano to reclaim $1 and hold it, not reject the 4-hour 9, roll over, start losing 80 cents. If that occurs, then once we break this low, it's just going to end up dumping us down. And then at the 4-hour, you can just see there's nothing but air here. We throw the rainbow chart back on. I mean, even here, it theoretically just should have given us a bounce. And so it is now. We'll have to see where these ranges step, because if not, we're probably just going to go to that 56 cent level, which again just lines up nicely with what we're saying overall, which is that low 50s seem next if we really can't hold 80 cents, or most importantly, that daily EMA 100. So, I wanted to move down to 70 to 80 cents. We got it. Now the question just will be, can Cardano really start fixing this chart? Can bulls really start fixing this? And I do believe that'll occur if we can really start getting back above like $1. I'll be more accurate, like $1.03 will be really important for me. And this also $1.03 could be the next spot where, like you said, this could be the next lower high. You're going to short that and have your stop here. And that's why if we do reclaim $1.03, then you're all eyes on this wick high, because people thinking that same thing have their stops there. And then that could just lead to a nice little squeeze. Once we do break this high, if we ever do again, then overall, then the macro trend still held.
You sound very bullish. If we ever do break it again,
you never know with these charts.
I
just know.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah.
And I'm trying to
never again straight to zero.
I'm trying to play both sides here, and I'm trying not to be too bearish. Like, oh no, Bitcoin, this is it. Like, you guys don't want to play this, because I still had this idea of us coming down. It was going to be an aggressive flush out. It was going to turn the lower time frame trends down. But I'm all eyes on the higher time frame trends. And even if you didn't take this lower high, maybe you're just focused on here, we still broke that on a wick basis even too. And so, I mean, it's still looking constructive to me. This is looking like a back test of all major important points here. Even just on that weekly estimate 200, we just blasted through it, never retested it. I find it always interesting when we exactly go to that point and then get a bounce of a 15%. I'm always like, that's weird, because if we were really gonna fall through that, we would have fallen through it, not held to the cent exactly where it was. That telling me that buyers stepped in here, which is exactly where they needed to step in. You don't want them to step in here, because you're very far from that SMA 200 at that point. And again, this, like I said, this is kind of a big point for Cardano to hold. SFPing this led to a 60 something percent correction here. But, what we've never had is busting through it, getting multiple candle closures above it, and then coming back down. And this is still unconfirmed, so don't quote me here. But if it does hold it as support on this retest, and it's going to look like this is support, and it's just going to solidify even more why bulls need to hold this exactly. It's an altcoin, though. It's not going to be clean. We easily could come back a little lower by actually hitting that EMA 100 on the daily. But when you're getting all these different higher time frame moving averages and the meme line and things that I was already talking about before, I just can't get too bearish yet because I'm just going to be looking at this as a slight opportunity. I do believe even the 2 week here, if we throw the 55 on, has a silver cross. So you should already be gauging this 2 week EMA 9 retest as an opportunity first, because the 2 week has a silver cross here. And that's something we did talk about as well. When we identified this silver cross here, I said, even if Cardano came all the way back down to 72 cents, it still wouldn't be that bearish to me. This could be like a higher low, before possibly making that higher high confirmed if we break that $1.32 level. So, I'm still bullishly, I'm cautiously bullish on this. I still think that, we don't want to be too bearish yet. It's very close though, and bulls need to really start defending this now. We don't want to just like come all the way back down, because then it's like, okay, then maybe we're gonna fill this wick, but then at that point it's like, it's just not looking good if we end up coming all the way back down today. Then we're probably gonna lose that EMA 100, and then boom, you don't really have a thesis anymore because now we're deviating the 80 cents. Now the daily has lost the EMA 100. The weekly is closing only in 2 days. So at that point, it's like if we're coming back down below 76 cents, and we're probably going to that weekly 21, and that means that we've now SFP'd that SMA 200. And then at that point, then we can really start watching for potentially a rejection once we do, maybe we get, let's say in a dystopian world, Cardano is about to megally break down. We actually wick below this. We close above the 21. But the weekly did lose the 9 and the SMA 200. Then at that point, I can just take an easy short if we get some kind of bounce around here. I can easily short the weekly 9. So I know that the weekly 9's been steadily holding Cardano. Plus, that weekly 9 probably will come into right around that 80 cent level, which I know is a pretty big spot. So, but until that happens, I'm not going to get bearish right around here because that just seems counterproductive, especially with what we were talking about last week. But it is looking grim, so I agree. The trend is still down. So, if you're bullish here, you really would need Cardano to break back above $1.18. Bears are going to be really trying to push us down after that $1.03 level. And that's why it's going to be really important for bulls to actually first reclaim this, and then they actually have a shot of going to that $1.18. Breaking that, then yeah, this is really going to start looking better. Because then that means that the lower time frame trend is back to an uptrend. So then we're going to watch for the higher low. But then also what we know on the macro is, okay, great. Like this really is going to start looking like some good bottom here at least. But, just take that with a grain of salt because it is an altcoin. And Bitcoin is in a very, very precarious spot. Their dominance is in a precarious spot. Dixie is. And I just don't think it's wise to be like even taking entry here if you didn't take the extreme trade right at the SMA 200 on the weekly. Because that was just an easy play. I mean, it's just like what we talk about with the medians on the monthly. I gauge the same thing like with the SMA 200. There's only a few times in the chart's history where you're actually going to go and test the weekly SMA 200, if at all. And so claiming over 2 candles above that tells me that, okay, this is support. That this is a solid reclaim. We're not just reclaiming it and then losing it. And so any retest or any dump into that needs to be looked at as support. But remember, it's like I'll be totally wrong on Cardano if we start really closing like weekly closures back under first 80 cents and then losing that SMA 200. Then I really do believe this is going to come back down to 50 cents, which is still could easily give a nice short. I mean, from that point, we're talking another 32% move. let me just see really fast what Cardano Bitcoin looks like.
So would you say that they're in the chair until they break 118?
Basically, yeah. They are in the chair until they break 118. I agree with that statement, Farn. That's a good little like just summary of it. You're in the chair until you're above 118, even on a weekly basis, in my opinion. Because what we have here on the weekly here, just like I was saying with Cardano spot, where it looks like the weekly's in an uptrend, it still looks like in a very, very strong downtrend. And so that is the counterpoint to my own analysis, which is Cardano's looking weak, but we are still at this point on ADA BTC where we need to start seeing a bounce here. We really want to start seeing a bounce here soon, because in doing so, if we get a bounce here and actually start going up again, we could actually start potentially trying to silver cross on the weekly, assuming we actually do start moving up again. What we don't want is this to come down, break down below, and then this will just negate or not even give us the possibility of a silver cross to the upside. But
That's
until
a
then,
horrendous formation.
yeah, I was about to say, until then, you can just see the top candle never closed above the meme line, rejected the meme line, came down, lost the weekly EMA 100. So then that just exacerbates the move down again. From losing that weekly EMA 100, that was another 22%. That's crazy. We're now, bouncing slightly from the 21, where we want to see if this weekly can close back above the 9. If it can, then okay. Horrendous and ugly, but okay. Let's see if we can actually hold above the weekly 9. We see the monthly as well as at a bounce spot. We're at that monthly 9. If we end up losing this monthly 9, just like here, this was your trigger that, yeah, this is really about to break down. But until then, you don't want to start shorting, the possibility of a bounce right at that monthly 9, because that monthly 9 is my bull market criteria. In bear markets, being under that, you're in a bear market, you're going down, and Cardano has steadily been going down. We can reclaim it, but we want to hold it. That's the point. We don't want to just bust through it and then SFP, because then you're going to be a trapped bull. That then this, after losing that monthly 9, led to another 59% move down. That's massive. So that's why it's going to be really important for bulls here on Cardano to actually get us a bounce, consolidate us right around here, either consolidate or bounce us. But we don't want to keep going down, because then we're really going to run the risk in 11 days of this turning really ugly.
Gotta start begging the wife's boyfriend to bid.
Yeah, you really do. We also see here, I actually don't know, is that a monthly silver cross to the downside? It is, technically.
I usually say this as a joke, but this thing really is trending towards 0.
Yeah, it is, legitimately.
It seems like it, yeah.
It is, yeah. And it unfortunately couldn't even break its uptrend on the higher time frame. So, that is kind of like the counterpoint to my bullishness is 88 BTC really doesn't look good. You just really want to get a bounce here, which we are bouncing, but 11 days is an eternity in crypto land. Let me see here. Okay, so the monthly is still above the median. That's a good sign. We see that 50%. It's right around the meme line, right around where that monthly 9 is. So again, just ties into why you want to start seeing a bounce now rather than later. And then let's see just real fast how this daily is looking. Again, just ties into what I'm saying. Kind of need to see a bounce now rather than later. We see we're at the daily EMA 100, so this should hold. If it doesn't hold and we fall through, let's see here. Okay, we fell through, and even when we lost that EMA 100 on the daily, still led to 8%. That's nothing for crypto. Then we came up, chopped around it. Yeah, nothing's really clear. It wasn't until we lost it here. Oh wow, even check does that. That led to a 14% move. And you can just see like the correlation on the daily, just like where we're kind of at with the EMA 100. It's a pretty big spot for 88 BTC. I mean, that was kind of what was giving us our every lower high on the daily before just dumping before. Like here, boom, dump. Here, dumped. Here, dumped. Here, dumped. So
You could basically just close your eyes and short ADA BTC and make money.
Yeah. Generally, yeah.
And basically, though, the only exchange you can really short altcoin Bitcoin pairings It's on our favorite Chinaman's exchange. I'm not going to
I
say
was
the
going to
name. No, I'm not going to say the name until he sends us a couple yuan.
I don't think he ever will. But I agree with your proposal.
Oh, that's funny. So, okay. Let's really see if we get a bounce on Cardano. If you're a Cardano bull, which I'm still cautiously bullish on Cardano, that's probably going to get me in trouble next week. No big deal. I want to see a bounce here now. I don't want to see this low get broken anymore. I want to see this daily EMA 100 start moving up. We can easily go, if this EMA 100 starts moving up a little bit with price, it's fine. We can go and retest it. I just don't want to see this low get broken. We break this low that's forming on 88 BTC today, then we really are going to run the risk of us going below the mean line, breaking down. Last spot's the SMA 200, but even if going to that spot, that's going to be a pretty detrimental dump, almost 26%. And that plays into what I'm saying with 88 BTC, where I need to see a bounce now. I kind of want to see today's low hold. With where we're at now on the chart, we just want to start seeing this hold. We want this to be kind of just like a massive liquidity grab. We really, though, in that thesis of it being a liquidity grab, really need to start seeing this get more structure, which in my opinion can start forming. We reclaim the $1.03.
It's very close to losing the quarterly hidden bullish divergence. It loses it if it closes below 84 cents.
Perfect confluence too.
It's right there.
Yeah, right around here. And again, if we end up, and this is again plays into why I want this low to hold, because if this weekly ends up reverting all the way back down within 2 days, big yikes, and we're probably going to lose this SMA 200. We get any weekly closure under the SMA 200. I'm not touching Cardano anymore. I'm burning the chair. I don't want this shit anymore. It's probably going to go all the way back down to 50s. In that case, you don't want to be trading that. You want to be rather shorting it. But until then, this has to act as support. And so far it is. I mean, it so far is. And that's why I don't want to get too bearish, especially if we're still above the weekly 9. We're still holding above the SMA 200. Unconfirmed, right? Because this still needs to close. But until all those things happen, I just don't want to get too bearish. Here we have, that 2-week EMA 9 still holding. So, in summary, you just don't want to get too bearish here yet. But there will be a time to get bearish on Cardano, I promise you. And that probably will spark when we either lose that daily EMA 100 or if the weekly actually loses the SMA 200. If that does occur, I'm not going to touch this anymore. So that's all I have with Cardano. I'm still cautiously bullish. I want to see a bounce where it's literally bouncing now, and I want it to hold the low today. But if it doesn't hold the low of today, then we're definitely going to probably retest that EMA 100 on the daily. And then at that point, you really need to hope for just a quick spring from there, gets back above the meme line. The weekly holds the SMA 200, and it was just dirty. It's dirty dancing with us. But that's all I really have on Cardano.
You know what that calls for? That famous dude Nick from Cameo. Okay. I need the price to go up. I keep every day I check price. Bad price.
By the way, that dude died.
Did he?
Did he die?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, that's sad. Now I feel kind of bad about bringing up his meme.
I actually think he killed himself. I'm not entirely sure, but let's look it up, because I don't want to spread misinformation. Even though that's my job, I don't want to spread more disinformation outside of that show. Just in here, we keep it real.
I'm the master of spreading misinformation.
I spread it with my dick all over town. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Misinformation and chlamydia.
I'm getting misinformation pregnant. Alex, next, Melly.
Okay. Nice.
I got Tesla, right?
Yes, sir. I'm just going to do this one real quick and let's go. Vale. Estamos viendo Cardano, la criptomoneda de aquellos que les gusta ver a su mujer follando a otros desde la silla del hotel. No, porque básicamente eso les ha hecho esta criptomoneda a todos los miembros de la comunidad desde el principio. Vamos a empezar por la semanal, definitivamente. Vamos a empezar por la temporalidad rápido, para poder poner la fotografía bastante clara de lo que estamos viendo. Y pueden ver que Cardano, después de haber salido en el 2017, llegó a un máximo histórico en el 3.15 y de ahí tuvo una gran caída hasta la zona de los 24 centavos, básicamente más de un 10X a la baja, potente, potente. Y ahora Cardano parece que tiene cara de empezar a romper a la alza. Y lo que queremos saber es si va a haber continuación o si simplemente Cardano se va a quedar por donde está y va a continuar a la baja. Queremos saber si ya se acabó el ciclo o no. Y lo primero es, vamos a analizar, volatilidad no nos está dando ningún setup. Voy a llevarlos rápido a la mensual antes de llegar a los detalles. Yo creo que los detalles en esta tabla son bastante sencillos. Podemos ver que la volatilidad había expandido con esta vela verde. Interesante. Y pueden ver que se está volteando a la derecha la volatilidad. Una vez que se voltea y se revierte, puedes tener este tipo de escenarios donde simplemente se está dando la vuelta, ahí quedó y va para abajo. Vamos a ver si va a haber continuación acá en la mensual, algo que anotar en tu cabeza. En lo que, además de haber puesto esta gran velón verde, por ahora estamos formando una vela de indecisión. No nos está diciendo nada, pero todavía faltan 11 días y 7 horas para cerrar esto. Vamos ahora a donde es importante, la semanal. ¿Por qué la semanal se nos hace importante? Uno, puedes notar que tuvimos un setup de jamás potente y rápido. Este fue un jamás precoz. Este jamás precoz ya se dio la vuelta y pueden ver que la volatilidad está por debajo del promedio. Esto quiere decir que hay contracción de volatilidad y llegamos a tope justamente en esta zona con esta vela verde. Y puede que esto sea simplemente, y es por eso que estamos viendo y validando con la volatilidad, si va a haber continuación o no. Esto nos dice que tal vez venga una corrección. Porque tiene que resetar la volatilidad. Ahora, estamos acá, estamos viendo altos, altos, altos. Desde ese entonces hemos visto que estos altos no los habíamos podido borrar, los que están acá, barrer, perdón, y estos altos estaban en 1.245. Logramos barrerlos acá con esta vela, pero también empezó a popular el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200. ¿Y qué pasó cuando populó el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200? Tuvimos rechazo, rechazo, rechazos, SP, que fue rechazo, y ahora estamos en este punto crítico. Esto es de lo más importante para este trade de Cardano, porque todo el mundo está preguntando, ¿esto va a continuar subiendo o va a continuar bajando? Y creemos que ahorita no hay un trade seguro para nada en la mesa. Lo que sí creemos es que pueden ver cómo aguantó perfectamente el huicazo de la vela, el nivel de los 76 centavos, que es donde justamente el S&P 200 está. Y ahora, ¿por qué es importante? Déjeme quito el 5, porque no es como que el 5 nos va a ayudar acá con Cardano. Ok, ¿por qué es importante el S&P 200 acá? Porque si los llevo a la diaria, van a ver rápido que el promedio del 100, esta va a cerrar en 6 horas y 8 minutos, y una vez que cierre esto va a subir y se va a poner justo donde ese promedio está. Si estas velas tienen un cierre por debajo de esto, y vean lo importante de esta línea meme que está en los 80 centavos, es el tope de lo que habíamos vivido en el 2024 y no habíamos visitado esa zona desde el 2022. Y en el 2022 la visitamos como caída, ¿ok? Si no podemos aguantar acá, nosotros diríamos que esto ya se cocinó y vamos a ver qué más puede hacer Cardano. Por ahora, siempre y cuando aguante el bajo que acaba de lograr, sobre todo visualizándolo en el gráfico semanal, aguantando este mínimo, debería simplemente poder hacer esto e ir a buscar o un nuevo máximo o ir a buscar la posibilidad de lo que les voy a enseñar ahora en la diaria. Porque en la diaria tienes el promedio del 9 y el 21 cambiando de lugar, tienes esta vela topera y también tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombros. Hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿cómo juntamos esto? Sencillo. Wow, perfecto, Alejandro. Felicidades. ¿Cómo juntamos esto? Bastante sencillo. Vamos a poner la línea del cuello y vamos a juntarla con las otras dos. Y acá tienes el breakdown. Ahora, ¿qué nos dice eso? ¿Cómo puedes medir el movimiento? Vas de la parte de donde está la media a la vela más alta y vas a crear una línea recta hasta arriba y es acá donde está el precio. Perfecto. Y ahora, donde está rompiendo esto, lo voy a poner. Y eso nos lleva literalmente al promedio de los 200 en la diaria, que es bastante confluencia y bastante interesante. Si eso llega a darse, sí, estarías creando un bajo más alto, pero esta estructura estaría comprometida y ahora tendrías que ir a buscar un alto más alto después de eso. Pero por ahora, el trade más fácil, bueno, no es tampoco el trade fácil de Cardano. Lo que todo el mundo, incluyendo a mi ignorancia, estaría intentando hacer es una vez que pases esta zona, abrir un corto y invalidarlo acá. Pero el rango es gigantesco, así que no vale la pena hacerlo. Es simplemente, si eres alcista en Cardano, en lo que alguien se está dando a tu mujer en la cama y tú estás sentado en la silla poniendo atención al gráfico, lo que quieres es que este bajo aguante. ¿En qué temporalidad vi que ese bajo coincide? El de 4 horas. Pueden ver cómo ahí literalmente aguantó. Tienes 2 velas del mismo tamaño, una roja y una verde, y ahora la siguiente está acá y nos está rechazando el promedio de la 9. Lo que nosotros creemos es que probablemente Cardano vaya a darse una vuelta a esta zona y tal vez ser rechazado, crear un bajo más bajo y de ahí poder ir a buscar nuevos bajos o mínimo esa zona donde vimos a dónde se daría el hombro, cabeza a hombro. Por ahora no hay un trade en Cardano. No lo hay. Seamos pacientes. El DXY está rebotando a la baja, ahorita tomándose un respiro antes de dar continuación. Esto es literalmente cómo absorbes a toda la liquidez del mercado. Le dices a todo el mundo, bravo, son unos héroes, compraron el dip. Y de ahí bolas, güey, te lo vuelven a vender en la jeta. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Tenemos que ver. Vean la de 4 horas. Simplemente queremos recuperar este promedio del 9. Después de ahí esta línea meme y treparnos de esta línea meme arriba del SMI 200, porque no hemos estado por debajo del SMI 200 desde el 5 de noviembre. Así que atentos a ello, es lo que estamos viendo con Cardano en este momento. Vamos con Tesla, como de que no, a ver qué está haciendo el tío Elon Musk, cómo se va a hacer más millonario. Y recuerden, Elon Musk es el presidente de Estados Unidos, no Trump. Trump simplemente es un títere, recuerden la narrativa. ¿Pero qué no Trump era Hitler? Sí, pero ahora es el títere. Y yo sé, nunca en la historia de la vida había habido un presidente que fuera financiado por un billonario. Impresionante lo que estamos viviendo por primera vez en la historia, donde el presidente siempre ha sido el jefe, como Biden, por ejemplo, es el güey encargado. Así que, Farhan, we're ready to see some Tesla action. Want to see what Elon's doing. Want to see what the fuck my guy is up to.
Elon Musk tiene mucho dinero.
He does have a lot of dinero, my friend. Mucho dinero. Share your chart, please. There you go. Let me get rid of fucking Cardano on my screen. I don't want people thinking that I like to share my wife.
Somebody comes up, sees that Cardano, and be like, "Hey, you're missing your chair. Is it getting reupholstered?"
It's fucking gross.
Do I want to do?
Do you remember Farshad? Farshad's fantasy was that. He was like, I want to sit in a corner in a room and just see someone plow my wife while I'm wearing a mask. I'm like, why?
That's so weird.
I know. It's so odd. But hey, he was into, some people are into it. And Farshad's probably a Cardano holder these days.
I can't imagine, like, this doesn't click to me for why somebody would be into that.
I don't know. I do not know, sir. But hey, I respect everyone's weirdness. I've gone to parties where, and especially Hollywood parties, everyone wants to fuck everyone. Like I've met basically good friends get drunk and then they go like, hey, you want to fuck my wife? You're like, what the fuck is going on? Like I'm not into that shit. I mean,
have you ever figured out why whenever certain people get to a certain net worth, they start being into kids?
I just think you get bored of everything.
Yeah.
You literally can get anything you want. And that, like, the same thing happens with money and wealth. When you can get anything, it's just you start losing track of like what really is worth what and what you're doing as far as like being connected with reality. So it's fucking odd. But no, I don't. I think it's just that. I personally think it's just that.
Probably. All right. So on the quarterly on Tesla, we did get a little bit of a rejection. It doesn't look like anything if you look at it in the quarterly. We're down like what, not even 9%. Where if you were to look at CNBC, people are talking about how Elon's Trump trade is finally failing and he's going to start regretting his decisions. Like, bro, we're down not even 10%. Like, calm down.
I just wish they could stick to a narrative. That would be the most fun.
They never do. It's a different one every week.
I know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's why anybody who like really watches CNBC seriously and not just to laugh, it's kind of retarded.
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's unbelievable.
I just like to look at it just to see what they're saying because it's usually very entertaining. Nothing serious though.
I know.
On the quarterly, we're above this meme line. The meme line is our previous all-time highs, and we're above the 38.2%. So the HPDR is not as accurate on like the super high time frames like the monthly or the quarterly, but 38.2% usually does get respected. Like the last time we closed over the 38.2% on the quarterly was back in 2020 when we did, I believe, a 2000% move. But I don't want to like just make numbers up, so I'll get the measurement tool. No, this was the other one
God
was
damn.
it's only a small 759%. Nothing. No, I took it from the wrong one. My bad. I was being a little bearish. It was about 1,086% after we closed over the 38.2%. Right now, we're significantly over the 38.2%. That's $364.77. Price is at $444.50. And once again, though, Jim Cramer never fails. He said $500. We pulled back from 488.
My guy. He knows what he's doing. He's really good.
He's very good to the inverse.
Mm-hmm.
But if
he's very good to his masters.
Oh yeah, because they're like, oh, Tesla's about to go down. Tell them it's going up.
Exactly.
There will be no call that will ever compare to his Coinbase call though. Like when it first launched and it was in the 300s and it went up to 400 something, and he goes, "We like Coinbase to $500." Went from there to the 70s.
Yeah. Phenomenal.
So we're watching for this next quarterly open to see where these levels go on the HPDR. Because if we do close over the 38.2%, we will have a probability of hitting the 50%. Right now, the 50% is all the way up at $846. It's likely going to drop down a little bit, but we're waiting to see how much it drops down. Because on the last quarterly open, the 50% was sitting at $1,162. Then it dropped all the way down to $519, more than a 50% drop. And then it went up to $846. So what also could happen, it's a lower probability, but also could happen, is that the 50% could rise. And that would give us a probability of hitting that number. But what's more likely, since we're below the 50%, is that it's going to come down. And when I'm thinking it's going to come down, let's see if this will give us any useful numbers. No, this is telling me the 50% is likely to go up. Interesting. To like $973.
God damn.
What could be the catalyst that would bring Tesla up that high? I guess it doesn't matter.
There's so many things too, though. Like no one's really thinking about this, but we're talking about privatizing like the USPS and all that stuff, which I'm all for. I think it's retarded that we have like whatever the system as is, but as a whole, everyone is pumped about Tesla with their cars, right? Like they're making, like, their margins are great. They're the number one selling electric vehicle where there's no Chinese vehicles, blah, blah, blah. Then you have people that understand the energy business. The energy business is going to be fucking absolutely massive. Like at a size that it's really hard for me to to tell people. We invested in a company that does that in Mexico. It's unbelievable, like the amount of money that's going to make. Then that's another one. Then you have the autopilot, which a lot of people are fucking completely stupid the way they're looking at it. They're like, who's going to pay you $8,000 for FSD? Now, let me ask you this. If I told you today, Farhan, I'm going to give you a driver for the rest of your life that you can call at any point, any moment, will pick you up from anywhere whenever you're fucked up or not, and you're only going to have to pay him a one-time fee of $8,000. Would you hire that driver?
Fuck yeah, I'm all for it.
Okay, so everyone's going to hire that driver for all of their cars. Do you know what I'm saying? So right now, it's just like it's hard for people to grasp the concept and the fact that it's not like 100%, right? Like, even though I took my Cybertruck yesterday to eat and it brought me home with FSD 13, I was testing that shit out. Fucking epic. It's like a person's driving. But either way, the people that have never tried it will tell me that I'm wrong. Yeah.
I didn't even have FSD on my Model S. I had the autopilot version 1. And I would go on the highway every single day at 70 miles per hour and be on my phone the entire time, and I'm still alive.
Yeah, and chilling. That was incredible. So then you have the FSD software to every single car. That's gonna touch every single car on Earth, right? Most likely, like the new ones. Then You have the charging stations, which is Elon owns and Tesla owns all of the new modern gas stations around the world. More and more people are borrowing their infrastructure. Great. And here comes the big boy of them all. This motherfucker with the semis and the robots, because the robots are going to be bigger than anything, but the semi and the robots, let's say that you have the semi with FSD, and then you put 2 robots inside, and you're Pepsi, and you're sending all of your Pepsi from, from New York to California to Chicago, all of it in different semis. The robots will get there, open the truck, unload the truck, get back in the fucking car, in the truck, and just go. So that means he can basically bankrupt UPS, FedEx, USPS, and everyone with the smallest costs of for a fleet that anyone has ever seen, and his margins would be insane and the most efficient ever. So
Yep, and you also don't have the issue where some dude hurts his back carrying too much, and now you got to pay
that's what I'm saying.
Compensation for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no liability insurance anymore involved in this, or any liability whatsoever. So Tesla can literally blow up from any of these things at a price that is ridiculous. That's why I do think we'll see an insane number in Tesla eventually.
Yeah, 'cause right now, based off of the fibs, if we get 3 closes over that 78.6%, it takes us to $975, which is basically $1,000 per one Tesla.
Damn.
And then Elon probably does another stock split, which makes the price go up again. Right now, our momentum is just about to break into the bullish control on the quarterly, and volatility is flipping back around too. Last time we entered into bullish control on the quarterly was back in 2020, when we had that 1,000% move to the upside. And now the jewel is flipping back around too. And the reason why this is a more powerful jewel signal than it was back here is because over here we were flipping around in the 60% zone. Right now we're much lower than that. We're flipping around like around 45 to 50%. And the lower the jewel is when it flips around, the more powerful the signal is going to be to the upside. Just like the higher it is when it flips down is a more powerful signal to the downside. Like when we flip down right here within the bullish critical zone, we dropped. This is a crypto drop right here. About 75% to the downside. So we have no comparable move ever in Tesla's history where the jewel has ever flipped around from this low. So $975 is like not really anything. That's just a 100% move from here. And with that type of a jewel flip, you usually get insane moves. But I can only really compare it to cryptos because that's the only thing I've really backtested it on. And cryptos do like to move like crazy. But if we do like get over that 50% zone, and that $975 is going to be over the 50% zone, that brings us to the 61.8%. That's at $1,200. Insane numbers for Tesla. That puts them at like almost $5 trillion company. Monthly is now also, yeah. Elon was saying back before, like in 2022, that Tesla is going to be worth more than Apple, and people were calling him a retard.
Yeah, and now it should there's actually no reason why it shouldn't.
Especially since Apple's China sales are getting weaker and weaker with every quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Now the monthly is over the 78.6%. Momentum is freshly within the bullish control. Volatility is pushing up too, and it's not really anywhere near topping out because it likes to go damn near the 100%, if not actually at the 100% before it tops out. We're not even at 80% yet. And then we look at the monthly jewel. This is an insanely powerful monthly jewel setup. The only way to make it a little bit more powerful is that this light blue was right over here, but it's not anything to where it would diminish the strength of what we have right now. The pink is freshly crossing above the yellow. The light blue is getting above everything else, and now it's entering into the bullish control zone. The only time we have a comparable setup was to the downside right here, where the pink crossed below the yellow and the dark blue was below everything else. But the dark blue didn't cross below. So that's not as powerful as this was right here. And this was when we got our 75% move to the downside. And we don't have any other comparable ones because the yellow just started populating in right around October of 2021. So with this type of a jewel setup, like $975 doesn't seem too crazy at all. And that would be tapping the 100% on our HPDR. But these ranges are going to step up. Right now, the 2-week is giving a little bit of an idea of a pullback because we did tap the 88.3% and we're still rejecting the 88.3%. We have 7 days left to go. and Tesla does like to move like a crypto, so anything can really happen in 7 days. And our momentum is slightly starting to shift down, with volatility shifting down too, with that little 8% move we got to the downside. If we close like this, what I'm thinking is going to happen is that the ranges are going to step up, and then we're going to get a back test of this meme line after closing above it, somewhere around like $414, $414.50. Maybe we go a little bit lower, reconnect with this 5 EMA somewhere around like $375. But I'm thinking this is going to be a very strong probability for a bounce zone and for like a spring. And I think if we do go to $375, we're probably going to spring from there into the 500s. And this line right here is going to be very significant support, because this is our previous all-time highs, and then we couldn't, like, every single time we got close to it, most of the time we couldn't even reach it because it was such a strong resistance area. So what used to be strong resistance usually turns into strong support. Switch to the weekly. The weekly is still pointed to the upside in our momentum, but we're getting very high. We're at like 96%, and same with the volatility, which also goes along with the idea that we probably get a little bit of a pullback from here. And also, if you look at the HPDR bands, we've tapped the 97.5%. To tap the 97.5% on a stock is absolutely insane, because you're reaching such extreme levels that you only have a 2.5% chance of continuation from there. Stocks usually don't do that. Stocks like to move very slow, and they rarely ever tap the extreme areas.
Yeah.
So to see this tap to 97.5% and then make this little bit of this indecision candle, very, very strong probability that you get a pullback from here. And what I like to see also is that this 5 EMA is slowly making its way up towards this meme line. So if it does get to this meme line, that's going to be even more support right at that meme line. 2 points of confluence for bounce there. Because whenever Tesla's, just like cryptos, when it's on a strong uptrend, it likes to hold this 5 EMA.
Mm-hmm.
Another one of those things where it's a 5-day candle and we got 7 days to close. But on this one, we're still above the 88.3%. So that's a little bit more hopium for the bulls. I don't think it's going to close over the 88.3% right now. I think we're going to get that pullback, but I'm free to be wrong. Make sure to tag me on Discord and call me a retard if I am wrong. But we are pulling back also on momentum too, which goes along with the idea of a pullback, where we're now dropping below the moving average. Volatility is starting to drop below the moving average. What's most likely based off that setup is that we don't break these wick highs and we end up making a lower high right here. And this area would be, in my opinion, a pretty high probability short, where you could short anywhere from this, like from the 88.3 to this wick high, and you'd put your stop loss at this wick high at about, like, so let's say $490 to put it slightly higher. TP would be like $400, or a first one would be around $415. Second one would be at $400. And that has you in very, very high probabilities in your favor, because if you're wrong by about like 9%, and you wouldn't really, you'd want to wait for it to get a little bit higher. But if you're right by about 10. It's roughly even in risk reward. It's a good thing that you can't use leverage on these things. So.
Unless you're buying calls and puts, and you're a fancy guy like that.
Yeah, but then you're just going to Vegas online.
That's right. That's what we do, baby. Well, that's what I do.
That's what I used to do until I lost an absolute fuckload of money. On the 2-day, we are bouncing at this 5 EMA again, like it's been doing this entire way through. Not necessarily the best signal though, because we still have a red candle. And if you form one of these candles after an uptrend, it's considered a hanging man. If you form it after a downtrend, it's considered a hammerhead. But since we're doing it on an uptrend, this would be a hanging man, and this would be a reversal candle. And on top of that, we're getting momentum shifting to the downside and volatility shifting to the downside. The jewel is flipping back over within the bullish critical zone. It's setting, like, every single signal you're getting right now is in favor of a downside move. And I'm not saying that it's not going to go lower than $400. I'm just saying that's the high probability bounce area. Because if it doesn't go lower than $400, it's going to go a lot lower than $400. Probably going to go somewhere around 360s to 350s, which is going to be around our median. Which I'm also seeing a lot of people calling that $350 to $360 range on social media too.
So probably not.
Yeah, probably $400.
Yeah.
Would be even funnier if we bounce at 420.69. Elon starts deploying all the capital at 420.69.
Again, I would never be surprised, and especially because this is a meme. After Donald Trump ringing the bell, the market coming down is the funniest shit in the world, and that shit will continue to happen.
On the daily, we are getting a little bit of a different story where we're brushing right up against this 38.2% at $446.73. If we close over that, we should see a move at the very least to retest these highs, if not break them. Because the last time we closed over the 38.2% was right here in this 5th of December. And after we closed over it, we pumped about 31% to the upside. We tapped the 95% range on the HPDR. So if we do close above this 38.2%, right now we're almost fully reset on our momentum, and volatility is getting pretty close to being fully reset. That would take us towards 95% again. And the 95% brings us into that mid $500 number at around $525. Same thing with the 4 hour, where the 4 hours swept these lows right here off of the 19th of December. And then we got a sharp spring off of that. So this would technically be a swing failure pattern, because you took out all the liquidity in this area. Now you're getting a very powerful move to the upside. What you would want to see for confirmation is a close over this 9 EMA, which is at $449. We're only like $5 away from that. Yeah. If you close over that, then you very likely go back to retest these highs over here. But since we're at such extreme levels on the 2 week and the weekly, where we tapped the 97.5%, that would be a very, very high probability area where you would short this, and then your risk would be in very, very small to the upside if you're wrong, and you would have more reward in your favor if you're right. Because if you shorted right here at the 78.6, you'd only be risking about 2%, and if you're right, you'd be making about, what is that, $400, about 16%. So you have 8x in terms of risk to reward. That's the extremity trade you'd want to take. Wouldn't want to short it here. You wouldn't really want to long it here either. Kind of like a no man's land, where if you close above this 38.2, if you are feeling very aggressive, you get one of those guys who likes to take big risks, I guess you could long it after it closes over the 38.2%, and you would close it right here at the 78.6. But that's not much to gain versus how much you're risking, and that's more of like a degenerate gambler play. Like if you want to buy end of the week calls or some shit like that. Let's go down. They have a term for end of the week calls on Wall Street bets. I can't say the word because it's very offensive, but it's British Cigarettes Delights.
Really?
FDs.
Mm.
On the 4 hour, we're also brushing up against that 9 EMA. We really want to see a close over that if we want to see that move back to retest these current all-time highs. Because if we don't close over this 9 EMA, this is just going to mark another lower high before we end up coming back down and test this meme line. And right now, momentum is trying to flip back up. It's still within bearish control, so this is the zone where you would find a lower high, while volatility is pushing down too. And then you look at the jewel is giving you one of the most picture-perfect sell signals you will ever get, where the pink is crossing below the yellow, and the dark blue is crossing below everything else within the bearish or the bullish critical zone. So that's giving you more of an idea that you're probably going to come back down to that $400 level, possibly even lower, based off of this jewel setup. Like, I didn't even notice this at first. This is very worrying.
Even your daily kind of has a God mode signal, I think. Not entirely sure, but I think I saw it.
Yeah, it does, and it's flipping into dark blue. So we want to see it lose the critical zone, and then we're probably going to get a very significant pullback. Now I'm thinking we go below $400, like pretty significantly below $400. Maybe they're right about 360.
Damn internet!
The one time the internet is right.
We're gonna write a book. The one time the internet was right, by Farhan Ramirez.
Farhan, what do you call it? Emilio Escobar Gaviria.
There you go. And you do need like 79 names when you're Mexican or Latin. So well done.
I gotta have Goku in there too.
Oh, of course, at some point. We do love Goku. He's like our national hero, even though he's not Mexican.
He's basically Mexican.
At this point, he is.
Quarterly still has that hidden bullish divergence in play with volatility expansion, but this is a quarterly candle, so it could, and this is also a Tesla, so it could easily pull back 20 or 30% and still have that divergence active. Because right now, to invalidate this divergence, we have to close below $182, which is pretty unlikely. And on this next open, like remember on Bitcoin, where if on the next open it was much easier to confirm the bearish divergence. Even on this one, on our next quarterly open, to invalidate this bullish divergence, we'd have to close below $212. So we'd need more than a 50% dump even on the next one to invalidate this hidden bullish divergence. So this is going to stay active for a good minute because we're going to need much higher lows before we can invalidate that divergence and make a local top. But right now, we have absolutely no danger of making a local top at all, unless Elon dies or something. And
Don't fucking even say it.
Our next target is going to be the critical zone, coming from our level of volatility we're at. Critical zone sits at $1,314. Remember that HPDR level of 1,275? Maybe it's not so crazy. Right now, is there any divergence here? Yeah, there is. There is some bearish divergence though, but it's not that strong because we have a lower high on the RSI from all of these highs right here, but the price is making significantly higher highs. So the worst that this bearish divergence could really do is that it would come back down and test the mid 300s, which is around that $350 to $360 area. And then that would reset our volatility too, because volatility is getting pretty high. And now the jewel on the monthly is giving us the opposite thing of what we just looked at, where the pink is crossing above the yellow and the light blue is making its way above everything else, and it's getting into the bullish control zone. So after we get that little pullback, maybe possibly to 360s, like that, this jewel setup is one of those like Hamas setup type of equivalents. Invalidated. There was hidden bearish divergence right here, but it was invalidated. Weekly still has hidden bullish divergence. Very close to being played out though, because volatility is getting to extreme levels. Same thing with the 5-day. And we're getting a God mode sell signal on the jewel, so we're just waiting for it to flip over and flip to dark blue. 3-day has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, but the volatility setup is telling you that it's very likely played out. Is there any divergence there? Nope, that's a higher high. Four-hour has many drives possible of hidden bullish divergence though, because we dropped below on the RSI of all of these lows right here, but price is making a higher low. So we have currently 1, 2, 3 drives possible of hidden bullish divergence in play. And if that does get confirmed, to confirm it, you'd have to close above this high right here at $456.36. You'd confirm 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Volatility is still pretty high, so we'd wait to see when it confirms where volatility is. Right now, if volatility does flip back up to support the hidden bullish divergence, that would take us to somewhere around, what is that, like $450, which is only $8 higher than where we are now. But if volatility comes a little bit lower, like somewhere around this 50% point, that takes us to the critical zone, which right now the critical zone sits at $576. I don't think it's going to go straight to $576. I think we're probably going to find a little bit of a local top at 525 based off of the HPDR area. That's just like a little bit of guessing. It could easily go higher. Could be wrong. Could just go straight to $576 because this does like to move when it moves.
So what you're saying is it could go up or down.
Exactly. Up or down. Fucking idiot. All you're saying is going up or down.
I actually never understood that 99% of people, when they read something, they don't understand it. I didn't know that. I legitimately just started paying more attention to that now. Because I see, I'll post like the dollar is doing this, it's happening this, and it's like very specific. And people go like, so is it going up or down? or like I'll comment on something unrelated and they'll come in and say something unrelated. I legitimately don't think most people understand anything, which is really weird.
I wish people wouldn't have the ego issue of not being able to say they don't understand something and just say you don't understand it and ask for help.
Yeah, well, that's what makes smart people different from everybody else. Legit, like I ask everyone all the stupidest questions in the world.
I'm a complete retard, and if I don't understand, I'd be like, "How does that work?"
Exactly, because that's the only way you're gonna learn. It's very odd, like you're saying, but it's true. It's a society thing. But hey, let them enjoy.
They can have fun. They can have fun with their questions about like completely irrelevant shit, pretending to understand something, and then just playing it the complete opposite way.
Yeah,
the way the world works. Right now on the quarterly, we are getting momentum starting to flip back up alongside that hidden bullish divergence that we already had confirmed. We're rejecting getting into the bearish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $328. So we're pretty healthily above right now. The last time we flipped up on the quarterly was right here back in 2020 when we had that 1,000% move. Monthly is about to enter into the critical zone. Last time we freshly entered the critical zone was also in 2020. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $317.24 or 20. Let's just say $318 to be conservative. Let's see where our volatility was last time we entered the critical zone. So right now, our volatility is even lower than it was back when we got that 1,000% move, because we were sitting in the 90s on our volatility at that point. Right now, we're at 82%. So theoretically, this setup is giving us more of a powerful volatility setup than we did right here with a 1,000% move. Imagine we get 1,000% move and Tesla goes to $4,000. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just throwing it out there for shits and giggles. 2 week is a little high on our volatility, but momentum is still pointed up and entering the critical zone as long as we're above $395. Weekly is getting right on the knife's edge. We got 2 hours and 30 minutes to go, so the bulls just got to keep it up by about $3. If they close above $441.20, momentum will remain to the upside. Doesn't mean we won't get a pullback. We very likely do get a pullback, but since momentum is going to be to the upside, that makes it more probable that that pullback is going to be a higher low and a spring. That's usually whenever you get your like massive springs to new prices, is whenever you get a pullback with upwards momentum.
No.
5 day is now, 5 day is now turning down, which kind of puts into question if we will maintain that on the weekly or not. But 5 day has a lot more to go before it closes. Weekly closes in 2.5 hours. 5 day is flipping down as long as we're below $453, $454. Then it's going to test the edge of the critical zone. Let's see if I can find a comparable thing for that. Yeah, like right here. Right in the, and because every other setup that we have is also giving us similar to the 2021 rally. So in the 2021 rally, we flipped down in the critical zone, tested the edge of the bullish control zone, then flipped back up, and then we got another rally from there. And then we got our double extreme on our volatility, and that's when we got the long form consolidation. And even though momentum was pointed down the entire time, we didn't really get a pullback. We just went sideways and tested the 9 EMA multiple times before we exploded again after volatility reset. Right now, we're just on our first extreme on volatility. We haven't gotten the second extreme yet. So what's that also gives more confluence to the idea that we pull back a little bit, volatility resets, then we get our second extreme pushing us into the 500s, then we get the real volatility contraction, and it's very likely that we get the same volatility contraction like we got in 2020, where the price just went sideways and didn't really pull back at all. I don't really see a reason why Tesla would pull back like very significantly unless something like dramatic happens in terms of like government policy. 5 days, 3 days, still expanding on volatility. It tried to contract a little bit, but then it flipped back up, still expanding. Momentum is currently to the downside. It's going to flip down in 2.5 hours as long as we close below 455. But what's going to be more important is if the weekly stays up, because the weekly trend is a lot more important than the 3 day trend. So the 3 day flips down, that just gives you more confluence that we're going to pull back before we spring back to the upside, assuming the weekly is still up. Because if the weekly flips down, then that's a little bit of a different story, a little bit of more sombering detail, and we probably pull back a good amount from there. Like that's what, if the weekly flips down, that's what opens the doors up to that 350, 360 area. 2-day started contracting a little bit. Now it's expanding again. Not good to see considering momentum is flipped to the downside, and we're going to be down as long as we're below $486.50. That's giving more of 350s, 360s. Daily is now contracting on volatility while momentum is flipped down. It's about to exit the critical zone, and it's going to be down below $483.50. Not so bad to see volatility contracting with that. Same with the 4-hour, where volatility is going down now, contracting. This can kind of be considered a double extreme since this is a stock. On cryptos, you like to see it in the 90s. This went up to the high 80s. I guess it can be considered a double extreme because it did get red on the volatility, but it's not as powerful as a double extreme as like one of these, where we went up to the high 90s. And momentum is now testing the edge of the bullish control zone. Once it gets there, then it should be easier for the bulls to flip it back up. Then this pivot should drop. What we want to see is this drop below price action. If it drops below price action, then you have a more higher probability that we've put in a local bottom and we can flip back up and get a little pump from there. If this stays where it is, or if it even goes up, very bearish, very, very bearish. And now the 2-hour is starting to flip up on momentum, where volatility is starting to expand as well. And we're going to be up. See where we're flipping up from. We're rejecting getting into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $433. So if we go all the way up to like the monthly and the quarterly, we're getting some of the most powerful candles I've ever seen on any single asset ever. We're strongly above our previous all-time highs. We're above the 38.2% breakout area. If we close above that on the quarterly, and we get 2 more closes around that $400 area or above, you could even go below 400. You could go to like 380s and still close above that. That would give us a technical target. I'm afraid to say $975. And then if you go down to like the weekly and the 2-week, we're getting to a little bit of an extreme areas. We're tapping the 88.3%. Very likely area of a pullback. Probably at first I was thinking to tap the meme line, but then I saw that jewel set up, and now I'm thinking we're probably going to go down somewhere around 360s. And then if you go a little bit lower, like towards the daily, you're getting momentum starting to flip down. You're getting volatility expansion with it, giving you even more of an idea that we'll go to the 360s, 350s. Then if you go down to a little bit of the degenerate time frames, like the 2-hour, you're getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed up. Doesn't tell you we're going to reverse, just tells you we're probably going to put in a lower high, which other idea comes into play where you would short it somewhere around the 78.6, right below our current all-time highs, with the stop loss at the all-time highs, and then a TP around like, I'm going to shift it from now with the dual setup, I'm going to shift it from 415 to 400 for the first TP, and then the second one at about $375. And from there, assuming our momentum on the weekly stays to the upside, we should see a powerful spring into the 500s.
God damn, Tesla. God damn. That's
Elon Musk,
amazing.
even more dinero.
Good for him. He needs it. He needs, he's got 12
He's
children.
struggling.
With inflation, he can barely afford his kids right now. 12 kids? He only has $500 billion, dude. He's not made out of money.
Funny thing about the 12 kids is when people call Elon an incel. Like, do you even know what the word incel means?
No one does. No one knows anything, Farhan. God damn it. No. Thank you. We're doing Mercado Libre in a second, Alex. Let me just spit this back at everyone in español. Thank you. Ok, ahí les va. Estamos viendo Tesla. Importante la acción del gran Elon Musk, lo que lo está haciendo el hombre más potentemente rico del mundo. Casi tiene $500 billion. Felicidades a Elon, como de que no. Más merecidos que nadie, chingada. Eso. Ok. Empezamos analizando el precio de Tesla. Sabemos que nuestro alto histórico está en esta zona de los 414.67. Estamos bastante por encima de nuestro gráfico trimestral. Lo pueden ver por acá. Y aparte, mucho más arriba del cierre más grande que había tenido Tesla. El cierre más potente que ha tenido Tesla ha sido en los $360. Por lo que estamos básicamente casi $100 por encima. Estamos $80 por encima en este momento y esperando cerrar esto en 11 días y 3 horas. Bastante bien, pero es Tesla, cualquier cosa puede pasar. Lo que podemos ver también es que la volatilidad continúa su camino en expansión en lo que estamos viendo literalmente al precio hacer esto. Y eso nos da un setup bastante potente cuando volteamos a ver nuestro HPDR y nuestro momentum, porque eso literalmente nos lleva a la parte de arriba del 50%, aunque va a bajar obviamente en el cierre de 11 días, a menos de que en 11 días y ¿cómo se dice? Y 3 horas lleguemos a los 847, deberíamos de simplemente ver esto bajar a un número por, no sé, o sea, honestamente no sabemos exactamente a dónde bajaría, pero ese número bajaría y le daría una más alta probabilidad de llegar a ese número primero. Y después, siguiente objetivo, está por ahí de los 1000. Así que tranquilos, no se me exciten. Vamos a ver por acá. Estamos viendo ahora la mensual. Estamos por encima del 78.6% y eso nos pone un objetivo en el 88.3% de $600, $609. Vamos a ver, volatilidad continúa expandiendo, el punto más bajo en el que ha estado en el gráfico mensual. Ah, no, después de los extremos, pero correctamente está expandiendo justamente de acá y pueden ver que está en el 82%. Está todavía apuntando agresivamente hacia arriba. Esto es en un gráfico mensual, lo que nos dice que el movimiento a $600 no debería de ser tanto problema en realidad para Tesla. Y a Tesla le gusta llegar a más extremos. Nuestro extremo en este momento en la mensual está en $988. Les voy a poner la semanal. La semanal tenemos también la volatilidad empujando a la alza y ahora llegando al 92.86%, lo que nos dice que tal vez vamos a empezar a ver a Tesla cansarse de hacer más y más varo. Lo que estamos viendo en este momento en nuestro gráfico semanal es, obviamente estamos por encima de todos los promedios y estamos creando nuevos altos, creo que es obvio en un alto histórico, y ahora estamos justamente en la zona del 97% entre el 464 y el 430, el 430.10. Un cierre por encima de 463 nos llevaría a buscar la zona de los $600. Un cierre por debajo del 429, y esto cierra en 2 horas, eso nos llevaría a buscar la zona de los 379, que también tiene confluencia con lo que Farhan estaba diciendo y cuál sería su objetivo más o menos si es que hay una corrección. Y además, si cierra abajo de esta vela, esta sería una vela de tope, lo que probablemente nos dé más camino para una corrección decente. En la diaria podemos ver que ya está cansado el movimiento, la volatilidad está contrayendo, está por debajo del promedio. Recuerda, la volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la blanca, extremos son los rojos y azules. Rojos es al 100%, azules es en 0%. Y ahora está contrayendo en 84% la volatilidad. En lo que está ocurriendo eso, estamos yendo de lado, lo que nos dice que estamos ante un movimiento correctivo. Pero en la misma diaria podemos ver que estamos peleándonos con el 38.2%, estamos en la zona azul. ¿Y qué nos gustaría ver? Nos encantaría ver un cierre por encima de la zona azul en el 446.73. Todo esto se movería para arriba y podríamos empezar a buscar objetivos a la alza. De nuevo, volatilidad contrayendo, pero cuando entramos en times más degenerados, pueden ver que es un poco de lo mismo con la volatilidad contrayendo, pero acá la media del canal se encuentra en los 477. Definitivamente nos gustaría ver que esto empiece a cerrar a la alza, aunque falta muy poco tiempo para que cierre bastantes velas, bastantes cosas importantes. Estamos por debajo del promedio de la 9. Déjenme quito el arco iris. Y aquí van a poder ver que lo que vamos a buscar el día de hoy en la diaria es poder estar teniendo un cierre por encima de este promedio del 9 que está en los 444.85. Estamos a punto de fliparlo. Vamos a ver si lo podemos lograr. Estamos a nada. Vamos, sigue empujando, hijo de perra. No lo logró. Pero nos gustaría eso. En caso de no poder cerrar arriba el 444, el EMA, el promedio del 9 en la diaria, en la de 4 horas en Tesla, eso nos diría que probablemente vayamos a ajustar aquí a esta zona de los 429. Y una vez más, ¿cómo se ve eso en la diaria? Perdón, tenía que poner eso. Eso nos da confluencia básicamente con que si no ganamos acá, vamos a ir a la parte baja de este canal que está más o menos también coincidiendo con nuestra línea meme. Tesla se ve bastante bien, tiene cara que quiere romper madres alcistamente, temporalidades altas pueden ver que el movimiento tiene continuación apoyada por volatilidad expandiendo. En la trimestral, en la mensual, en la semanal vemos que se empieza a cansar el movimiento, en la diaria podemos ver que se cansa el movimiento y en la de 4 horas vemos que exactamente lo mismo. Déjeme, solamente veo la de 2 días y luego la de 3. Un segundo. Esto ya es más o menos para mí. Claro, ahí otra vez el 424 aparece y eso es, y no podemos cerrar esta vela por acá. Y déjame ver la de 3 días. 3 días, igual. Ok, interesante. Y la media del canal está por acá. Ok, vamos a la de harina. En la de harina, quitando esto. En la diaria podemos ver que tal vez estemos ante un topezón. No tiene cara, honestamente, tanto. Esta es una vela envolvente bajista, por cierto, y confirmación de cierre sería por debajo de los 427. Si cerramos debajo de los 427, tal vez nos vayamos a dar una vuelta, y es lo que pensamos, a los 400, o el mejor escenario para acumulación sería por ahí de básicamente esta zona entre los 350 y los 380. Esa sería la oportunidad de oro para agarrar Tesla, a menos de que obviamente algo muy extraño pase y todo se vaya al culo, pero ahí pues no hay tanto que hacer. Eso, damas y caballeros, es Tesla. Alex, we're ready for some Mercado Libre.
Nice. Let's see here. So, you know, what's interesting about Melly right now, is my computer going to die 10%? Let me just plug this in 1 second. My bad.
Plug it in, sir.
Hey, we're
That was
gamblers. Let's see if it runs out before you finish.
Fuck it.
All right, no, we're good. Because I know this. I know how this game goes, and it probably would. Okay. You know what's actually interesting about Melly right now is the fact that we are getting a weekly volatility set up, and it's looking primed to break out, or at least just expand, is what I should say. It's a better word. Expand. Probably within the next close, maybe next week, then we actually start seeing this expand, because we are getting that weekly closure today. And what do we see here? Well, this is actually in bearish posturing now, where we're now rejecting and losing that weekly EMA 34, an area that we've been watching as nice support. That's generally where we like to get our big bounces from, right at that EMA 34. And we know that once we lose that EMA 34 on the weekly, that just gives us that move to that EMA 100. And so for now, where this weekly is closing today, which probably closes around here, maybe a little higher, it'd make a lot of sense for us to actually open up probably into next week and actually test this again. I'd want to see $1,800, $1,802 actually reject. So that could look something like this, where it closes, maybe we open up on a pump. But at that point, I want to actually see that reject and actually, fulfill the EMA 100 prophecy by getting some kind of reaction around there, which luckily for us lines up, almost around the area where that meme line is, right around 1,558. We can actually, hold this and get a bounce from there, then this could start looking okay. But the concerning thing about that is, we're not too far away from support now. We're slightly front running it, and we've already come down a good amount on I'll just call it MELI, MELI, and we still aren't seeing that volatility expand yet. And this could start rolling over here and doing that, but the way this is looking, looks like this is going to start expanding next week, and then that really could put this stock at risk of actually getting a bigger pullback. If I go, sometimes, oh wait, hold on, let me turn that off. Let me do this. Let me just turn the trend wave catalyst on, because it is nice to be able to identify that. And bulls really wanted this low to hold. Then we're now running the risk of running these lows, and if I'm not mistaken, this is already looking like it's in a downtrend now in the weekly, after breaking this last weekly low that was formed on November. And so now we are in a downtrend. I do want to see some kind of bounce in the next week. I do think that could come right around that $1,800 level. But then at that point, I want to see that actually reject and us come all the way back down to 1,560. If not, maybe wicking, to that, but then getting, some kind of mean reversion bounce around 1,596, which is right around that weekly EMA 100, which is an area that this stock does like to form bottoms, at least just locally, and then go up. And just like when we lose it, it's generally not a good sign, right? So if this weekly ends up losing that EMA 100, we don't want to short into that breakdown. We want to wait for the rally up, just like here where it rejected it, and then that was the easy short. So this stock is, not looking the best. It's looking like it wants to really start breaking down into next week. But first, it would just make sense to me to actually kind of get this, support level flipped actually into resistance, because we can just see we are rejecting that 34 now. We're getting that follow through. We're really close to the EMA 100 now, slightly front running it. So it makes sense to open up, but then watch that $1,800, resistance. Let's see what the HVDR says as well. We can see we're under the weekly median now. In this last kind of wick high, excuse me, before going down, basically got rejected by the median here on the weekly. So, we are still very heavily below that. We're now losing the 618 here, and rejecting that. And we can see that 88.3% right around where that EMA 100 is. So that can tell us that, that probably does give us some kind of bounce here, or reaction, right? But if it doesn't actually hold a sustained rally up and we lose this point, then we have to really start looking at a lot lower. And I'm going to be watching, personally, that $1,300 level. And now that I see this weekly level, I do think there was something else here right around there. Let me see. No, it wasn't the monthly. Okay. The monthly is bad, though. Look at that. We're losing that monthly median. It's now at 2,100. We're losing the bottom of the 382. Granted, this is closing in 11 days, but if what we see on that weekly, which looks like it does want to go down more to that $1,500 zone, then we could
actually.
was it the 2 week? Let me see. Yeah, it was the 2 week. Yeah, good call. We just are going to run the risk of the monthly closing bad. We see the 2 week here, just like what I was mentioning, I believe on the, I need to just remember this, the weekly here, where, we don't really lose. If we don't hold this $1,600 zone, then all eyes on that 2 week. And that 2 week, the next support for me is coming right around 1,380. I do think that that's going to be the next zone. If we take the rainbow chart off, we can see we really haven't flirted with that EMA 100 in a while. We're at the last spot here, though. So you do want to see this hold, but if you don't see this hold, then this really could run the risk of, us getting that exasperated move down. And I do believe that'll occur once we do lose these lows at 1,559. But, you would have already been aware of that zone just simply because of this weekly EMA 100. So it's easy to kind of use the weekly as a guide. The weekly and the 2 week as a guide. If we lose that EMA 100 plus the meme line, there's probably a really good chance we're going to go to that SMA 200, which are currently at 1,366, which luckily for us is lining up nicely with that EMA 100, which since we broke back above this, we haven't ever tested this. We can just see, that the 30 EMA 34 on the 2 week has always been catching price, which we're currently here now. And that's why we bulls want to start stepping in and getting this, a reaction here. Or, if not, then they run the risk of that weekly expanding, the 2 week giving us another setup probably into next week, which then could start expanding if that weekly does. And then you really run the risk of, like I was saying, the monthly, coming all the way back down to here, which is at 1,484, that monthly EMA 34. Which again has been just a big spot for this chart. It does like to catch that. But whenever we lose it, then we go to that EMA 100. And currently on the monthly, that is very far from price. And this, in my opinion, would be the worst case scenario for this chart. Because if we go now from the monthly to the quarterly, you can see here that, if we end up losing the quarterly 9, that's going to be good confirmation to me that, yeah, this thing is probably going to end up coming down. Doesn't mean it needs to right away because it's a quarterly, but generally then, yeah, you just want to keep watching that $1,300 area. That doesn't hold, which we know what I showed on the weekly and the 2 week, most importantly. If this doesn't hold, then yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't go back down closer to that $1,000 zone, which on the monthly lines up again with that EMA 100 on the monthly, which, just like I've been saying all stream today, the higher the time frame it is that you're viewing that EMA 100, the stronger it should be. And so we generally shouldn't be testing that a lot. And you can see since we populated, we hit it one time here. And this actually might have even been a front ran. Yeah, it was. Didn't fully hit it.
Yeah.
And then we lost it here, quick SFP. And then that SFP from that EMA 100 led, to that all-time high break. So we end up coming back down here. You have to gauge this as a major opportunity. Just simply putting.
And just look at also just looking at that structure, it seems to on the past one. I'm sorry, I don't know what temporality you had. It's a monthly one. Yeah. So it looks like it certainly likes to go back close to like that pivot before the breakout, right? And like so on the left of the first pump. Now go down. Go down. Go down.
Okay.
And right to the left. Well, that one and also the one that exactly. So you see how he made a lower high, but he made it really close to that. That my point is, it seems like the structure likes to do that.
Yeah.
That he finds that, and then he found the higher high, which also coincides. If you just draw it, it would look exactly what you're saying. It's the first high, then the second high, and then you go to the $1,000 area, and that would literally not even break trend.
No, it wouldn't. And like it's more evident, I believe, on like the quarterly. We've been in a steady uptrend. This is a major higher low to me. Or you can count this one too, but I'm counting this as the next higher low because of this. This is overall keeping that overall trend. From this low, we did make a high on the quarterly, so this is going to take a lot of candles and time. But if we ended up coming back down, it's just a LARP line, so maybe it's not going to go like that. But then we could be doing what you're saying. We grind out that $1,000 before going up, and it just ever so slightly, just holds it. Well, I mean, it's still healthily above it by a few hundred, but it's just getting close. Like here was $439, went all the way to $600 before finding that next higher low. So you are 100% right. I just want to see, in my personal opinion, when viewing MELI, I think it's just wiser to gauge the higher time frames. And so, yes, we were talking about the daily, the weekly. Just think you should be viewing this on a 2-week or above. And when we're viewing the monthly, we just need to stick to what we know. And we know that that monthly 9's been holding for multiple months. If we lose that, it's going to play into the idea that now that 1,800 is resistance, and you need to treat it like resistance. And be cautious about that. But then, losing that 9, probably does take us to $1,476. That to me is kind of, what the heck? Did that just change? That was weird. Okay, no, that was it. Yeah, weird update. All fine. It's perfectly okay. But at that point, it's like you really are gonna just want that $1,482 to hold. And again, you'd be gauging that based on this 2-week EMA 9 or EMA 100. Sorry, if it doesn't hold, then I don't see why we won't go to $1,000. More like $980 to $1,000, and I'm going to be gauging that as a major opportunity until proven otherwise, because that's just how the overall chart has been. We see here. We're getting that 6 month, and these are all going to move. So then this EMA 9 on the 6 month easily could move closer to where that 2-week EMA 100 is, right around that 1,370 to 1,400. So that's good confluence too. But overall, I mean, you bulls don't want this to turn red because it'll just start looking like more of like a local top candle.
Well, in a 6 month, that looks like a top candle right now as is. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it is looking like a top candle, but it going red then would also mean that we're just like losing the support. Then we have that massive wick high rejection, which we still do have, but it just then would play into more of a shooting star, in my opinion. And that wouldn't be good.
It's crazy that it's closing in 11 days. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's fucking December 20th, and I'm looking at everything and going like, oh, I can't believe it's going to close in 11 days for a year. Of course it is, you fucking 100 dumbass.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm even just like, that it is crazy. You have a monthly, a 2-month, a 3-month, a 6-month, a 12-month, all closing. And so like that's a lot of data for us, those traders. MELI is not looking good. It's looking like it definitely can pull back more. Again, just could play into what I'm saying into next week. Don't be surprised if we open up next week into a pump. but then I'm really gauging that $1,800 zone, which for us now is right where that SMA 200 on the daily is, which has been holding support. Unless we quickly SFP it and then reclaim it and then hold it, this is going to be looking more like you want to be watching the reaction around here, because look, it could be as easy as we get a pump into next week. We come all the way up to here. We don't actually break this last lower high. This then can give you an easy probability short of, testing that $1,800. A zone that was already support now should be flipped into resistance in correspondence with that SMA 200. And then here, if you short that and you have a stop of like, maybe your entry is 1,805 and your stop is just logically here at 1,852. What could that be percentage-wise? Because sometimes I say it's not that big because it doesn't look that big. Yeah, it's really not that big. You're losing like 2% to potentially make here, at minimum 13%. More maximum, you can make like 30% here. That's good risk to reward. And this trend is down. The macro trend is up, and that's what we just want to keep using our that like fuel to guide our bias. Essentially, is that the macro is still up, but it is looking grim. And you really want to be cautious of where these zones are coming in. And if this zone doesn't hold, then I do think that this chart will aggressively it will come down quick. The reason why I mentioned this on the quarterly is because you can just see that quarterly 9's right at 1,547. So we're going to gauge this on a weekly now. This zone's very important to hold. And that's why, right, the quarterly has 3 months, the monthly, that's 30 days. That's why I believe, more gauging it on a week, a 2 week, a weekly, and then using the higher time frames to kind of guide your bias on areas of confluence could be wise for this chart. And so, simply put, we know that EMA 100 on the weekly likes to hold. That is coming in right around the meme line. I don't see why we're not going to hit that. I do think next week we can open up to a pump right around $1,800, but then I want to see that harshly reject and take us actually down. And then ideally this is going to hold. If this doesn't hold here, then yeah, I don't see why we're not going to just end up going lower. And lower for me is actually going down to that $1,380 level. That's like the next spot. And if that doesn't hold, then we have to gauge it on the monthly. On the monthly here, I do think then if we're losing the 2 week, EMA 100, we're now under this pivot here on the monthly. We're now under the 9, the 21, the 34. Then the next zone has to be, this 1,260. But that's just a meme line. I don't see why we wouldn't just, just like here, quickly go down, hit it, and then form some kind of either consolidation, if not bottom. And that's right now at $1,038.
And by the way, the EMA 9 on the 12-month candles is exactly there too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
And it likes to touch it.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see, I like this 12-month a lot because you can just see the trend here. Like it's more clear to me on this 12-month.
Mm-hmm.
You have the high, you have the higher low, you have the higher high. Is the higher low going to be formed again here? That's kind of what the bet would be. But this is going to take time. This is not going to happen in a week because we're dealing with more higher time frames. But I personally might even invest in this if we do get to this point, just because of all the areas I'm mentioning and what I see and how strong this chart has been. But don't get it twisted. If we do start losing this $1,000 zone, this can go a lot lower. Let's see.
There's literally nothing underneath.
Yeah, this easily could go back down to $400 in my opinion, which would be pretty detrimental to this chart.
Yeah,
if not at conservative like $600. I don't see why we would hold this again. I just don't see why we wouldn't come back down to here. And that would be pretty detrimental for this chart because this has gone up 271%, and if this ended up going all the way down, that'd just be a full on like 80% almost. Yeah,
holy shit.
And it's like, is that the most out of the question when you're getting a weekly volatility setup? You're getting a 2 week, I believe, volatility setup. Almost, I guess it's next week you'll get this probably, while also getting one of the lowest monthly reads on volatility ever. Now, granted, the lowest was at 7.68%. You know, we're still moving down, and this easily could just start resetting. And if that weekly fires off, and then the 2-week, and then the monthly starts resetting, yeah, that'd be pretty painful, because we can see here when we started to when we got this move here down, you know, volatility was resetting, and then when it started to actually expand is when we got this whole leg down. And we can just see here, you know, from this point, this did lead to a 64% move. And why am I bringing that up? It's because we're very close to that zone again, in terms of like volatility. And so, you know, when we're getting in the midst of a breakdown, we're seeing that there's extreme reads on the weekly. The 2 weeks not looking the best. We're potentially going to lose if we don't actually get a bounce from this point. We lose this EMA 100. Yeah, I mean, then that's just not going to be good, because we know that anytime we lose that just gives us that move to that SMA 200, which is at 1,365. And then at that point, you know, if keep that number 1,365, you know, we get that monthly close. We're now just like fully losing all the major moving averages I watch here on the monthly, you know, which would not be good, because then, you know, we probably do get some bounce around here, but then we just end up rejecting, you know, one of these moving averages again. The end target will just be ultimately that $1,000, $1,038. And you can even just see here now that that SMA 200 on the monthly is starting to populate. That's coming in right around where we just talked about the worst probably case scenario being $600 to $400.
What would have to happen for Mercado Libre to go to fucking shit there? Like, I can't. It's like Amazon going back to like bullshit.
Where do they ship from?
No, dude. This is a company from Argentina, but they're everywhere. Like they're literally larger than Amazon in all of Latin America.
Maybe like double-digit tariffs on every Latin country or something.
Yeah,
well,
good.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be an extreme.
Yeah,
like a mega extreme,
or just maybe like, you know, world recession hits these countries extra hard. Because, you know,
that too.
These are predominantly in third world countries, and if let's say the U.S. goes into a recession, and what you told us, Alan, just most of these countries are delayed by 2 years, then
you
know, that could be why, you know, this is going to maybe start looking not good. Because but I have no idea. I just click buttons, and all I'm saying now is, you know, we really now want to just see into next week a move back to 1,800. You're going to want to really watch to see the reaction around the daily SMA 200, because where you're getting that also is that daily 9, which real simply put has been just that rejection zone for us through and through on this whole way down. Up until we lost it here, it's just been rejecting us all the way down here. So it makes sense for me, because we're kind of in the middle, not to long this up to here, but just wait on your hands, patiently wait, see the reaction when we get to that 1,800. If you start getting lower time frame weakness, maybe punt the short. Have your stop tight though. You don't need to have it all the way up here. You're wrong if we start breaking this last wick high, just wick high before we dumped. And then we could run the risk of going all the way back up to 1,900. And then at that point, you don't really want to hold a short at 1,800. So, you know, watch that into next week. If we do get a rejection there, then all eyes essentially on, you know, closer to that $1,500 zone. That $1,500 zone is going to line up nicely with the weekly EMA at 100. You're going to want that to hold, just like here, aggressive dump down. EMA 100 in the weekly held, was a bottom, came up, back tested this, held, awesome, new high. You're going to want this to hold again. And if this doesn't hold, then this will kind of be the second tick on my point on why we're probably going to see $1,000. Then you're just going to cycle to the 2 week, but you're also going to be hoping that this volatility doesn't start firing off, because if it does start firing off and we're losing that EMA 100 and then it fires off, then yeah, you really are like dealing with a move here that last time gave us, let's see, this was to the upside. We'll take it from there. I'll just take it from this wick high. Yeah, this gave us a 27% move, you know, and so what would that technically be? Let's just say it starts expanding closer to where we're at now. Just be conservative. because it could start expanding when we're already down to that EMA 100. But let's just say it starts expanding now. Let's say it goes to 27%. 20. I think
Oh, wow. Yeah, 27%.
As it's 21%. Let's see, 27%. You know, it's closer right down to that $1,256, which is, you know, kind of like, yeah, we're already at that point, already deviating everything on the monthly. What about the quarterly? Yeah, it's just closer to that quarterly EMA 21, which actually makes sense. Like, if we really think about that, that quarterly 9's been just holding us for 3, 6, 9, 12, you know, and that's kind of where my math, no, I'm just kidding. 15. I'm
The
tired.
extent of my mathematics ends here.
At 12, yeah. No, it would make sense that like we are holding this quarterly 9. So if we end up losing this, which I don't know if we're gonna lose it on this quarterly, but if we do, then okay, great, more confluence to that. But you then just want to really gauge this EMA 21. So that's really it. Watch that 1,260 level. You know, and if that doesn't hold, then yeah, I do think that we're gonna just end up going back to that 1,030, which would be pretty bad, but could act as an opportunity, just like it did here when we went to that monthly EMA 100. And then ideally for bulls, they just keep resetting this monthly volatility. Maybe the weekly starts expanding, maybe the 2-week does, but the monthly doesn't. It actually starts going to extremes, giving us a really nice signal. You know, maybe in the realm of like the lowest BBWP reading. And then that could be what sparks us to actually bounce bigly from there. That's all hopium, and that's just a theory. And for now, if that weekly looks like it's about to expand, then this could just have a domino effect where it starts leading everything on the higher time frames to start expanding. And then at that point, yeah, that would be pretty detrimental for this chart. So that's all I really have on this. I do think it's corrective. I do think we're going to end up going more down than where we're at now. I do think, though, next week we can open up on a bounce. It makes sense to test 1,800, reject that. And overall, I do think we're going to come back down to that 1,265 to like $1,300. And if we don't hold that, then we have to start really looking at lower. So
lower? No. All righty. Well, is there anything else you guys would like to add? We're already at 4:35.
No, great stream.
Nope.
Thank you.
Great motherfucking stream. I'm excited over the weekend to see what's going to happen with everything. I'm hoping that the short opportunity really presents itself with Bitcoin. That'd be fucking swell as fuck. I'm going to be on the lookout for that. And also letting everyone know, if that happens, we'll send you guys the setup on the alerts along with anything else we find. Because there's a few things that we didn't get to. I mean, today was a fucking long ass stream, but like Sui is something that they asked for. Rivian, AMD, Bed Bath & Beyond, believe it or not. Oh, Bath & Body Works. Wow.
I was about to say, didn't Bed Bath & Beyond go bankrupt?
Yeah. ETH, XRP. It's the same guy that did GameStop. Yeah.
Oh, Ryan Cohen?
Well, I can definitely look at some of those charts in the weekend. I might even do a Discord town hall over the weekend, look at more setups, because you know, I want to see personally, is Cardano going to get that bounce? Is it not going to get the bounce? Is, you know, MELI going to get the bounce to 1,800? Like, all these things look like they want to bounce. The question just will be for all of us, how sustainable is it? Are these going to turn into lower highs? And if so, then let's definitely short that, because we don't want to just be on the camp of, well, this is going to happen because I think. No, like, we're very fluid, and if that we are going to get a short setup, you know, I will definitely find one. So,
dude, I'm fluid as fuck, except not sexually. Like on the chart.
I was about to say gender.
Made to make sure that was clear. No, just very fluid with the charts. But yeah, so people, it's okay if you guys are fluid. We're good for you. Good for you.
I kind of
wanted you boys.
I kind of wanted to look at XRP because it bounced perfectly from 195.
Do you want to check it out real quick?
Yes.
All righty, let's do it. If you want to run, Alex, you run. I'm gonna do Mercado Libre, and then let's do quickly XRP because I like this. I'm excited.
All right, boys. I'm gonna dip.
Enjoy. Feel better, dude. Have a good one. Vale. Tenemos Mercado Libre por acá rápidamente en una tabla anual. Literalmente cada una de estas velas es un año y pueden ver que Mercado Libre está en una tendencia alcista desde el principio, básicamente desde el 2009. Desde entonces ha estado creando bajos más altos y altos más altos. En el 2021 nos encontramos con el tope acá y venimos a darnos una vuelta desde los 2014 hasta los $600. Ese fue un movimiento bastante grande, de ahí la oportunidad, ¿no? Cada que tocamos el promedio del 9, la oportunidad. El promedio del 9 en la anual está en $1,000. Tómenlo tal cual, apúntenlo, $1,000. Y pueden ver que no hay un setup de volatilidad. En la de 3 meses, si creemos que viendo Mercado Libre en temporalidades más altas es más divertido y es más eficiente, pueden ver, yo me encantan este tipo de líneas meme porque es lo que me dice que algo se está rompiendo. Y ahorita que nos acercamos más, van a poder notar eso. Volatilidad estaba expandiendo, pero ahora se está yendo de lado. No hay un setup, estamos yendo del punto más bajo, no, ni siquiera. Entonces, no tenemos ni un setup de volatilidad en la de 3 meses por ahora. Y podemos ver que estamos creando este tipo de doble techo por acá con la de 3 meses. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más a la mensual. En la mensual se empiezan a pintar las cosas un poco más sencillamente para todos nosotros. Podemos ver que la volatilidad está regresando bajo el 15%, preparando un setup de no mames. Y la cosa va a ser, ¿esto va a ser a la alza o a la baja? Y es lo que no sabemos todavía, porque esto es la tradicional M de McDonald's y esto es normalmente una reversión gigantesca. Y esta reversión gigantesca, no estamos diciendo que se va a ir a cero, pero estamos diciendo que ve tus zonas. Uno, tienes la línea meme por acá, obviamente estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 y el primer promedio interesante que te vas a encontrar es su 55 que está por esta zona de los 1260. Y ahora vas a darte cuenta que el EMA 100 está justamente acá en los 1038, que es donde está el promedio del 9 en la anual que le gusta tocar y retestear a Mercado Libre antes de continuar su movimiento a la alza. Ahora, si fuéramos a hacer eso, tenemos acá algo bastante sencillo que anotar. Esto sería lo que aguantaría, básicamente. Y esto generaría otra tendencia alcista. Pero la cosa es, el precio puede llegar a tocar hasta por acá o tal vez más abajo, ya veamos, igual y lo podemos ajustar y dejar así. Y si el precio viene a esta zona, es donde va a haber una gran oportunidad a largo plazo. Por ahora hay una oportunidad más en corto. Estamos viendo que hicimos tope justamente los 2152. Nunca los pudimos pasar otra vez y de ahí hemos estado cayendo. Nos vamos a acercar rápidamente a la de 2 semanas. En 2 semanas también volatilidad está regresando a territorios para crear un setup una vez más. Está debajo del 15%. En realidad está justamente en 15,48%, pero apuntando para abajo. Y no sabemos todavía qué se va a dar. Perdimos el promedio del 9, el promedio del 21, el 34 y ahora nos queda el 55 en los 1500 y confluencia 1367 con el promedio del 100, que a Mercado Libre cuando toca el del 100 le gusta hacer un SFI y eso daría más confluencia a nuestro objetivo por esta zona, más o menos. Aquí se ve más claro cuando nos acercamos a esto, pero da igual, déjeme lo pongo en la semanal. En la semanal venimos de periodos de nada de volatilidad, la volatilidad está empezando a subir y aquí es donde decimos, si esto va a continuar al piso. Una vez que pierdas el promedio del el EMA 100, déjame ver dónde está el 200. El 200 justamente está en 1366. Para nosotros hemos roto estructura definitivamente en Mercado Libre. Y la rompimos porque rompimos este bajo, creamos un nuevo bajo, creamos un alto más bajo que los pasados y oficialmente estamos en un en un cruce plateado en la diaria, en la semanal todavía no, pero en la diaria tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, me parece, si no estoy inventando cosas, correcto, acá. Y cada oportunidad es un retesteo de la 9. Ahora, si ven en la diaria este gráfico tal cual, la posibilidad más grande siempre que rompes una zona es el retesteo de la otra zona antes de dar continuación a la caída. Eso es lo que nosotros creemos que va a pasar y donde hay una excelente oportunidad. No creemos que vaya a subir de esta zona y creemos que las zonas de mayor oportunidad van a ser una para long, ¿no? 2. Obviamente esta línea 3. Y tu última sería por acá de los $1,000. Sería, wow, están muy pinches mis dibujos, pero es lo que se ve. Mercado Libre tiene cara que quiere continuar bajando. Déjame simplemente ver volatilidad en la diaria para ver si hay algo por acá. No, estamos llegando a extremos en volatilidad. Se está yendo de lado. Literalmente, este putazo de volatilidad, ¿qué fue? El bajón. Así que no tenemos ningún setup, pero Mercado Libre tiene cara de que va a dar una gran oportunidad de entrada, seamos pacientes, o de un gran short, si es que lo llegas a agarrar por aquí de los 1929. Personalmente yo no creo que vaya a poder pasar de esta zona, que es justamente, y es más, podrías jugar esta invalidación. Abres acá, justamente donde está el promedio del 9 y el 200, e invalidas aquí arriba en 1846. Y eso sería la oportunidad del buen shorteo, brother. Es más, yo diría que 1817 para eliminar en 1850. Es lo que yo haría, el tío Salo. Sir, vamos a analizar este XRP rápidamente. No sé qué carajos encontró Farhan en la tabla y lo vamos a ver. Alrighty, sir.
XRP.
Let's see what's going on with XRPPs.
So we got that bounce literally exactly at $1.95, $1.96. And from there we are up about almost 15% right off of that Fibonacci level. I don't know if I mentioned on the live stream last time, but I definitely did on the town hall. Now it's up about bottom is still not in. No, there's no confirmation of a bottom, but that is just a very tradable bounce. The way you would confirm a bottom is you would have to close over about $2.43. Then you would have a local bottom in, and you're very likely to retest these $2.90 highs. The reason why I don't think that's going to happen is if you look at the weekly, we're still well within the 90% range, still tapping the 95%. So until these ranges have stepped up, there is not really any high probability that we would make a local bottom here and continue to the upside. But I think it's more likely, even though that we did get a pretty significant bounce, as long as we're below that area, we're more likely to end up going lower and tapping the 90 EMA, which is around like $1.75. Right now, our weekly momentum is starting to shift down also. We're just about to tap the moving average, and volatility is about to drop too. And then now the jewel is giving us a God mode sell signal. It has yet to flip over into the dark blue sell, but it's just giving you like an early indication that it's likely to happen very soon. Oops, I accidentally clicked that. I hate it when that happens. All right, switch to the 2-week. 2-week is now basing off of the 88.3%. We're below it right now. It's at $2.30, which if we close below that, then we very likely come back down and get a reconnect with our red 5 EMA, which is right next to that, right a little bit above that 175 area. It's currently sitting around like $1.83, $1.85. And our momentum is starting to shift down alongside volatility shifting down too. Jewel is still looking pretty good on the 2-week, but this is like a pretty long time frame, so this can be bullish while we're getting a pullback. Monthly also is still above the 78.6. So as long as we're still closing over this 78.6% area, it's still in more of a bullish posturing. You probably get a pullback first before it continues. Probably retest this 196, 195 area after it closes, assuming it closes over the 78.6. And then from there, you likely get a spring towards the 88.3, which right now is at $3.05. And since we're going to be so close to our previous all-time highs from 2017, we probably go higher to tap that $3.30 area. And right now, momentum on the monthly is still sharply pointed up, still within bullish control. Volatility is still supporting it. And the monthly jewel is still giving us a pretty nice setup. We don't have the yellow because there's not that much data, but we have the pink, which is good enough. And we're getting above, we're rejecting the bearish control, and now we're very close to re-entering into the bullish control. Only time that XRP has ever been in bullish control in the jewel has been on that 2017 setup. Yeah, and the quarterly looks absolutely insane. Where we're not only closing above this 38.2, but we're well within the 50% area, rejecting the 61.8%, but that's not really the worst considering how much above we are the 38.2. That's sitting at $1.06. So this thing could dump $1 from here and it would still close over the 38.2. That's how insane this quarterly candle is. And momentum is just now starting to, right? That we could dump more than $1 and it would still be above that 38.2.
That's wild.
Momentum is just now starting to enter into bullish control with volatility flipping up. Volatility is only at 52%. We went up, I believe, 470%, something like that. 497%, almost 500% to the upside, and volatility is only at 52%. Now the jewel is starting to flip around too. It's getting out of the bearish control. In this next maybe 1 or 2 candles, it'll enter into the bullish control for the first time on XRP's history in the quarterly. That's most people don't really have the jewel, but they're giving out some pretty retarded targets. This is kind of going along with it. Although I'm not going to go as far as to say that it's going to happen, because some people have some pretty retarded targets, somewhere around like $11 to $24, not factoring in market cap, because XRP market cap at $24 would be probably the size of the United States of America's GDP. But this quarterly close, assuming we get it over this 78.6 right now, which is $1.30, that should give us, at the very least, a retest of our all-time highs. Probably going to go higher than that. I'm not going to say this number yet because we need 3 closes over that 78.6 to confirm
Calm the
it.
fuck down. Yeah.
If we get 3 closes, that's also 9 months. Which 9 months from now, we very likely find our top for the entire crypto cycle, if not much before that. Decreases the probabilities that we'll go to this area. Very unlikely that we go to this area. This is only relevant. Like people have been messaging from the academy saying that they caught that $1.96 area on XRP and saying they want to ride it to $6. And I got to remind everybody, like, this number is not very relevant unless we get 9 monthly closures over $1.30, which is not very likely. This is just something to keep in mind if that does happen. What's more likely is we go from that 196 low, assuming we close over 243 to 330. But if we don't close over 243, if we reject 243, you would take profits on that 196 long, close it, and then wait for 175. Because if you do 175, let's see, to $3.30, that's about an 87% move to the upside. Not too bad. You don't even need to wait for it to get to $6. You just catch the 175 and you sell it at previous all-time highs, and you just made more than 80%. And say you're a little bit of a degenerate and you want to put on like 5x leverage, that's over 400%.
God damn.
That's the math that I can do.
Here's everyone right now already doing their own math and going like, all right, I'm going to be so rich.
Yep, going to put in $25 at 175 and turn it into 200. On the 5-day, we were also at very extreme areas. Well, we're over the 88.3%. We're in the 90% area, even more of an area that you would get a pullback. 5-day is currently forming a bearish engulfing candle. Goes more along the idea that we'd probably go back down towards the weekly 9 EMA and end up finding our local bottom there and use that as a spring, while the weekly HPDR ranges can step up. 2-day is putting in a pretty nice hammerhead candle on this bounce from $1.96. Still, we're below the 38.2 though. 38.2 is at $2.40. And ideally, you'd want to close a little bit higher at $2.43. So then we could revisit our current cycle highs at $2.90. Until that happens, though, we're just on lower high watch. And this $2.39 to $2.40 area would be the ideal short. And your stop loss would be, you don't even have to put it at $2.90. You just put it at $2.73. So you're risking, if you're wrong, let's start from 240. Fuck, that's still a lot.
That's huge.
I guess you gotta use 1 or 2x leverage so you don't get absolutely fucked if it's wrong. But if it's right and you dump to 175, that's like 25% towards the downside. So it is a 2x on the risk to reward. It's just not a very comfortable stop loss to have.
Yeah.
What increases probabilities in your favor that makes it more worth taking that risk is because of how high you are on the ranges on the HPDR. So you have a 5% chance of continuation from here as long as these ranges don't step up. So as long as the ranges don't step up, you have more probabilities in your favor to take that short at $2.40 and risk the 11 or 12% if you're wrong. Then if the ranges had stepped up, then it absolutely would not be worth it. Go towards momentum. And now momentum is breaking into the bearish control, while volatility's flipped sharply up, giving you even more of an idea that this thing has not put in a local bottom yet. It's probably going to go down after it puts in a lower high. Last time we entered into bearish control, so all the way back here in September of 2024. And how much did we drop? This is going to be very hard. There we go.
How can you even see? Yeah, there you go.
That was a 34% move to the downside after we went into the bearish control. So it's not too crazy to see it go down to a 25% drop to 175, especially to reconnect with that weekly 9 EMA. Daily is also putting in that hammerhead candle, which goes along the idea that we probably get a short-term bounce, just like with Bitcoin, short-term bounce to make a lower high. The bounce can get us all the way up to even possibly this top 38.2 or the 50%, which is somewhere around like $2.40. That's going to be the ideal area for shorts or bears, maximum opportunity to get in and short this area. And if you were to short this area on the daily, then your stop loss would be right there also at that same $2.73 area. It doesn't seem like that much on this chart, but that's still 11 or 12%.
Yeah, it's wild.
Where daily is also flipping down on momentum, just about to enter into bearish control. Volatility is supporting it. Like it, most people would long this because of this hammerhead candle. But with how the momentum and volatility setup it looks like it's going to be a trap. Same thing with the 4-hour. We're getting a pretty strong bounce off this 200 SMA. Last time we tapped this 200 SMA it's been a long time. Oh shit, I moved it. So it does make sense to get a bounce here since we've not reconnected with this 200 SMA since this rally started at about 50 cents. So the first tap of the 200 SMA is going to give you a pretty significant bounce. We're already up 15% after we tapped the 200 SMA.
Will you not consider that it?
The bounce?
Yeah. Or it can just get insane.
I think you can go a little bit higher before it puts in the lower high. Probably somewhere around this 55 EMA, maybe a little bit higher. That's at $2.37. Somewhere between 237 and 240, and I would expect a sharp rejection and then close below the 55 EMA to maintain this silver cross of the downside. And then from there, I see it going down towards the weekly 9 EMA at $1.75. And what goes along with that short-term bounce is that we're getting momentum flipping back up on the 4-hour from the bearish control, while volatility flips down, telling you this is a corrective bounce to the upside. Monthly, nothing. 2-week does have 3 drives of bullish divergence, but it's already played out. Same thing with 6-day. 5 days, not really much. Is that? Nope. This one. Nope. We are getting volatility contraction though from many periods of 100%. So it is a welcoming sign to see that we're basically just going sideways while volatility contracts from 100%. Trying to see if there's any divergences. Nope. Price made a lower high, so no divergence there. Let's see this one right here. This one might be it. Yep, this one right here. So RSI made a lower high right here from this high over here, but price made significantly higher highs. It went this high is at about $1.12. This high is about $2.72. Some pretty significant bearish divergence there. To confirm this bearish divergence, we'd have to close below this low here at $2.15. You confirm that bearish divergence, then the technical target is going to be this 55 EMA, which what do you know? $1.73,
Wow.
$1.75. And that would what does it also go inside? No, it doesn't go with any of our RSI levels. But that's why it's helpful to combine the momentum indicators like the RSI or the stochastic with your EMAs, because then you can use your major EMAs as targets from your bullish divergences or your bearish divergences. And now 4-hour is forming some regular bullish divergence, which also goes along with the idea that we're probably going to get a short-term bounce, probably to somewhere around $2.40. And that's the area where it's very high probability that you reject, especially because
EMA 9
on what time frame?
On the daily.
Yep. And also, you're about to get volatility contraction going along with that bullish divergence, telling you that it's going to be most likely a corrective bounce. And let's see, exits. So we're not getting very relevant targets from the RSI on the divergence. Probably these numbers will change in about 30 minutes. But right now, the neutral zone for the RSI is at $2.58. It'd be very helpful to see this number drop down after this next close in 30 minutes and see it somewhere around the 240s. That will give you even more confluence for the short idea at around $2.40 area, with a stop loss at 273. And then your take profit would be somewhere around $1.75. That's a pretty big move to the downside, 25%. Just momentum. Sheesh, quarterly momentum is still going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over 79 cents.
Whoa.
And now we're about to. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, well, that's a given.
Yeah, it's probably safe. We've seen some pretty crazy things on shitcoins, but to drop that much in 11 days, probably not going to happen. What we're looking for is,
here's your first clip.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Me saying it's probably not going to happen, and then it closes at 75 cents. As long as we close over this 2021 cycle high, this thing should be set to make new all-time highs. Like, probably gets a pullback first. Like, most likely gets a pullback first on this next quarterly open. But after that, assuming we close over these 2021 cycle highs, and momentum is going to be pointed very strongly to the upside, we should see new all-time highs within the next 3 to 6 months. This number is going to rise, but probably it's going to rise to somewhere around like mid to high $1. It's very likely not going to rise to where price action is right now, especially because we're flipping up from such low areas. But as of this quarterly candle, we're pretty safe to close it to the upside. Monthly too. Monthly is rejecting the bearish control, flipping back into bullish control, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $1.19. 2 week had that Hamas set up many periods of 0% volatility. Now we're at 93%. Goes along with the idea of a short-term pullback, where we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $1.81. So we're very likely to have that set up where we're pulling back while momentum is pointed up, which is extremely bullish to see. Like, people say it as a joke, but sometimes it is true. Bullish selling. And we do have a fresh silver cross to the upside as well. Weekly is now at many periods of 100% volatility, goes along with the idea of getting a pullback. And now it's getting to the edge right now. To flip down momentum, we'd have to close below $2.20. We're just at the critical zone. So this is the area where you would look for a rejection right at the edge of the critical zone. Come back down, hit this 9 EMA, sweep these lows, take all that liquidity out of here, and then run it back turbo from the 9 EMA. Also, especially because the monthly and the quarterly momentum are going to be pointed up. 5 days, same thing as the weekly, where we have many periods of 0% volatility, and now momentum is starting to shift down, and we're going to be down as long as we're below $2.43. Same thing with the 2-day, contracting from many periods of 100% volatility, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $2.49. So we're getting right around that pivot area where I think it's going to reject. And what gives you more confluence is that they line up with your momentum pivots on like the higher time frames, to where if it goes over that area, then momentum will shift back into the bull's favor. Daily, we got that little double extreme. Now we're contracting. And momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $2.34. And now we're about to exit the bullish control zone on momentum too. We're about to go down to test the bearish control zone. In that area, it's going to be much easier for bulls to flip it back up. See what this 55 is on the daily. Interesting. Right at $1.72, $1.73. In 4 hour, along with having that bullish divergence and contracting volatility, we have stochastic momentum pointing to the upside, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $2.04. So on the monthly and the quarterly, we're getting some pretty powerful candles. pretty safe to say we're going to close them with momentum pointed up, considering the pivots are 79 cents and $1.19. I'm guessing on this next quarterly open and monthly open, we're going to open with a little bit of a pullback to retest that $1.96 area, assuming that we've already retested 175. If we haven't retested 175 at that point, then I would expect it to go down to 175, tap that weekly 9 EMA, form some bullish divergence on the weekly, and then with a monthly and weekly and quarterly momentum to the upside, very likely it uses that as a spring. And at that point, volatility is going to have reset, and then we probably get a move from 175 towards like $3.30. Previous all-time highs will almost certainly get a pullback, and then from there we would have to reevaluate and see what happens. I'm not going to say it's going to $6 just yet because I'm not going to have myself. I'm not going to have myself clipped. But if we get 3 closes over $1.30, then that opens the door to $6. And they're just people are definitely going to cut out that if we get 3 closes over $1.30, just gonna.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. They're just going straight to the fuck up. Well, to the non-fuck up, fuck up. That's how it works.
And right now we are getting that bounce on the lower time frames, 4 hours forming bullish divergence with low contracting volatility, which should take us to somewhere around $2.40, possibly up to $2.49. But assuming we don't close over $2.73, that should end up being a lower high before we end up coming back down to 175.
Fucking swell, dude. Fucking swell. I'm gonna keep an eye on this one. I like the short trade on this. I'm obviously gonna get a little greedy and put my entry way higher than just the EMA 9 because this is such a fuckery. If it clicks, great, and if it doesn't. But that's looks good.
I'm thinking to put some short bids at 250.
Exactly. That kind of exactly like that. Good job, sir. Good job. Thank you so much for everything. You enjoy your Friday. What's going on out there?
I think the handyman is nailing something into the wall.
Well, we're done. Get nailed, son. Have a good one.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Vale, estamos viendo XRP, damas y caballeros, lo estamos viendo en la diaria, pero vamos rápidamente a la trimestral, solamente para que todos podamos ver exactamente qué es lo que ha estado haciendo XRP. Déjenme dibujo todo absolutamente porque no puedo dejar de hacer estas estupideces. Perdón, ya llevo 5 horas y 5 minutos en esto, así que estoy perdiendo la cabeza. Pueden ver que habíamos conseguido y logrado un alto histórico en 3.3. Desde entonces caímos y hemos estado consolidando, intentamos ir una vez más a buscar altos, pero fuimos rechazados donde el previo de la vela había cerrado por la zona del 1.95. De ahí nos fuimos para abajo una vez más, pero siempre seguimos haciendo mínimos más altos. Y esa consolidación nos llevó a una vela que tiene 500% dentro de ella, de subida de precio, que comenzó en los 60, no, en realidad comenzó en la parte de abajo, en los 49 centavos, y ha llegado hasta los $2.8 por moneda. Estamos por encima del 9, arriba del 5, todo muy potentemente bien. Vamos a ver si Momentum está apuntando para arriba. Digo, volatilidad está apuntando para arriba al mismo tiempo que estamos viendo que está solo en 64% y le gusta ir extremos. Bien, esto nos quiere decir que a largo plazo va a haber continuación. Importante saber que con indicadores de momentum y volatilidad que tiene Farhan, sí tenemos tres cierres, tres de cada una de estas velas que tomaría 9 meses, que también coincidiría con lo que nosotros es básicamente, definitivamente el fin del ciclo y de este mercado alcista. Eso nos diría y nos pondría objetivos absolutamente ridículos en XRP, pero tendríamos que tener cierres arriba de 1.75. Importante solamente para mantenerlo en nuestra cabeza, guardarlo. Luego podemos ver que en la mensual tenemos esa expansión de volatilidad arriba del 15%. Se está un poco perdiendo la fuerza y lo parada que estaba la volatilidad, pero continúa apuntando hacia arriba en 80.88%. Vamos a ver si puede superar el alto pasado que fue en 82.68% e irse hasta extremos. Es la mensual. Eso nos quiere decir que la volatilidad le queda mucho tiempo en la de 3 meses. En la mensual está ya llegando más un tope y esta vela parece una vela topera, pero todavía no es nada. Estamos por encima de todos los promedios y de nuevo creando un alto. Uno de los cierres más altos que ha visto XRP fue y esta vela que va a cerrar en 11 días y 5 horas va a ser el cierre más alto de toda la historia, siempre y cuando no caiga abajo de 1.95 para cerrar. En la semanal en XRP podemos ver que mientras más nos acercamos, más vemos que ya llegamos a extremos y que va a tener que haber una corrección. Y es lo mismo que estaba diciendo Farhan en estos momentos. En este gráfico semanal, quiero que tomemos nota de dónde está el promedio de la 9 y está justamente en los 1.7. Esta creemos que va a ser la zona de máxima oportunidad para un long, encontrar un nuevo bajo y después catapultarse a la alza, si es que se llega a dar ese movimiento. Y creemos que ahorita la jugada más buena, porque estamos viendo este tipo de acción en la semanal, podemos ver que en la diaria fuimos a básicamente dobles extremos y ahora la volatilidad está contrayendo, lo que nos pone un escenario bastante claro a nosotros enfrente de nuestros ojos. Ese escenario es sencillo. Estamos justamente en este momento en $2.3. Podemos ver que el promedio de la 9 está en los 2.36 y estamos siendo aguantados perfectamente por el promedio del 21. Y fuimos a tocar esta línea meme que coincide con el promedio de las 34. ¿Qué es lo que nosotros creemos va a pasar? Nótese que en la diaria tenemos estos altos más bajos. Este fue un alto más alto que este, pero este fueron bajos más bajos y este es un bajo más alto. Entonces, el gráfico nos quiere decir indecisión, no nos quiere decir a dónde va. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que la primera posibilidad más grande es que vaya a haber una entrada más o menos por esta zona. Va a haber un rebote de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo con momentum y volatilidad, por dónde están apuntando, y tener tu stop loss básicamente acá. Es bastante alto y bastante, ¿cómo se dice? Peligroso. Lo haría con casi nada de apalancamiento y eso te va a llevar a nuestro objetivo, que es la zona del 1.75, que es un movimiento de 27%, que es bastante, si me preguntas a mí, en un movimiento rápido, y ahí es donde nosotros creemos que XRP vaya a encontrar suelo y de ahí rebotar a la alza. Estamos, una vez más, pudimos ver cómo la media, perdimos la media por acá, luego acá nos rechazó y ahora justamente la media está en 2.5, lo que nos da un poco de confluencia también y nos hace pensar que si llega a la media y llega a dispararse hasta el 2.5, esto tiene probabilidad de ese corto suceder de la manera que lo estamos diciendo. Y eso, damas y caballeros, fue básicamente todo. 5 horas, cabrones, y 10 minutos de esto. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos. Gracias a todos los que son miembros de Elite Trading Academy. Gracias a todos ustedes que han mandado buenos comentarios chidos. Les vamos a estar mandando un correo. Probablemente yo suba algo también para decirles el horario ahora que vienen las vacaciones, que viene Navidad y todo esto, porque deberíamos tener una clase la próxima semana. Vamos a ver qué exactamente va a ser el plan. Les aviso, de acuerdo a planes de viaje de todo el mundo, etcétera, para poder facilitar esto de la manera más chida para todos ustedes. Voy a darme una vuelta. Estoy muy cansado, estoy volviéndome loco. Les mando un abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Feliz fin de semana.